Oh! Well. Well. What up, Mr. M?
Not much. Boring day for Caroline Levitt. Jesus Christ.
What? Why?
They didn't talk about anything interesting.
Nothing
Ever happened to.
interesting is happening. We have a cat video to start the day.
Hi guys, my name is Mark. Today we will make it.
Right, not that. Ew. Okay.
Japashin, Shinramen, and the
How a hungry Michelin star chef makes instant ramen after work.
Hi guys, my name is Mark. Today we will make it Japashin, Shinramen, and the Japaghetti, Japashin. Usually I make it this when I am very hungry. When I come back to home, I'm so tired and very hungry. So not enough is just one. I mix it with spaghetti together. This is jajangmyeon and the spaghetti. Quindi spaghetti, very tasty, very nice. This is two ramen.
How many years have you been eating it?
20.
20?
Yes. So it's this ingredient is very easy. It's boiled water, hot pan. This ramen have two seasoning. This is main seasoning. This is dry vegetable, dry meat, and also this two seasoning. It's dry vegetable, and it's a dry seasoning. It's the main seasoning. This is very spicy. It's a sin. This it means very spicy. Spicy. Sorry, it's my pronounce English but not is good. Before I put inside is dry seasoning. This is vegetable and mix. Okay, like this. When it's boiled, I put the first this noodle, this spaghetti, because this is
spaghetti.
more thick.
Spaghetti.
Look,
Is that Italian?
When it's boiled, and I put this noodle first, okay? And wait about 1 minute because it's more thick. Respect this shin. Look.
Looks like
This
brains.
is more thin. Like look, when is this cooked? This is 1 minute. After 1 minute, I put inside this all together and boil together. The usually is many people is.
Well.
1 second. I'm making sure my microphone doesn't trigger you.
Okay.
Okay. How's it sound?
Okay.
What's going on, bud?
Nothing much. What's going on with you, bud?
I just got back from vacation. It was pretty good.
Where'd you go?
I went. It was. We were looking at an island in the Caribbean, and so it was actually really nice. Really, you know,
A lot of
Really
free space there now.
remote.
Not as many people as used to travel. One of those spots that used to be kind of popping a lot more, but
yeah. It's this place that used to be owned by a New York financier, but something happened to him. So
wow. Well, I hope that hope you had
it
fun.
was pretty good. No, just kind of sit around, do nothing kind of trip.
That's
Kind of, yeah. I mean, I don't know how much you've experienced this, but like, there's a whole meme about going on vacation as a dad is really true, where like you don't really get to rest that much. But I mean, it was still better than nothing.
Damn. Good job. Good for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw there's been some activity.
Well, no. First, I had a hypothetical for you. Okay.
Ooh.
This is it's It's one of my biggest triggers.
I think I'd be hungry.
Ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's say that you have a big company, and I have hand-selected 100 DGGers, okay? And I think that I think they're really impressive. They've got good backgrounds. I think they're super qualified. I think they'll be an asset to your company. And let's say that you agree to, interview them for the job. And let's say that of those 100 people that I send your way, let's say that absolutely none of them show up to the interview. They all miss the interview. I'm just curious, what would your assumptions be about those people?
Let me just run it back. Just make sure. I have a big company. You saying, hey, I've got 100 people to apply for positions at your company, and they're all great. And I say, great, I've scheduled all 100 of them to show up at different times so I can interview them.
Yeah, just for interviews. That's not like a trick question. Yeah, I'm like,
just make sure. Yeah. I would think, I would no longer consider them for that job. I would say, okay, well, these people.
But I'm telling you, they're really great employees. I swear to God, they're really great employees.
Oh, okay. One second. Actually, in fact, sorry. I would think less of you. I would reach out to them one more time. I'd tell you that this happened. One, then I would reach back out since you've recommended them and try to reschedule. I would think worse of them for it, and I'd probably these people would have to really wow me in the interview to overcome them.
Really wow you, huh?
Yeah, they'd have to really
One of the things that I said that I
feel like it was worth it that they missed the first one.
One of the things that's annoyed me more than like the philosophy arc thing, just learning all the dumb shit that people say, is definitely anything related to legal stuff. I don't know how to communicate. I'm a layman. I know.
Wait, was that about me?
No. I don't know how to communicate to a layman. I understand I'm a layman, but for people that are completely legally retarded, how unfathomably fucking stupid it sounds when you claim that you have 60 incredibly strong cases on the merits and over half of them fail to standing, which is the easiest minimum. It's such a and it's such a compelling talking point to people, but it is so, if you know the slightest bit about anything, it is so obviously fucking stupid. It drives me crazy. It is the easiest part of a lawsuit. Like, people literally fabricate lawsuits by just finding a potential litigant in some jurisdiction to bring a court case because they want to, do they call these synthetic cases or whatever, the ones that they really want to get an issue to the Supreme Court? The fact that you can have 60 cases that you think are strong on the merits and almost all of them are dying on standing, in my mind, you can tell me if you feel differently, but in my mind, I would not think, man, it sure is a shame that all of these cases that were so good on the merits never got a proper, hearing. I would think, oh, I'm guessing all of these cases are fucking bullshit if you can't even clear the basic standing threshold. That would be my assumption.
Right. So, you're running into something that every lawyer with almost every client runs into, where people show up with really bad preconceptions or no conception, and so they just kind of ad hoc something together to try to explain what's going on, right? I had a client where just recently nothing's happening in the case, right? But the other side filed the lawsuit. My client hasn't been served. There is no movement. They've not asked the court to do anything, but they filed it. And so my client just immediately starts thinking that they have to comply with whatever they've asked for in that lawsuit.
Oh, sure.
And so it's just people just seeing this thing. And the hard part for lawyers is that you forget what people don't know, because stuff is just so basic for me as a lawyer. With the standing thing, where you would say oh, it didn't even get passed on standing. My mind goes, wow, that's a fucking horrible case then.
Yeah.
You couldn't figure out standing. But to a normal person, right, they have no fucking clue what that means. And also,
I hate the term.
Go ahead.
It's a thought terminating thing, and it's another one of these truism things that needs to be eradicated from the civilized person's mind. If you're a barbaric savage, then maybe this is an okay thing. But when I hear things like on a technicality, therefore it shouldn't matter, or it was just a procedural thing, so it shouldn't matter, especially in the world of legal stuffs, it's well, without process and procedure, and without the technicalities, it's a whole system of rules. What a stupid fucking, imagine trying to ship some code that doesn't compile, and you're well, it should work, but on a technicality, I guess it just doesn't run. It's such a stupid fucking phrase, and it's oh, well, on a technicality, I guess everything is good about it then, except for the technical stuff or whatever. It's so annoying how dumb the engagement is with all of it. Ugh.
Yeah. So, that's something that I've really, I think that's something that has helped me in this community and also just in my legal career, is that I've worked really hard to be able to explain legal concepts to people to lay people in a way that they can engage with it. And a lot of lawyers have a trouble with it, but like doing that is really important. And one of the big things is to make sure you don't fall into idioms or just kind of turns of phrase that people are going to just already have the preconception. So like if I was talking to people about the standing issue in these cases, right? I like saying it's a technicality or even procedural. I would not use those words because they all think, oh, you cheated and you didn't actually have to do any work and you won anyways, right? Which is cheating. I would say instead, like foundationally, it couldn't get there, right? It's a foundational problem, and I think people can connect more with that and see kind of more of that perspective of like, oh, like it's not that it was a technicality; it's that they couldn't even bring the case, right? There's a problem with the foundation here, such that like it couldn't proceed. And so like trying to find those tricky words to avoid, and then kind of the more tangible words for people to attach to is hard, and also it's the the validation issue, but that people just want to be validated, but. Your frustration is shared by every lawyer ever, and it's kind of what I was talking about at the fundraising thing, where you like, especially with juries, right? They come in, they go, well, I know what murder is, I know what evidence I need to see, I know what contract is, and so you have to reteach them that. You have to do it in a way where they are willing to let go of what they already have, what they already think, and adopt what you're saying. It's very hard, and it's why you usually are a lot of the times in these cases when you're trying to get the jury to do that, you have to bring them to it, which is why the Socratic method is such a big deal in the legal world, because a big reason is that if you can get the jury to think, or the person you're talking to think that they came to the conclusion instead of you putting it there, right, then they're much more likely to believe it. And so that's why things feel a bit roundabout and stuff like that. But I mean, the other thing on
also another quick thing for a lot of these fucking losers too is that like I know nobody reads anything, but like the judges wrote a lot about the contents. Like in a lot of these dismissals, the judges do write about the underlying evidence as well. And a lot of these
Trump cases,
and a lot of these like I hate this whole world. When you look at it's so night and day looking at this Department of Justice versus the last one. Bro, when the feds drop an indictment on you in a real DOJ, you're like dead to rights, like in the indictment. Like whatever they showed the grand jury almost seems like, fuck, it's over. Holy shit.
You might
like,
as well be convicted.
There is so much. Like I win my debates off of just what's in the fucking indictment, let alone who knows how much other evidence they're holding back or can present at trial or could find via subpoena or additional investigation. Like those indictments are rock fucking solid. These guys are, I think one thing that people don't realize is that, for civil courts especially, right? Like the point of civil court is that the court has to be able to give you some kind of equitable relief for whatever injury you've suffered. I don't think people realize how unbelievable the relief that these guys were seeking in the cases too, which in my mind also, now maybe this is a layman thing or it's retarded and I shouldn't think this way, but in my mind, when the relief you're looking for is so unbelievable and then taken in conjunction with how light and airy the evidence you're giving is, it's just crazy to me. Like on the court case that this guy was a part of, I'm pretty sure the relief they were seeking from the court was to overturn Georgia's electoral vote. And the underlying evidence that they supplied in the complaint was a single affidavit by QAnoner, but a single affidavit, an affidavit, that's it. And it's like, what the fuck? Like you're looking for what would probably be some of the largest relief ever granted by I think it was a district court they filed in. I think it was another reason the judge got mad because it was supposed to be in state court. But you're looking for some of the largest relief that could ever be provided. And the evidence you're giving is a single affidavit? What the fuck?
So yeah, it's definitely frustrating. It's kind of the reason why I hammer home this Iraq method thing I talk about a lot, because when you jump to kind of the facts of the case and how ridiculous they are, people can kind of sit there and try to justify those facts however they can. Whenever, like, what I would do in that case, if I was arguing with somebody, I would say, I think it's really fucked up, the idea that, like, a court, like a federal court, should be able to come in and overturn an election, right? Like, you would agree with me that our federal courts really shouldn't be able to come in and get involved in an election and
Not without
get involved in people's
exhausting,
votes.
all the lower stuff and everything. And even
Right,
even for
and so
exhausting the lower stuff, I think you have to go through this up to the state Supreme Court, and then those cases get appealed directly to the U.S. Supreme Court, I think, right? Yeah.
And so, like, let's say we agree. So you say, yeah, that's how you feel about it, right? Like, okay, well, great. Well, in this case, that didn't happen. They didn't go to the Supreme Court, and they didn't do anything to get it there. So we just agreed that the courts shouldn't be able to do that. So no matter how you feel about it, you would agree that that didn't happen in this case, right?
Yeah.
Now, because it's kind of this thing where, like, they are happy to sit and fight in this, like, create any kind of hypotheticals and fight over the facts to justify their position. But if you can hammer down the logic for how things should work and then apply it to things that did happen, it makes it much harder for them to weasel out, because then you can say, well, we just agreed earlier before to that. And if they say, well, okay, well, I don't in this case.
I can do it on like
you're just a bad faith piece of shit.
I can do it if I'm explaining to an audience or to somebody who genuinely doesn't know. But yeah, in the face of other people, like, I don't know if you saw my debate yesterday with that guy, that CJ dude. Yeah, it was just, it's so frustrating that
screenshots
that talking point of like,
or something.
Yeah, so frustrating, that talking point of like, like it still persists to this day. They didn't even evaluate the merits of those cases. They all got thrown out on standing, on technicality, and it's like, oh my god.
Well, and the follow up question to that, I would put to you for that is then, like, well, why didn't they appeal it?
Sure. Well, I think for a lot of them, they might have tried and they just got shut down, or they appealed. They didn't even hear the appeals, the appellate courts.
Sure, and then you could say and it's kind of a thing where, like, I would try to put it onto them of the justification, because I think what happens is, like, if you say, well, why did they appeal it? And even if they say, oh, well, the appellate courts didn't hear it, like, okay, why didn't they take the Supreme Court? Why did the Supreme Court do anything about it?
Yeah.
And because it keeps putting it on them to say, because I need to hear justification from you. Because
No,
all
yeah,
of the smartest legal people in the
on a
room,
one-on-one convo, I can do it if I push. It's just so hard to get, like, we're going to do a 60-minute show where we can drill down out of this single topic, because people will always weasel out at the very end. Like, even with Tim Miller, there are times where it's just not a thing that you do with, like, media people or mainstream people. Like, this is exclusively like a streamer behavior, but it would be really nice to say, like, hey, I'm going to screen share with you. Let's just read this thing for, like, and go over this document for 30 minutes. But, like, you can't really do that. Like, with just most people just aren't accustomed to that back and forth. Like, I guess streamers or YouTubers are, but God, it would be so nice. Yeah. What part of this do you disagree with, you know?
Yeah. We're currently doing a bunch of depots at my, firm for this really big case, and I'm, like, digging through some documents for it right now, actually. But, like, let's say I'm in a case and, like, I ask a question that this person knows the answer to, and they say, like, I don't know. Well, like, that's not really a good defense, because I can go, really, you don't know? And then I can slow everything, because I've got all day. I can just slow down and go, do you know what the name of the company you work at is? Yes. Okay, great. Do you see that name on this piece of paper? Yes. Okay. What does that sentence say? And I can slow it down and make it painful as fuck and make them walk through every single thing. And then at the end of it go, do you have an answer to the question that I asked before? And if they still say no, then I can read that whole thing to a jury and they look like a total fucking fraud and an idiot, and all of their stuff gets thrown out. But the problem is that, as you've said, there's no way to discredit these people in front of their own audience, because their audience will justify everything they say, right? Like the whole point of, like, a lot of, like, witness testimony and questions is that you're up there trying to either bolster that witness to make them credible, or undermine them. Right. And the problem is that, like, the audiences in these things, everybody is already, it's not like, oh, not necessarily like team sports, I'll just believe anything, but, like, the amount that you would need to overcome to attack their credibility. And then also, like, if I was going to attack the credibility of, like, a conservative, like, I would try to make them look gay or something like that, right? Because that's what would undermine them. Facts aren't things that they care about, right? I need to show that this person has an account on a girl cock website, and he will be destroyed. Nothing he says will matter anymore, right? And that's kind of the hard part, is that there's a debate going on about facts that nobody in the audience is vetting anything, because they're using all these other reasons. And in court, I mean, not like, I just use extreme example, but, like, in court, you can do stuff to undermine people in those ways, right? Like, were you ever a felon, right? Like, have you ever been convicted of something, right? That can be a way.
Court it's easier in court, though, because, like, because you can ask a clear line of questioning and they're forced to answer, and you've got 12 people who have been read a clear set of rules that know how they're supposed to evaluate things. You can't rage quit.
Don't give the jury too much credit, but
I give them a lot more credit than an average audience where there's no judge and the person can, but no, yeah.
Well, but, like, I think the other side, though, is like that one debate you did on Palobo or whatever his name is.
Palumbo.
Not the most recent one, but the other one where you just called that guy like a human piece of shit or something. And then you were like, I stand by my statement. I was like, yeah, like that's kind of, to me, that's how I would probably go into a lot of this, of just like, I'm just going to make my statements. If you want to engage with them, you can. But a lot of it is, to me, it seems like there's a game being played where like there's these two parties in an argument show up to these shows, and like one party is chasing the other one, trying to get them to convince the other person. And that party usually is at a huge deficit, which is probably why like Andrew Wilson likes to do the internal critique, because it forces the other person to chase him into agreeing with them. And I think whenever you take that strong, like, fuck you, you're a piece of human shit stance, it is strong enough that it kind of pulls them, and they're like, oh, you know, you can't say that. And they kind of start now they have to go on the offensive to you. And I think that's kind of how I would start positioning a lot of this, because you can't really attack them on the facts, things like that. It's more of just like, you need to be able to have a strong enough statement that they need to attack you, because they're expecting you to soy out and attack them, and they get to look strong and don't have to actually stake out anything. I don't know. I mean, it's just, that's kind of how it looks to me whenever I'm watching a lot of this. But I mean, I don't know. I've only done one real debate or anything, and I really didn't enjoy it. So like, I don't have a ton of cachet to talk about this with you, because like, I don't know, I did like one Wiki panel and I just was super distasteful to me. I don't know how you do it so much.
Pretty dumb.
Yeah. So you I hear you're talking big game about this hearing coming up. You think it's gonna be
well, no,
one?
I don't know. I hope it is, but in my mind, I thought it was like, in my mind, I kind of expected it to just get auto granted, the request for continuance. Like, my understanding is that stuff like that is pretty routine, and it would be pretty exceptional for it to not be granted. And then especially in this case, there's really like, there's good cause for the trial not to happen next month, because we haven't done party depots. But I don't know, the fact that it was the main judge too that called a hearing right after they filed without us even replying yet, I don't know, make me hopeful.
And it's the first continuance, right? Like there haven't been any other. There've been request extend discovery and some other things, but no one's so your first continuance is usually the easiest one to get.
Yeah,
she filed it after the pretrial motion deadline, which isn't a huge deal for continuances. You shouldn't do it, but it's not a huge deal if you've got good cause. But I think the issue is that all the causes, correct me if I'm wrong, all the causes she listed existed before that deadline hit, right? Like, there's nothing new in there.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say because we don't have any rulings on anything, maybe. I don't know when the appropriate time or what the deadline would have been to file a continuance for trial would be, but yeah. Yeah,
I don't know. It definitely, like, everything that the judge is doing certainly sends a signal of, I'm fucking pissed off and do not like that you did this.
Also, the fact that she refused, like, this judge has already said, because she kind of mini chewed out my lawyer like a year and a half ago, but it was because it's so funny being so deep into all this process. I realize now how insane this was. But in the very beginning of this case, we had a meet and confer with them where we were just talking about interrogatories and like random stuff like that. And then the day after our meet and confer, they filed a TRO without heads upping us at all. And then I think the judge called for an emergency hearing like either the next day or like 2 days later, and there was just no time for my team to get down. And she didn't really chew out, but she was like, I prefer to have everybody here in person if we're going to do these. That would be preferable to me.
I remember that.
So the fact that we're having a hearing that's scheduled a week out, Joan is supposed to be a litigator that practices in Florida with a Florida address, and she's filing, 6 days ahead of time that she can't show up in person, and she's just going to fucking Zoom in, which she has, by the way, for every single deposition that we've conducted too. It's just so fucking annoying.
Well, and the other thing that people need to realize is like, okay, when it comes to continuances, okay, it's you just going to the court and saying, can we just move a scheduling thing back? It's not really like a legal thing. There's like the rules around it are pretty fuzzy. It's just a plea to equity, which is just like saying, hey judge, I need this, I'd appreciate it if you do it. And judges generally will just like take it and just go like, why do you need it? How much is it going to hurt the parties? As long as you can
articulate any reason whatsoever, you're generally granted.
It's not like it's not like a strict thing like a motion to dismiss where like there's rules around it in those ways. And so like, I'm saying that because for her to like show up, ask that, and then tell the court, I didn't talk to your coordinator, I didn't plan ahead around when this would happen, and I didn't tell you that I had a thing in New York on the 21st until like days after you scheduled it. he's just such a bad look. Like, it just is. It's really, it comes across as disrespectful. You don't care about the court's time, because like courts will have clerks and coordinators. Some courts will unify the position, but you can just call these people that work there and say, this is the motion I want to file. I want a hearing for it. What dates are we going to get for it? And it's not ex parte, because you're just trying to schedule something. And you can even include the other party in it. So it's like, it's just a really kind of stupid thing to do on her part, and it makes sense that the judge turns around and goes like, oh, okay, you don't want to appear, that's fine, I guess you can listen.
It's just, I'm hoping, my hope is that we're also going to get a lot of, I'm hoping that she's just going to, you can give oral rulings on motions, right, that have been filed paperwork?
Of course.
I'm hoping we're going to chew through a bunch of those. I really want to hear, I'm so curious to hear them address the show cause for the skipping the deposition and emailing my lawyer saying we're not going to tell the court because we don't need to. And it's like, why would you ever put this in writing?
Yeah,
I just want to hear
You
those
guys were there for that, right?
There's a strict rule of if you send an email, assume it's going to be an exhibit and then write it appropriately. So
well, sure, but even without the email, the deposition had been noticed with the court. So why the fuck would you skip it without saying anything? But of course that too. Especially you're emailing opposing counsel, right? Yeah. But I don't know, man. I really want to hear the explanation for that. Jesus.
I think that for me, there's a cluster of motions here that are likely to be addressed.
All kind of like interconnected, yeah.
Yeah, so you've got the continuance, discovery extension, your everything to do with the depositions.
I'm really hoping, the thing I'm praying the most
all
for
that stuff
is the is I hope that there's just a big conversation on the subject matter jurisdiction question or whatever, because I feel like there's a lot of stuff kind of revolving around that. I don't think you're supposed to file a lawsuit and lie and make shit up in order to go fishing for subject matter jurisdiction. My guess is that's probably not okay.
Generally, if there's a part where you say we're going to file a lawsuit by lying, you're rarely in the good position.
So I'm hoping that because it blows my mind that they didn't even respond. I don't think they even responded to the motion for summary judgment, the MSJ.
Yeah, they didn't. In my opinion, they didn't. I don't know specifically that jurisdiction if they consider 56Ds to be a response. Here's the only saving grace they might get, and this still shouldn't do it in my opinion. If they extend discovery to a future date, and then they do the discovery, let's say they do a deposition or get some more discovery, and then file a response and say, see, this is within the 56D. We needed to do more discovery so we could respond. Even though the judge didn't extend it, we filed it before they ruled on it. And then the judge might go, okay, we're going to just grant the 56D up until the date that they replied, consider the motion to be responded to, and then just take it on the merits. That's retarded in my opinion. They shouldn't do that, but that's the only way I can see it getting there.
Sure. Assuming they find something in the additional discovery or whatever that for some reason hasn't.
Yeah, so like as far as like stuff being granted, I think discovery extension, no. I think the deposition stuff, the judge is the most likely thing. Where the judge just goes, we're going to extend this a week. Both parties do your depositions, then it's over.
Yeah, wait. Here's my question: Can you just schedule depositions outside of discovery? Like, is the judge allowed to say you can schedule depositions, but otherwise discovery is closed?
If both parties agree to it, who cares? Sure.
Okay. Because my only worry.
But if you say I don't want to do it, then you don't have to do it unless the judge forces you to.
Sure. My only worry is that if discovery is reopened, does that theoretically kick everything down like 6 months? Or can they just...
No, I mean, like, because the judge could... It could. But, like, it would be really weird if discovery was, like, closed for this long and the judge comes in and goes, okay, we're going to do 6 more months of discovery, especially whenever there's not a clear reason why they need it. You guys need maybe a month to get depots. Okay, maybe that long. All right, and the judge could literally order the depots to happen on a specific date. I don't think they will, but they could. So, like, let's say they just say, okay, you got a month to do depots. After that, if you don't do them, that's it. All right, that especially for you, she skipped your deposition. Okay, she skipped you guys deposing her.
Yeah.
Okay, that happened. That's really bad. And I could see the judge going, we're gonna allow party depositions because she skipped this one when she shouldn't. She's gonna have to pay for the old one and the new one. And then probably the judge would just go like, since you're doing her depo this time, we're gonna do, Stevens at the same time because he's a party as well. Just get it out of the way.
Sure. You saw that whole back and forth, right? The goofiness of that.
What, the depo stuff?
Yeah. Did you ever see how they?
Yeah, that was.
They basically, it was, for those who don't know, basically like we were back and forth, and we were like, okay, well, like, does the week of this work for depots? And they're like, yeah, this week definitely works fine for a depot. And then Brettler was like, okay, yeah, cool. You know, Steven will do his this day, and then Pixie can do hers the next day, whatever. And they're like, oh, no, Pixie can't do hers for another month. And Andrew's like, well, but we're going to fly in or whatever. Can't we do them both? And it's like, no, Pixie can't do hers for a month. And then Andrew's like, okay, well, how about we do Steven and Pixie's at the end of the month? And they're like, no, you already agreed to the first. And we're like, well, okay, but we thought we were both going to do it. It's like, no, you agreed to the first. Pixie can do hers in a month. Also, it's going to be remote. And it was like, wait, really? And then did they notice mine with the court? I think they noticed it with the court. And they were like, yep, we've already filed this with the court. So now you have to do your depot now. Or like on the first, whatever. Pixie can do hers in a month if we can agree on it. It was like, are you serious? Yeah, it was just ridiculous.
Well, and it's okay. So chat, like, here's some very basic, like, just I don't even know if it's legal advice. Just an idea. If you give consent in a legal thing, generally you can withdraw that consent, right? Especially if like nothing has happened yet. So like, let's say like I say, yes, Steven, you know, I can do this deposition on the 16th, and then before you're able to call anyone, schedule anything, get anything in line, I call you back and say, actually, I'm sorry, the 16th won't work. I need to do the 17th.
And they're like, nope, you agreed with it. Sorry. Nope, you're fucked. It's over. You're going to jail now. Contempt. You're gone. It's like, Jesus
now, if
Christ.
they said, hey, look, you know, you said that I've already scheduled it for the 16th. I've already placed a deposit that's non-refundable. You need to pay me back. That is reasonable. It's if Jones said, "Look, you know what? Maybe he didn't come to it. That's fine. He said he could before they came back and said that I couldn't. I put a non-refundable deposit down. You know, and impossible. That would never happen. But and I'm now out $3,000. Y'all should have to refund me. Yeah, actually, that's fair. Y'all should refund her for that. But that's not what happened. And it's also silly because it's like the deal is that like y'all, as far as I could remember, we're fine to talk about other dates. Y'all weren't like, we can't do it and we will never do it. Fuck you, Joan. You were like, oh, we just can't do that day. Let's just pick another day.
And the fact that they were trying to say that like they were going to inconvenience me as much as possible, knowing that my lawyers have to fly out from California, which is fine. I chose to have foreign representation from another state. Yeah. But the fact that then they're saying that somebody who has sued me in the district, Southern District of Florida, are saying that they can't attend the deposition in person and it's going to have to be remote, or we have to fly to fucking Illinois. Excuse me. You need to bring your ass back down to the jurisdiction that you sued me in. What the fuck? That's just crazy to me.
Yeah, they're really. It's funny because I remember whenever you were first talking about this, I was like, I don't think Destiny's wrong, but I just don't know if I've ever run into a scenario like this
where they're
it's
so
like,
hostile.
It's so hostile, but also just like hostile in ways that just are illogical. Like this whole thing with like, I'm not in town. It's like, you sued us. Like you've been saying, you sued us here. I don't know of a single case I've ever seen where it's like
they sue and then they flee. They flee and they're
it's like, what are we doing? Like, why are you?
I almost had this like nightmare horror, but I don't even know if this is possible, where something comes up and it's like, okay, we're gonna grant the motion to dismiss in full because the first cause of action is tossed, and then we have no subject matter jurisdiction on the next three, and then all of a sudden they file like with the court's like, actually, the plaintiff now lives in Illinois, so it's actually diversity jurisdiction, so we're gonna go ahead and pursue the final three things here. I don't know if you can do that midway through a fucking court case. Okay, but Jesus Christ.
That would be hilarious. But it's just been really, because someone in chat earlier was like, do you think they're lying about like meeting and conferring about the continuance? And I was like, there's no way anybody would do that. And they were like, what are you talking about? They did that earlier this case. I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Not even lying about a meet and confer about a continuance. I think we agree to a motion that they showed us because they sent us a copy of the motion. And then they filed a totally different motion with the court saying that it was a unopposed or whatever, or jointly filed or whatever.
That's crazy.
And it was like, bro, because it was like originally, I think it was a very narrowly tailored protective order, and they blew it out into just like the broadest fucking gag order possible. And it's like, this is a jointly filed motion or unopposed motion. Or it's like, are we serious right now? Hello? And even I'm glad that the judge noticed that. It was like, this is significantly different than what you sent opposing counsel.
It's just hard to imagine trying to get away with it. I think is a good way to put it. Of just like, y'all really thought you were gonna do this? Like, I don't know. And it's I know it's frustrating for you on a lot of this, but I mean, like, to me, it's kind of this thing where like, whenever everyone's like, is this gonna go to trial? Is this gonna go to trial? It's like, I mean, like, I guess it could. It would be the weirdest thing ever if it did.
So wacky.
And back to your original point on this, it's like, I mean, in case people don't know, I'm all over Twitter, and you guys should go follow me because I put out some incredibly mid shit that when you like it, it really makes me feel good about myself. But it's so funny when I'll like post some stupid thing, like I'll reply to one of your stupid tweets or something, and then people will be like, "You mean the sex pest? He's in court right now," blah, blah. And it's just like, oh, yeah, I mean. I can tell you don't follow the case, and it's like I don't know how you would have a conversation with like those kind of people where you're like, you recognize that like none of this makes any sense, like if you have any understanding of how court cases work, of how the law works, just none of this has any meaning. It's literally just designed so that bottom feeders can pick it up and then just wave it about as though it's some kind of like damning or interesting thing.
Yeah.
And that is kind of like whenever people were, I remember a while ago, whenever this was earlier on in the case, people were like, Kafka, you really need to tell Destiny to stop talking about it publicly, blah, 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 stuff. And like, I was like, no, I don't think so. I think that this makes a lot of sense considering like how happily, like, you know, gleefully everyone is like cavorting over every single filing and misinterpreting it in the worst way possible. Like, yeah.
Not to mention, it's funny that because people keep saying, and like I do agree as a rule of thumb, you probably don't ever talk about anything publicly because you really don't. Even me, you don't know where it's going to show up in a court filing or whatever. They might fuck you or whatever. But it's civil court, so at the end of the day, the damages are all monetary and reputation anyway. So if I could counter something publicly, that's going to help me monetarily or reputationally, like it's worth it. But like the only stuff that's been damaging, I would argue, that's been in rulings, I think it's been some of Pixie's statements. Like I remember them because they were making an argument. They're in a very weird spot making that argument for the preliminary injunction, trying to claim that they were going to suffer injuries that would never be made whole again by the court. But that's a really hard claim to make when Pixie's literally tweeting out that like, I want to sue him to recover or whatever. Like this is like, I have to sue him in order to get my money back for whatever. And it's like, and I'm pretty sure the judge wrote that in the denial of the preliminary injunction. It's like, well, she's literally saying here that this is the goal, is a lawsuit, is to make money, and the stuff's already out there. So it seems like she can't be hurt anymore. I don't know how you can say that this is a, there's a specific term for it. You file a preliminary injunction because, irreparable harm. Yeah. I don't know how you can say that somebody could be irreparably harmed when the video is already out there and the plaintiff is out here saying she's suing to recover costs for whatever. And it's like, So, but
yeah, and it's kind of the thing too, where like when I talk to people, it's lawsuits and the law feels so mysterious to a lot of people that they don't like realize how mundane a lot of it is too, where it's like, you just kind of need to think about like, what's the point of this? And you kind of talked about it earlier where it's like, oh, you need to like get remedies that they can, you know, resolve this matter. And it's like, yeah, like, do you think that we set up the court system in a way so that like people can just come in here and fuck up other people's lives? Like that's the point. Like we want that out of our courses. Like, you think that's a good idea that we allow people to do that shit? And so it's like, a lot of the times, I think people on the one hand will like decry how like, oh, this is all super emotionless and people get harmed by the legal system so much, things like that. And there's some truth to it.
I think
at the same time, they'll like turn around and be like, haha, this is what you get, fucker. It's like,
I think the big difference is that one, because of the internet, stuff carries so much more. Like my guess is going to be that more pre-internet times, like a court case is seen as kind of a court case for most people. So like, you know, you wouldn't necessarily jump to a conclusion. Obviously with really big cases, I guess maybe, you know, people might form conclusions beforehand. But whereas today, filing a court case is basically as much damage as you can do to somebody, you know? Like you've already accomplished 90% of the way there, yeah.
It's funny. So not a lot of people know this, but like, while PACER exists, for state courts, it's actually really hard to get a hold of their filings, mainly because every court basically has their own, every jurisdiction has their own filing system. There's current projects to try to unify them or find a way to make them all searchable in one place. They're not being very successful. But there are small counties in certain states that you literally cannot get a digital record. You have to fly there in person,
go to the clerk or whatever the fuck,
records.
And ask for the person to go Xerox off a copy of a filing or whatever. Yeah.
Especially if it's an older one, especially if it's a case before the 80s. Yeah, good luck. There's some cases that are on microfilm. There's some cases that have just magnetic tape recordings, you know. And so like before the internet, and even really before recent internet, you know, pre-trial stuff basically didn't exist in the mind of a layperson. There's just no concept of it.
Sure.
It was, oh, it's a lawsuit. Okay, you go into the courtroom and everybody does their trial, right? Yeah. when
I do.
and so now
I've never in
people
my
have to
life
interact with it and they don't know how.
I don't know if maybe you've seen this in filings. You think I've never seen somebody say it was funny when Joan was like, "This court case doesn't exist, and we couldn't find it on Lexis." I'm like,
So I can't remember, I messaged somebody about this, but it's like, okay, it's very funny to like, you will have times as an attorney where you see another attorney cite to the wrong case and
Sure.
you're like, oh, I got your ass. Or even a case that doesn't exist. 99 times out of 100, it's just a case where somebody put a number in the wrong
typo or
spot or
something,
mistyped the name. Yeah, and the idea that you would like race to file that, like the amount of checking you do to make sure it's wrong, and then I there's no way I'd expect it of Joan, but like if I was in any other setting, I would have probably like, and it was like an opposing counsel who I didn't hate, I would have probably just called the person directly and said, "Hey,
yeah, because like
I
that's
don't
kind
think
of
this is what you meant to cite."
It's also like a pretty big, and I understand that like for Joan and Pixie, like her and her family and all the weird con men that exist around this piece of shit have no reputation, I guess, at stake anyway, so they don't give a fuck if they look like retards or not. But like you're it's a pretty, like if I'm arguing or debating a big figure and I'm about to stake some big claims, like I do try to research because like I don't want to like fuck something up when I'm like in the limelight, you know, that would be pretty embarrassing. And obviously Joan is like a nobody, you know, a little con family lawyer. And, you know, the Rettler firm is obviously much more prestigious, larger, he deals with bigger cases. The idea that you would just like casually slide into something, oh, by the way, they cited to a case that's not even fucking real. It's like, why wouldn't you at least Google it first? Like, do you really think that this law firm that it has how many clients, how much of a reputation is just making cases up for this fucking Southern District of Florida civil one-on-one? So, like, you really think they're just making cases? Like, what a weird thing. No, like you said, like there are a million ways to get, like you call them, you'd email them, you'd look it up more, you try to figure out like what's going on. Like, why would you just put that in a file? Like, they made this up.
Well, and also like the one time I've ever had it happen, and it was like it's just like the way you do it, and it's kind of a thing that shows a lot of their pettiness. Not that we needed more examples of it, but like a lot of people are asking like, oh, is the judge pissed off? Or it's like, yeah, the judge is very annoyed. They see exactly what's happening. They think Joan is stupid. They're not happy about it. You know, it sucks that they're dragging their feet on this other stuff, but okay, that's fine. You know, but it's that's kind of what I'm talking about, where it's like if they go to trial, like it would be a catastrophic if they went to trial. Like it's one of those things where like I don't think that Joan would have the composure to even seat the jury, let alone conduct the whole thing. And it's unfortunate because like I am not advising you on what to do or whether or not you made the right decisions, but it's unfortunate that there aren't any counterclaims in this case because like God damn, if there were, like, you would be in a pole position to fucking collect on that shit.
Yeah, I don't know what I kind of wonder if, especially like going by the conversations at the beginning, and I'm sympathetic to. I don't want to accuse my law firm of anything, and I'm making some assumptions, but like from the vibes that I get from everything, it does feel like, or I guess you could tell me, it does feel like a lot of clients lie to their representation.
Oh yeah.
And I think if I had to guess coming into this, the especially given all the claims that plaintiff was making, I wonder if my law firm kind of thought like, listen, like we understand you made a mistake, or we're going to do our best to represent you, but they thought that I was exaggerating or not being fully forthcoming about all of the claims that I was making. Like I wonder, knowing everything I know now, if we go back to the very beginning, if they would have been like, you know what, we should definitely like counterclaim and lean into some of this stuff. Whereas I think in the beginning they were like, there probably are like 15
fair,
women with all different claims. Maybe, yeah, you know, especially
also,
given
I
like
mean,
the type of case, and you know, I'm a public figure and a guy, and all, yeah.
And to their credit, they also probably assumed that there would be a reasonable point at which there would be a settlement or the other side would back out, right? Like this is largely retrospective. Like at the time, I remember people asking me about it, and me being like, "It's probably good he's not counterclaiming. He probably shouldn't do that."
Sure.
But like at this point, right? Like it's kind of one of those things where like bad faith is hard to prove, but god damn it, are they trying their hardest to make you be able to do so? And it's that's like I know that part can be pretty frustrating, and it's I think that with like Joan and Pixie's behavior, honestly, the continuance being granted and then the deposition being allowed to go forward, like under the judge's specific orders, honestly might not be the worst thing in the world, because, and I've mentioned it before on stream, like you are seriously getting into death penalty sanction range at that point. Like, we are on track for trial.
Wait,
We're
I have
past
no
all our
idea
deadlines.
what
And
that
it-
means. The death penalty
So-
sanction.
Yeah, so death penalty sanction is often brought out in discovery disputes, and it's whenever one side is being so obstinate and so like disruptive to the discovery process, and clearly doing so in bad faith, clearly doing it to prejudice the other side, that the judge will just go, okay, we're dismissing the case because you can't operate correctly. You cannot practice law correctly here. You are not doing this. I can tell you're doing it to harm the other person. We're just going to kill the case now, and it's over. And especially if you fuck up a deposition and then the judge orders you to do it a specific way and you fuck it up again, you are really tempting the judge to do the death, because at that point you're telling the judge, I don't want to testify. Even though I sued this person, I don't want to testify.
Sure.
And the judge will go, if you're not gonna testify at a deposition, how can I trust you to testify at trial?
Sure.
And if you're not gonna testify at trial, what the fuck are we even doing?
Yeah.
here?
I was
Right?
kind of, I don't know how much it matters, and I guess we would probably have to file motions to compel, which I'm not sure is worthwhile, but like up to this point, they've accused me of every single piece of evidence that I've submitted. They all say it's doctored or doesn't count or whatever else. I have no conversations. I don't have a single message between Pixie and Aaron. I don't have a single message between Pixie and Lauren. All I have is that Lauren text to Pixie where they talk about how they're going to use Signal so everything is auto-deleted. I have literally no discovery from her side of anything relevant. Which is
and
so
this
annoying.
is where you not having any counterclaims actually helps you.
Oh, helps? You
Because-
think it helps me?
Yeah, because you don't have anything to prove. You just have to defend. You just have to keep her from reaching a threshold, right?
Well, sure, but I feel like if I had something to prove, I feel like I could get so many unfavorable adversarial readings or whatever based on their deletion of, like, if I had a counterclaim, say,
sure.
for defamation or I don't know, something like that, and I would start asking, like, show me, like, I really genuinely do want to see the messages between Pixie and Aaron, because the leaked video in those videos, they were talking about a lot of stuff that I just have I don't know what those conversations, because some of the things where, Aaron talks about how Pixie made up being suicidal to try to get more money out of me, that Pixie was working with somebody else to put together that Substack. Like, these are things that I think are all incredibly relevant to the underlying claims and the stuff that she's talking about, but I don't have access to any of it. She hasn't turned over any of that. And and then like when we deposed, you heard when we deposed her ex-boyfriend was like, yeah, she called me to tell me about the deposition, but I don't remember anything else about that phone call, and we delete all of our text messages to each other. And then Joe's like, stop, attorney, client privilege. And it's like, what do you mean? It's like, I represent him, actually. I am representing him. And it was like, do you, and it was like, are you getting money, or did Pixie pay for you to have Joan? Stop, that's attorney-client privilege. And it's like, are you fucking serious? We can't depose anybody because they're all represented by you too? Like, it's oh my God. I think that's probably one of my favorite things about this case is the fact that Joan represented Lauren, who is an attorney, represented Pixie's ex, represented Abby, represents every single person we're going to depose. She's like 2 weeks before the deposition becomes their lawyer. It's like, are we serious right now? Oh my God.
So the hard part about that for me is that, like, I don't know this specifically, but like abusing attorney-client privilege in that way is one of the few ways that, like, I feel like Joan could actually is kind of courting danger for herself. Yeah, because the other side of it is, and I don't know how much it has to be within your current court case or if there's going to be something separate. I just don't know about those things because I've never been that retarded to do that. But like one of the big things there is that it's like, if you ask questions to them about something that happened before she represented them, there's no attorney-client, right? If I start representing you today, Stephen, and people ask you about things that happened yesterday, I can't claim attorney-client privilege.
Maybe.
Even if it was a conversation between me and you.
I think you can stretch that a bit. Like if I start talking to you about you potentially representing me, but we don't sign letters of engagement for a week or two.
Oh, sure.
I think technically you can pull back to here because
but the deal is that only stretches to the specific context of that representation, right? Like if I'm representing you now and we talk about where we're going to go eat lunch, that's not protected by attorney-client privilege.
Well, yeah, I mean, you say that, but they're going to they're going to object to attorney-client privilege on everything, and it's one of the few objections that you can actually shut down a deposition on. So we can't ask any more questions on there either, which is annoying.
But if it's a case that is worth having that fight over, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. It sounded like her boyfriend didn't have a whole lot that was worth fighting over. But
I mean, we found out she lied about more things. No. She sent me pictures of him that he didn't even know she was sharing. Like, but no, it wasn't like huge killer things that you could. I think
that's what the depot was worth it. I'm saying, like, the attorney-client privilege moments. It was like, are we going to go to the mat for this?
Well, that's the annoying thing. Like you said this before that I thought was funny. We were like, if I'm asking a person something on a deposition and I'm leading them somewhere, I feel like in depots, especially on low stakes civil cases, I feel like you could just say, oh, I don't know. And it's like, what are you going to do? You're going to file a motion? You're going to, are you going to,
right?
Are you actually doing it?
Are you going to spend the money and the time?
Because like, fuck, probably not. So whatever. Yeah, just lie to me. Fuck it. Yeah.
Because like if I'm in a well, and also you might just go, well, look, I don't like. Fine, you can say that now here, but then in court, whenever I've got other testimony, I've got other evidence in front of the jury, and it points to you being a lying sack of shit, and I'm giving you a chance right here, right now, set the record straight, and you say, okay, I'll set the record straight, and you go, well, that's weird because in the deposition you said you didn't know.
Sure. Yeah.
And then boom, right? You've got it where it's like, were you lying then or were you lying now? I can't tell. You need to clarify this.
Yeah.
And so, you know, there's benefits, but like as far as the attorney-client privilege abuse goes, like there are definitely times like I would bet if it in Pixie's depot, if it ever happens, that would be one where it might be where you know one of your attorneys might go, well, let's get the judge on the phone, and we're gonna get them on the phone, and they're gonna be mad that they're on the phone, and you're gonna explain to them the attorney-client privilege, and then what the judge can do is see it in camera,
and then rule on the objection right there.
Yeah.
Right then, yeah. Is that in My Cousin Vinny, or was that a Law and Order episode? I feel like I've seen that happen one time on TV or whatever.
It is incredibly rare to do that. It's not a good idea to do that. But if someone's abusing attorney-client privilege, that can be something that like it might be worth it.
Yeah.
But also, you could then say, okay, I'm still going to ask the question here, and then whenever we get to pretrial, okay, we're going to sort this out at pretrial in front of the judge. You objected to attorney-client privilege. I'm going to. The judge will see what the question was, and then the judge will say, okay, do I think this is attorney-client privilege or not? Things like that. It's super hard to get around it, and that's why they're using it. But
it was really
like
fucking
before,
annoying because like we wanted to ask her, especially her ex, because I mean like it looks like you're hardcore prepping a deponent. That's what it looks like if she is like messaging him. But Joan kept like nibbling around the edges of like, you know, well, if he's having a conversation about getting representation, then this still counts as attorney-client privilege. And it's like, so we're like, headed off from pursuing any of these lines of questioning, and it's like, this is a fucking joke, bro.
Well, and so like, and that's the other hard. This is like why you would want to do it in front of the judge is because like, let's say I represent you and Dan is present. It doesn't matter what we talk about. It cannot be attorney-client privilege because Dan is present and I'm not a Jewish lawyer, so I don't represent him. Okay.
It cannot be attorney-client. Well, you and me could claim attorney-client privilege, but Dan could still testify to it.
No, we could not.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I can't claim it because someone was present. So how is it privileged? I knew someone was present.
Oh,
if I wanted to be privileged, why did I talk?
If Joan is representing all of them, then it doesn't matter.
But here's the deal. If she's representing one of them in one capacity and another one in another capacity, it doesn't necessarily follow that everything they talk about is going to be privileged between all three of them.
Sure. I don't disagree with you, but this sounds like a thing that you would have to finagle on like an elevated environment and not something that either party would agree to.
You wouldn't do it in the middle of the depot.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
But like the other like I said before though, getting their ridiculous behavior on the record, because that's on the record, is still useful in its own ways. And you know, while that boyfriend did have some interesting info, you know, if you don't get everything out of him, that's fine. Y'all's defense of you against these claims don't rely on him exonerating you with every piece of information. You know, there was enough, like he said enough on there that was, like you said, was helpful.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
But yeah, that is like a really frustrating part of depots, and like you can, in the middle of it, just have like that is a place where you can have shit just drop on your head. Or like, oh fuck, I didn't know my client knew that, or like you said, my client was lying the whole time. Decided to tell the truth now. Fuck me, it's on the record.
Yikes.
So yeah, but good luck. I'm excited for you, everybody. A lot of people have been asking me, please don't call in or try to call in. Just don't do it. Whether or not you're allowed to, don't do it. It's not. Don't fuck with the court. Don't make this hearing more complicated. I don't know why you would say that because
now people that want to fuck with him, but okay.
Well, they're going to do it already, Destiny.
Sure, true.
But
yeah, I hope I have a moment. What was that one guy? There was some guy who had a huge court case against some other loser who was like telling his fans the whole time that this was like completely locked in, was going to win 100%, and then he fucking
I know who absolutely. I don't know his name,
face plants and loses completely.
He got his guns taken away or something. Yeah.
Wait. Oh no. You're thinking of Tectone. I'm thinking of I think it was an Australian thing. It was a guy Carl Jobst or whatever. Did you ever hear anything about that guy?
No, I don't really pay attention to Australia.
Basically he was being sued by Billy Crystal or something. I don't know if I'm making that name up, but like, yeah, he was telling his audience the whole time. He's like, yeah, you know, we're winning, we're doing good, it's easy. And then all of a sudden the judgment comes down and it's like $400K against him, and he completely lost. Yes, Billy Mitchell.
I remember this. Billy Mitchell, yeah. And I really like that Fistful of Quarters movie.
Oh my god! And then he was saying the whole like we were feeding this whole thing through ChatGPT, and they said that the court case was a lock for us. I was like, why would you say this publicly, bro?
Yeah, if I could tell you what clients have said to me about ChatGPT. Okay, last thing, and then I gotta go. Have you seen Marty Supreme?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no, you didn't like it.
It was okay.
Are you not a Softy Brothers fan?
Sometimes. I really liked the interview. What was the one with oh my god, every name I've ever known in my life just got wiped from my mind. Nathan
for you?
Yeah, that guy. What's that guy's name? Nathan
Felder?
Fielder. The Curse. Yeah, that show I thought was cute.
Oh, I haven't seen that show. Is it good?
Yeah. It's cute.
Okay. You've seen Uncut Gems and you didn't like it?
Yes, I liked Uncut Gems a lot. And
okay.
Good Time?
Good Time?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say I probably like those movies more than Marty Supreme.
Yeah, I thought Marty Supreme was super meh. I don't know.
Marty Supreme is only one of the brothers, right? They split up the directorial duo.
I think they've been split up for a bit, right?
One.
Like, I think The Curse might have only been one of them, too. I also really like the guy, whoever is in The Curse, whoever that guy is. I like him as an actor, too. I think he was cute. I don't know which brother it is, but yeah.
Oh, the younger brother?
I don't know, because I don't know who the other brother is, so...
If you haven't listened to it, since you liked Uncut Gems, if you haven't listened to it, I know you're not a fan of Chapo, but Chapo did a really good interview with the brothers about Uncut Gems. I recommend you listen to it at some time.
Okay.
But yeah. Okay, I gotta get back to real job. It was fun talking to you, though.
Yeah, I love you. Have fun. Be careful.
You too. Bye.
What's up,
We
Sam?
love Kafka. What's up, Mr. Steven?
Hi.
I'll be quick. I'm not trying to turn into another Karantos. I'm like that Kafka guy. Folks, we just wanted to thank y'all for the donation drive. Just 2 quick important notifications. We are leaving it up until this Friday for VOD watchers, for people whose biweekly pay falls on the other week, whatever it is. You have until this Friday to donate. If you donate at least $100 total, 2 donations of $50, whatever, you will get the shirt. You have only until this Friday. Other thing to note, folks, if you are worried about not getting your t-shirt, if you didn't use the right email, if you didn't include your Discord, that is okay. There is one place and one place only that you should go, which is this form I just put in DGG chat and YouTube chat. If you are worried about securing your t-shirt, use that form. We will be reaching out to the emails you use to donate. So if you didn't include a Discord, that's fine. But if you're worried, if you, for whatever reason, don't have access to that email, use that Google form. Please, please, please do not talk to anyone on like the official Destiny.gg Discord server or send emails to like official Destiny.gg emails. And let me just say, I am so fucking sorry to the people who have had to deal with a giant number of emails coming in on those. I am so sorry, and I will find a way to make it up to whoever those people are.
Wait, what happened?
I think a bunch of people were like emailing like contact@destiny.gg for like, hey, how do I get my t-shirt? I just know that like the day after the stream, I got like 100 emails forwarded to me from contact@destiny.gg that were all like about the t-shirt. So I am sorry to whoever did that. I will take full responsibility. Whoever you are, if there's any way I can ever make it up to you, please DM me on Discord, because I appreciate your work and I'm sorry for messing up your stuff a little bit. We do a little trolling, folks. We do a little trolling. This Friday, people, last day to donate for our specific fundraiser. But of course, if you want to donate in general, the main Act Blue for Digital Ground Game will remain up. Love you all so much. Okay. Exciting things are happening.
Well, sounds good.
Gotcha. Anything else?
Nope. What about you? Gotcha. Anything else?
How you feeling about the midterms?
I guess like good, right? Aren't we going to be doing pretty well? Isn't that the prediction?
Yeah. Well, this is I mean, this is where my brain goes as like an organizer is if we are but gonna have like a historic like blue wave, then the real question is like, what are the seats we can pick up now that we would never be able to pick up normally? Like John Tester in Montana, I think that was 2006, like Bush's second midterm, like peak of unpopularity. Like, what are the seats where like this is our only chance to pick them up, and if we get them here, we could hold on to them for a long, long time. So the map is starting to become really exciting. It's starting to get really interesting in terms of like what's viable.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know any of the specific races, so I'll just probably agree.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Well, love you, buddy.
Sounds good.
Have fun stream. And thank you once again, everyone who donated. We love you all very much.
Be
BGGL.
careful.
Mhm.
Bye. Fuck that guy. Just kidding. Okay, sorry. We gotta finish this. Important.
Did not eat. It's very spicy. It's put in just a half of this seasoning. But I like it spicy and sweet. This is tasty sweet. Okay, this is spicy. So in the sweet spicy, sweet spicy, sweet spicy, spicy sweet, all together. And stop. It's a.
Okay, he made ramen. Who the fuck cares? Who cares? Not me.
Wait, so it'd be inadvisable to stream or record that Zoom call?
It's public. You can do whatever you want with it. I don't know what the law is for recording or streaming, but it's a public thing. But I don't know if they'll let anybody in. You might have to get like dragged in or have credentials to get dragged in. So
Okay, we'll see.
be careful.
All right, dude, I rented this house.
Owner found the goo room.
These guys, and they destroy it. I will say, dude, what the fuck? Like, no, like, literally, this is like these are super expensive floors, and the floors are fucked up. Like, this is gonna
It's staged.
take them a lot of fucking money to fix. Yeah, they're not getting their fucking security deposit for this. This is crazy. How did? What the fuck?
Yes, so this is the good room.
What? No. What the literal fuck?
So I will.
What the hell?
I
is
will
going
say,
on?
Javier, in my season, when we filmed in
on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Like how did they even get stuff on the?
We were wondering this.
Welcome to the fish tank. Clean it up, little buddy.
I'm
JD. I'm gay.
Okay. Fuck. I gave a dono earlier that was ignored. Tariff Howler. Check out Tactics Ogre Reborn on stream if you haven't looked at it before. Maybe after Mugenics. No. But thank you for the suggestion. Lots of people suggested it. I shouldn't even be playing Mugenics, okay? I'm just waiting for my core case to end, okay? I shouldn't even be playing games. But thank you for the suggestion. I love you. Okay, where's the guy who tells me how to fix the volume thing on Twitter? Wait. Paste this into the console and reload the page. Oh, that's not the console. Fuck, how do I bring up the... console. Settings. Settings. Console. Okay, somebody said F12. Console. Don't paste code into the DevTools console that you don't understand. Shut the fuck up. Please type allow pasting. Oh my god. Undefined. Does it have to be on this? Undefined. What? Does anybody else have this issue where their Twitter gets stuck where they have no volume slider? It's so fucking annoying.
I don't think I lied about the post, and I'm the healer.
Elon must be targeting you specifically. True.
Of the nation. That's how. I don't think Trump lied about the post, and I'm not here to defend every action that he
You think he
makes.
thought he was
I want to tell you,
being a
so
doctor?
Trump didn't AI that photo. The original post was it Nick Adams who posted it originally? So he posted that many months ago, calling Trump the healer of the nation. Now I'm not crazy. I have eyes. I can see how people are like, oh, Trump is portraying himself as Jesus Christ. But A, he took it down. B, this isn't really that surprising to anyone. And C, that's not, if the person who created the photo is denying that,
Do you
I
find
don't
it
know
blasphemous?
who we are. Blasphemous?
Yeah.
If he was intentionally portraying himself as Jesus Christ,
He
I can
was,
understand.
But like, do you think he was portraying himself
I
as a
don't think
doctor?
so. Oh, as a healer of the nation? That's how. That's what
But
the
like,
guy who
what
created
doctor
it
like
said.
has glowing
I'm not
hands
sure
and
that
there's a
this
really
is
like
a
that? Like, if
story.
he can't identify that that looks like Jesus
Well, I
Christ,
think he
then
did,
I'm
and that's why
concerned
he
with
deleted
his.
it.
Even
She almost said it. Nice. Quick pause. Guess the lady in pink's age right now. Her?
Took it down. B.
Well, now that you've said that, it's obviously thrown me for a loop. My guess would be a very good-looking early 30s, 35.
Created the photo.
What's her name? Oh, wait, this is Emily
was
Austin.
the-
Wait, I think I know this person. Emily Austin age. She's 24. Holy shit. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Oh my god, bro. What the fuck are these people doing to them? You know, actually, I kind of like it. I kind of like it because it reminds me of the end of Inglourious Bastards, where they're like, you could take off the Nazi uniform, but these people, they're going to be identifiable forever. Jesus.
Denying that.
He was portraying himself
I
as a
don't think
doctor.
so.
Oh. Okay.
It's been compared to the
Shut up. A jury has found that Live Nation, the parent company to Ticketmaster, illegally monopolized the ticketing market. The judge will decide the remedy at a later date, including the potential of a breakup of the company. Really? Of all the monopolies to exist in our society right now, this is the one that we finally get a ruling on? Not Google, not Meta, but Ticketmaster. Thank God. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. Finally. How's our boy doing? How do you OD on meth at 20? How he's so young. What is he, 21? Clavicular age. 20. I heard it was GHB. Oh, okay, never mind. I don't know anything about GHB. Just kidding. GHB. Drug. Fuck, what can I feel like... Fuck! I feel like I can't trust anything ever that I watch about drugs. I feel like if I haven't done it myself, I just don't... I have no idea what to expect about it or what it does, because everything everybody says about drugs is so fucking stupid. What would age have to do with a percentage of overdose? I feel like amphetamines, I feel like you can do this for quite a while before you start to run into like big problems. Because like you build a tolerance to it over time and you've got to slowly up the dose. But I think to actually, I don't know, somebody can quote me on this, but I feel like to overdose on an amphetamine, I feel like you have had to have ramped your tolerance up quite a bit. You've had to take a lot. But maybe I'm over-indexing on how many people take shitty MDMA. I just know so many people who used to party every fucking weekend in the summer for raves and shit, and they do so much MDMA. It's crazy. So I feel like if you're ODing on uppers like this, you got to be doing so much, and it's got to be over such a long period of time. But I don't know 100% on that. But for GHB, for downer stuff, I think that's just a whole different ball game. I think I had a 22-year-old friend me and Melina had in California. I don't remember her name. She died on because she was one of those. She just got some Fent in her shit and just fucking died. Anytime a drug is killing young people, it's a very weird thing. We do a lot of weird like, oh, drugs, you'll die on meth and you'll die on alcohol will kill you and blah, blah. But like generally speaking, like especially if you're young and like if you don't have a pre-existing condition, you shouldn't really be dying, even abusing drugs, even abusing illegal drugs, even getting addicted to drugs. But when the Fent stuff started hitting the streets, that could kill you really fast. Even for young people with no pre-existing conditions who are healthy. It was just so potent. Not good. Not good. Groundhog getting his nails cut. People made it sound like it was easy to die on Molly at a festival, but even in Florida weather, it's never been that big of a deal unless you're an idiot and you've done like 3 caps at once. Yeah, or like you'll hear people, dude, if you look at the government's website, I think it still says this, MDMA risks. Didn't this used to be like on the federal? Oh, fuck. Like one of the risks of MDMA, I remember reading this on, I don't remember which site it was. I remember reading this on a government website where it's like one of the risks of MDMA is like HIV, because while you're on MDMA, you will take more risky sexual behavior. It's like, what the fuck are we saying here, bro? Are we serious right now? Like this is the most retarded shit I've ever read in my life. Seized MDMA in the U.S. is primarily manufactured in and smuggled across U.S. borders from clandestine laboratories in Canada and to a lesser extent the Netherlands. What the fuck? Clandestine laboratories have also been identified operating in the U.S. Where are those places at? Hell, just kidding. What are common street names? Listen, I'm not like a street drug person. I'm lucky because I can just tweet and ask people to tell me shit. But do people really say this? Yo, you got some Adam, bro? Yo, you got any lover speed? Do people say this stuff? I've heard E and ecstasy and X. I've seen XTC. Yo, you got any of that hug drug? I need some go, fam. I need some beans, bro. Can you drop me a bean? I've heard beans. Okay. I've never done mescaline before. MDMA produces both amphetamine-like stimulation and mild mescaline-like hallucinations. Damn, you must have some good shit. www.getsmartaboutdrugs.com. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hold on. Drug info. Consequences. Destiny, you are confusing epidemiological risk with individualized risk. The government is looking at risk at a population level. Your access and use of drugs differs from the majority of the population. Hey, thanks, dipshit. What I'm saying is that one of the issues with a lot of the drug talk that I received growing up, and that I'm sure a lot of people get, if you were ever part of the DARE generation, was we were basically told that every time you touch a fucking drug, it's going to soak through your skin and kill you. Okay? A little bit exaggerated, but it was insane how much bad information we got about drugs growing up. Danny's story. He says ketamine is just awful. It destroys your body so fast. Faster than any other drug. God damn. Gabby, after surviving multiple overdoses, an Austin teen hopes to raise awareness about underage triggers. Multiple overdoses, and she's a teen? God damn. I remember I tried to start watching Euphoria, and I think it was like fucking... Bro, I don't know if things have changed, or maybe I just don't remember, like, Degrassi or whatever, but I feel like back in my day, the teen shows, like the edgy teen shows, were like two guys were like gonna, or two, like a guy and a girl were gonna like smoke some weed and underage drink, and then they were gonna like have underage, like they were gonna have like sex without their parents knowing. And that was like, oh my god, they're high school, they're gonna have sex with each other and their parents don't know, she might get like pregnant. And then I think it's like episode 1 of Euphoria, Zendaya is like ODing on fentanyl, and I'm like, what the fuck? I felt like it was like so much more intense. I'm like, holy shit, she's at like some dude's house like ODing on fentanyl. I'm like, what the fuck? What are the kids doing today? Oh my god. Jesus. I don't know if it, maybe I just didn't watch all of the, maybe there were crazier teen shows when I was growing up, but I was like, why is this so fucking intense? I haven't seen this shit in my real life. I haven't had the most hardcore life, but oh my god. Euphoria isn't really a teen show. It's just set in a high school to give them a shared backstory place to hang out. Oh, okay. Jesus. God damn. Oh, is Euphoria HBO? Oh, maybe that's it too. It's just a different kind of... Did you see Skins UK? No, I feel like I have a vague recollection of that in my mind though. I feel like Skins was like for some reason, I don't know if I'm just saying that because we're having this conversation. I feel like Skins was like the first like edgy teen show or edgy high school show to come out. This is an older show, right? Am I making this up? Is it old? Like 15, 20 years old or something? 2007. That feel 20 years ago.
What is this, Yahoo News? I don't believe that.
No shot. Destiny, you could definitely never run for office. Let me now read these comments. I can run wherever the fuck I want to run. Every Gen Z potential candidate is going to be so fucked they run for office unless you're literally one of these high school debate club stiffs being groomed for public office since you were 12. Utah House Dem hopeful mocked sexual assault Mormons. A top Democrat running for an open congressional seat in Utah has authored a slew of offensive posts on internet forums denigrating Mormons and making crass jokes about women and sexual assault. Here's just a sampling of the post written more than a decade ago by Utah State Senator Nate Bluin. Bluin recommended buying a GoPro camera for filming porn with your underage sister. He repeatedly referred to people as cunts, used the word retarded, and threatened to skull fuck someone. Described the Church of the Latter-day Saints as a bunch of bigoted assholes with an ideology fostering ignorance and intolerance. Okay, that's not... LDS, LDS. This is like a Mormon. This looks like some heavy Mormon shit, bro. One pill can kill. Video lesson stimulants. Ooh. Also, this is true. Counterfeit pills are more lethal than ever before. DEA lab testing reveals that 5 out of every 10 pills with fentanyl contain a potentially lethal dose. Okay. The only safe medications are ones prescribed by a trusted medical professional and dispensed by a licensed pharmacist. Every retard that abuses downers, by the way, will tell you this. Every time you talk to some fucking downer-obsessed loser, and you're like, bro, do you want to do some mushrooms? And like, I don't trust that shit. I get all my Xans from a pharmacy, so I know they're safe. Okay, bro. Eat your bars. Okay, tell me how you're gonna kill me. Yes! This video lesson was produced by DEA and Discovery Education's Operation Prevention Program. Pay the fuck attention. You're gonna be quizzed on this, guys.
Look at the text I just sent your body. I like that. Give me that. I want more of that. That now. That now. That now. Annoying, aren't I? Well, I can't seem to help myself.
How does Fent kill you? The more that you take, the better you feel, and eventually you realize you will never feel that good again. So your body just ascends to the next dimension.
That's because you took stimulants, illegal drugs like cocaine and methamphetamine, or misused prescription drugs like Dexedrine, Adderall, or Ritalin. Stimulants are drugs that mess with the level of dopamine inside me.
What?
Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that helps control emotions and sensations like pleasure. If someone who isn't a doctor offers you this stuff, you're going to want to say, no thanks! Or even, I don't do drugs. Or say, what? Do you know what misusing stimulants can do to your body? They cause high blood pressure,
what?
Irregular heartbeat,
what?
And can put you at a higher risk for seizures or
what?
even a stroke.
What?
And what about what they do to me? Your brain? They don't just make me annoying. They can also cause paranoia or even psychosis. That's when I think I'm seeing or hearing things that aren't really happening.
Holy
Scary,
shit.
huh? And it's really easy to get hooked on them, so then I'm asking for more and more and more and more of the stuff.
Ah, the spider!
So if you want to get high on life, do this. Or
climb Mount Everest and die?
this. Or this. But please don't do stimulants. Not if you care about your body and your brain. We're a part of you. Why would you want to hurt us?
Okay. Sorry, somebody asked for dying on, when you say CNS depressant, that's what fentanyl is considered as well, right? All depressants are CNS depressants. The way that downers typically kill you is they relax everything in your body, including your muscles. And so it helps you calm down, it helps you feel chill, it helps you feel cool. But the way that you breathe is by the contraction of your diaphragm. It pulls down, and then your lungs suck in air. But sometimes your body can be so relaxed that your diaphragm doesn't have the necessary strength or whatever anymore to breathe. So you just kind of like stop breathing. But because you're kind of like so chilled and calmed down, you just basically lay there, and then you start suffocating, and then you die. Rip. Not good. But this is one of the reasons why I always push back on the George Floyd shit, because people were saying that he was dying of a fent overdose. And it's like, when you die of a fent overdose, you're not like screaming, I can't breathe! I can't breathe! Like, I think generally you're just kind of like chilled out, and then you're dead. Actually, I don't know. Oh, because they were doing heroin, right, for Jane and Jesse? Wait, was that intentional? Jesse and Jane? Their names? No, opioids reduce the breathing impulse from the brainstem. It doesn't relax the muscles, you just forget to breathe. Wait, is that true? I thought that it was a, I thought that everything became so relaxed. Or maybe the relaxing is... Actually, that probably makes more sense. Do your muscles actually lose? Let's check. One of the ways is that your diaphragm relaxes and you get saliva in your lungs and it leads to sepsis. Oh yeah, you have like a really complicated, or maybe not super, kind of complicated system of keeping saliva and stuff out of your bronchial. What the fuck is the thing? Your breathing tube or whatever. You have like a whole bunch of stuff that closes and opens and everything that's kind of carefully regulated. And when that starts to get fucked up, you can get weird infections, bacterial infections, and pneumonias and stuff. One of the is it trachea? Is that the first thing that connects? I think the most common way that you die when you have neurodegenerative diseases, so like Alzheimer's disease, is when you start to lose motor control of your body. When you lose the ability to finally control the muscles in your throat, you start to develop a whole bunch of pneumonia-like infections, and then eventually those kill you because you can't swallow your saliva properly. How do you die? Fentanyl overdose. Oh, this guy will tell us. Wait, okay. We'll put him over here. Gay Men Sexual Health Alliance. Gay guys should know what drugs do. Fuck, I don't trust it. Okay. Oh, steroids. Oh, marijuana. We gotta see what happened to Clavicular. What are these guys What you describe about not being able to swallow your saliva is called the death rattle because of the sound you make trying to breathe. Is that true? I thought what you're describing is called agonal breathing. I thought that was something a little different. But maybe that is the same thing? This guy's fucking zen the fuck out, dude. It's an abnormal involuntary pattern of gasping or labored breaths that typically occurs during a life-threatening medical emergency, such as cardiac arrest. It is not true breathing, but a brainstem reflex triggered when the brain is deprived of oxygen. Oh. Uh-oh. How these people were able to rebrand as leftists escapes me. Uh-oh. SeanDaBlack. Uh-oh. Wow, Salo, thank you for celebrating a 31-month Kick subscription, buddy. This article on Hassan's reach seems like really poor research slop. Clips are no longer the byproduct of the main product. They're the main product. No matter the size of the show, they drive the ultimate reach. Jesus Christ. One of the things that people say, I feel like I was vindicated on this. People are very recent when it comes to media and news stuff. There was a long time where, I remember you guys were saying this, that like Fuentes was on the verge of taking over the entirety of the Republican Party. And it's like, no, he's just getting a ton of coverage right now, but I think people are grossly overestimating his popularity. I think a similar thing is happening to Hassan too. I do think the left flank is like a significant threat to the Democratic Party because it's hurting our ability to find our identity. And it is a growing movement. But this idea that, you know, because something gets shown in the media, and then it gets shown over and over and over again, people are like, holy shit, like 80% of the Conservative Party are groypers, or half the Democratic Party are socialists or whatever. We just suffer from recentism, like, very much, I think. It also depends on what types of clips are going viral too. Because for Fuentes, he has a lot of stuff that'll go viral that's not really about his political ideology. And I don't know if that like serves him much in terms of gaining politically astute viewers. Like, or people that are interested in him for his politics. Like, there's going to be a different effect. I have clips that will go viral related to some debate event sometimes, which is like good for me. Like, I appreciate that. Or I think it's good because it spreads my political ideology. But one of my most viral things over the past like year and a half was a lot of like, so every now and then I'll just see like an Aegon, Chalacrian, whatever bullshit clip that will be on Instagram or on TikTok, and it'll have like 2 million views. And so it's cute, it's nice, but it's not like, this is not like, oh my God, like these people are becoming Destiny fans or whatever. It's just an entertaining clip. I feel like most of the stuff, I've really never been recommended Fuentes clips on any of my platforms, but when I do see something, it's usually just him like saying the N-word or being edgy or funny or whatever, you know? It's not like, oh my God, they're all being converted into hardcore gripers or something.
I never give Fuentes clips either.
Me neither. I think I've gotten like 1 or 2 in my life on Instagram.
Yeah, on Instagram, I was deep in the gamer.
Same. Even like racist and political stuff, and I never got. Yeah,
oh yeah.
So I don't know. Clavicular's team carried him out of a Miami nightclub. Do you get the racist Joker guy clips? I don't know. Every single clip I've ever gotten of him, I think he's supposed to be really racist, but every clip I've gotten of him is him being like wholesome. It'll be like him on Omegle, and then like a bunch of kids will show up and he'll be like, hey, you guys need to stay in school or whatever. And people are like, oh my God, he can be so wholesome. Those are the only fucking clips I've ever gotten of the supposedly the racist Joker guy. So I don't know. I assume that he's normally racist, but. Rip. Well, I agree with you broadly. What do you think is causing these people to be the ones that show up to debate you at events? Many are just straight up gripers, and you had that one Hassan fan. He lied he wasn't. That got into a fight with you at one event. Well, I mean, like, extremists are more likely to debate. Young people are more likely to be extreme. But also, like, think about where we're at in the political climate today. The center left has no defense, and people on the right can't go onto adversarial platforms, right? Like, you saw that, like, I've had a few debates recently. I think 2. Who was the other one? I just debated that CJ guy. Oh, I debated that other guy on Modern Day Debate. Bro, if you actually want to try to have a real conversation defending the Trump shit, you're fucked. Like, we can literally hop into any area that you want to talk about, and you will just be eviscerated on the record. Everything is indefensible. You want to talk about guns and gun control? Trump banned bump stocks. You want to talk about, the economy? Trump has, basically net zero job creation and is fighting with the Fed and the Office of Bureau Statistics, labor statistics to not publish the numbers anymore because he worries they're so bad. You want to talk about the tariffs? Like, it's a new tax on Americans that aren't even creating more manufacturing jobs. You want to talk energy? Biden was already a net exporter of energy. All Trump has done is increase the cost of gas. We're approaching the historic highs that Biden had in 2022 for no reason. Like, on every single, you want to talk about on every single topic, it's impossible. There's just no way. So it's not surprising that those are the only people that would show up. Yeah.
Can't even do the religion topics either.
Yeah,
Trump
Jesus.
Himself as Jesus. Like,
yeah,
you
it's
can't
impossible.
even fall back.
I feel like clips as a whole are overrated in influence. Everyone sees so many of them that they don't really have a lot of staying power. Yeah, that's always, like, again, this is one of the reasons why I get annoyed with people who don't understand these environments as much. I guess I benefit. No, I don't. Never mind, because nobody cares about who knows what. But I was going to say there's a benefit if you've been in these spaces for a long time. You have a more sophisticated understanding of how the ecosystem works. So that makes it really annoying when other people are trying to analyze, like, what's going on. But, like, I don't know why I open Paint. Like 10,000 concurrent viewers on YouTube is worth more than, 100,000 viewers on every Instagram reel or TikTok clip, or more than 500,000 views on every reel or clip, unless you're posting like 20 clips a day. Like, there's different levels of engagement from different types of audiences. You'd rather have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube than 500,000 followers on, on TikTok or whatever. You'd rather have, it's all different. But people just do like these one-to-one overlap numbers. Yeah. So thank you for talking about the importance of getting proper sleep. I'm currently at a sleep lab hooked up to like 50 electrodes and sensors monitoring my sleep. I'm getting a CPAP machine. Wow, good job, buddy.
Welcome to the CPAP crew, brother.
Now you just need to get Vosh to join.
What? There's no horses at a sleep lab.
Good one. Apparently Vosh is like desperately in need of a CPAP machine, but he just doesn't like to wear it. So his audience was like going back and forth on him hugely.
Really? It's not bad at all. You just put the fucking mask on the bag.
Yeah.
590,000.
He got real mad. And his audience got real mad. What if you literally can't pay it back?
Can't pay what back?
I don't know.
$1,000. That is the total amount of money the user creates_profit took out for his education. By the looks of it, his first payment was $50, which another user commented only covers 32 seconds of interest. He is memeing, but how much interest actually accrues on a loan this big? Federal student loans, similar to car loans, accrue interest daily, which means every single day the loans aren't paid off.
Wait, why is this blowing up right now, or what are we... Why am I watching this?
The amount he owes will grow. His interest rate ranges from 3.4 and to 9.08%.
God damn.
So we'll have a range in our answer.
Hold on, wait, I'm sorry, I need to finish it. Why do we have $590,000 in student loans? What the fuck?
$590,000. That is the total amount of money the user creates_profit took out for his education. By the looks of it, his first payment was $50, which another user commented
I can
only
see
covers
for med school.
No.
But that's it.
Even average cost of finishing med school. I wonder what is our total cost? The total cost to finish medical school for 4 years, including tuition fees and living expenses, is $230,000 to $370,000. I have no clue what the fuck is happening with this guy. This guy probably spent 5 years to get a teaching degree or some retarded shit and did, yeah. That doesn't count the undergrad. Average cost of undergrad degree. $108,000 to $234,000, assuming you're doing tuition fees and on-campus housing. So your biggest estimates, if you combine both, 500,000-ish, 600,000, I guess. If you're literally borrowing on every single thing and you're doing like private out of state on every single thing. I mean, I guess if you want to loan max and tuition max, I guess you could.
32 seconds of interest. He is memeing, but how much interest actually accrues on a loan this big? Federal student loans, similar to car loans, accrue interest daily, which means every single day the loans aren't paid off, the amount he owes will grow. His interest rate ranges from 3.4 and to 9.08%, so we'll have a range in our answer. On the low end, if you use the compounding interest formula and plug in these numbers for a year, you'll owe $20,000 more just in interest. On the high end, you could owe $56,000. To put that into perspective, that's more money burned on just interest than the median income for an individual in the United States. If you ever intended on paying these loans off, your monthly payments would grow even higher. An extended repayment plan typically lasts 25 years, so under the best interest rates, your monthly payments come out to nearly $3,000, and under the worst interest rates, as high as $5,000 a month. We haven't figured out how to garnish 100% of your wages yet, so let's break down a reasonable budget required to pay this off. For simplicity's sake, we'll average the rate and monthly cost at $4,000 a month. $4,000 a month turns to $48,000 a year. That's after tax, so pre-tax you're looking at something around $60,000 a year, depending on your state. And that's just for the loan. Now we need to cover food and shelter. Assuming your college education was done somewhere here, your median rent for a studio apartment is around $1,500. Groceries on a very thrifty budget runs you $300. We'll pretend you have a paid-off car, but gas and insurance adds another $575 a month. Speaking of insurance, health insurance will run you $500 once you get off your mom's plan. If your employer covers it, it'll be closer to
insurance $575?
And maintenance, they said. That's got to include car payment too or something, no?
Well, he said not including car payment. That's insane.
What are you spending $600 a month for on your car?
$1,000 a year, depending on your state.
That's a lot of oil changes.
And that's just for the loan. Now we need to cover budget runs you $300. We'll pretend you have a paid-off car, but gas and insurance adds another $575 a month.
Oh, gas and insurance? I guess if you commute a lot? And if you have like full coverage insurance, maybe?
Speaking of insurance, health insurance will run you $500 once you get off your mom's plan. If your employer covers it, it'll be closer to $100.
I don't know the answer. Is the average insurance for a healthy a healthy young person $500 a month for health insurance? Is there a way to look this up? Average insurance cost, healthy young person.
Any fellow Canadians here?
Individual plans can range from 327 to 428, from bronze to silver. God damn. Are you getting fucking hand jobs with that? What the fuck? Fuck that. $300 a month for health insurance. Bro, I'm never... Well, now I wouldn't care.
What do you mean you
Never.
wouldn't care?
I would never. Well, because now I'm too rich to even have health insurance. I just do. I would just kill myself. I'm trying to think if I would ever have. There's just no world in my early 20s where I ever would pay that much for health insurance. That's another car. I could have 2 cars. What am I going to do? Get sick? $300 a month. Fuck that. Yeah, and that's probably with like a fucking $5 million deductible. That's when you break your leg and you go to the hospital and they're like, here's the ambulance bill, $1,000. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And like, here's some pain medication. It normally costs $200, but since we gave it to you in the emergency room, it's $7,000. Ooh, ooh. And it's like, okay, what does insurance cover? Well, they will cover 100% of the costs once you reach your $5 million deductible. And also, we brought you in at 10 p.m. on the 31st of December. So because the cutoff was at midnight, all of the old thing was on last year's deductible. So now all their new charges. I don't know. Fuck all that shit. Jesus Christ.
$100 a month. Am I missing anything? Hopefully not. Because your monthly maintenance...
I'd rather die.
to just exist comes out to nearly $7,000 a month, meaning after tax, your minimum salary on a beans and toast diet is $105,000 a year. Now, hopefully, if you're in this much debt, you've gotten a degree in a field that will earn you significantly more. But even if that's the case, it might not be enough. Meet Mike Meru, a 45-year-old orthodontist who currently owes over $1 million in student loans. In 2018, he was one of 101 other adults who owed over $1 million.
What?
He owes $1 million in student loans? What the fuck?
Wait, fuck. Hold on. Let me rewatch. Sorry, I'm getting triggered by chat. You reduce the cost by like 60% with advanced tax credits. We make less money. 300 is when you make 60 to 80K or something, depending on the insurance. Well, I also wonder, is this like insurance that you buy from the marketplace? I wonder if work insurance is cheaper. Back when I had traditional work, you always got insurance through your job, which still kind of sucked, but it was nowhere near as cancer AIDS as this. I don't know if these, if the marketplace plans are like average costs, or if your work insurance is generally going to be a lot cheaper. I have no idea. My guess is hopefully it would be way cheaper, but I've never bought... I don't know if I was in traditional jobs once the ACA marketplace stuff started to become popular. In my experience, work insurance is cheaper, but it's ass/expensive still. Just nowhere near that. Okay. My work insurance is $80 a month for top tier, and the next guy said, my insurance through work is $400 a month. Damn. Do Americans include dental insurance when health insurance is talked about? No. Dental and vision is always separate.
Duh.
Now, hopefully, if you're in this much debt, you've gotten a degree in a field that will earn you significantly more. But even if that's the case, it might not be enough. Meet Mike Meru, a 45-year-old orthodontist. You've gotten a degree in a field that will earn you significantly more. But even if that's the case...
Recently released data from the Education Department showed that by the end of the year, 7%... Okay, this headline doesn't really talk about that at all, but...
it might not be enough. Meet Mike Meru, a 45-year-old orthodontist who currently owes over $1 million in student loans. In 2018, he was one of 101 other adults who owed over $1 million on their loans.
Okay, well, that obviously sounds exceptional. There's only 101 adults that owe this much money, right?
Who currently owes over $1 million in student loans. In 2018, he was one of 101 other adults who owed over $1 million on their loans. During the duration of his education, he accumulated over $600,000 of debt to keep himself in school. In the subsequent years, due to interest accumulation and fees, that number balloons to well over 7 figures.
Okay.
Studied to become an orthodontist, and since graduation landed a job that earns him $225,000 per year. That income, after taxes, comes out to roughly $13,000 per month. However, the monthly minimum payment on his student loans comes out to over $10,000 per month, nearly 80% of his take-home income. Realistically, there is no way you can pay back these loans, but there are 2 solutions. The first solution is to die. Federal student loans are discharged upon death, so don't sweat it. Private student loans can be carried to your cosigner, spouse, or estate.
I would just keep going to school. Fuck it. You just keep getting more loans.
But it's also like, this is such a stupid analysis of like, nobody does any good analysis on anything. It's always like, I'm going to analyze things
hitting an outlier here.
From the worst. Yeah, the biggest outlier is when the people on both sides of an issue, they're always looking at like the biggest outliers. Like, oh, you want to talk about welfare? Well, let's talk about Taniqua, who has 7 cars, 15 children, 12 felony convictions, and is addicted to crack cocaine. And it's like, Jesus Christ, like, bro, I have a story with her in the Daily Mail about it, actually. It's like, okay.
And those cars are all Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, true.
offer, you're dead, so don't stress about it. The second solution is an income-driven repayment plan. Instead of paying monthly minimums, you pay based on a percentage of your take-home income. You'll never actually repay your loans this way because your payments likely won't cover the interest accruing, but that doesn't matter because after 20 to 25 years, the remaining loan balance is forgiven. Technically, it will come back to bite you under income tax because a loan you never paid off is considered income, but it does solve your insurmountable debt problem. If you don't like those solutions, here's how much you'd have to earn as an orthodontist to pay off your loans within 25 years. $10,500 is your starting number. Mike has a wife and kids, so he'll need a 2-bedroom apartment close to work. Average 2-bedroom rent in this area is around $2,000 a month. A low-cost grocery plan for a family with kids comes to over $1,000 a month. Again, paid off car will assume your insurance and gas stays the same at $575 a month. Since this job likely comes with benefits, your health insurance premium for the family would be around $6,000 a year or $524 a month. And even though we're living very frugally, anything can happen between the kids and the spouse, so let's set aside another $200 a month for any miscellaneous expenses that we're not accounting for. With your monthly necessities just around $15,000, that puts your gross pre-tax income at $250,000 a year, $250,000. This is not a comfortable lifestyle either. Every dollar you earn goes towards your debt and necessities. No discretionary spending, no savings, no vacations, no opportunity to move up without compound.
What is going on here?
Hold on, after 20 to 25 years, the remaining loan balance is forgiven. Technically, it will come back to bite you under income tax because a loan you never paid off is considered income, but it does solve your insurmountable debt problem. If you don't like those solutions, here's how much you'd have to earn as an orthodontist to pay off your loans within 25 years. $10,500 is your starting number. Mike has a wife and kids, so he'll need a 2-bedroom apartment close to work. Average 2-bedroom rent in this area is around $2,000 a month. A low-cost grocery plan.
Wait, I don't like that. Hold on. This is based on Mike's student loan, right?
Yep.
He's saying, because I don't like that he switched. There was a little tricky plate in here, right? This is how much you would need to earn as an orthodontist to pay off like your student loans or whatever. But it's not as an orthodontist. It's for Mike, who for some reason has $1 million in fucking student loan debt. This is not like the average case at all, but
to solve your insurmountable debt problem. If you don't like those solutions, here's how much you'd have to earn as an orthodontist to pay off your loans within 25 years. $10,500 is your starting number. Mike has a wife and kids, so he'll need a 2-bedroom apartment close to work. Average 2-bedroom rent in this area is around $2,000 a month. A low-cost grocery plan for a family with kids comes to over $1,000 a month. Again, paid off car will assume your insurance and gas stays the same at $575 a month. Since this job likely comes with benefits, your health insurance premium for the family would be around $6,000 a year or $524 a month. And even though we're living very frugally, anything can happen between the kids and the spouse, so let's set aside another $200 a month for any miscellaneous expenses that we're not accounting for. With your monthly necessities just around $15,000, that puts your gross pre-tax income at $250,000 a year, $250,000. This is not a comfortable lifestyle either. Every dollar you earn goes towards your debt and necessities. No discretionary spending, no savings, no vacations, no opportunity to move up without earning significantly more money, which is tough because the median orthodontist only earns $230,000 a year. You'd likely have to own your own practice to become a high-earning orthodontist.
like, why are we looking at what the median orthodontist earns to see if they can pay off like one of the top 101 owners of debt for student loans in the entire United States, you know?
More money, which is tough because the median orthodontist only earns $230,000 a year. You'd likely have to own your own practice to become a high-earning orthodontist, which
also, yeah, wait, is his fucking wife working? What the fuck?
With its own slew of challenges and, more importantly, debt. But there is one more trick we could.
Wait!
You have to own your own practice to become a high.
Not from this angle, but from this angle?
Oh.
Yes.
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia,
yes.
Mac?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For sure.
Thank you. All right, guys. He's on his orthodontist scam.
Slew of challenges and, more importantly, debt. But there is one more trick we can try, and that's to simply not pay it back. If you don't make a payment on your loans for 270 days, your federal student loans go into default. This doesn't absolve you of your debt, but it does put you in contact with the default resolution group. They'll basically nudge you to try to make any sort of payment on your loans. If you don't pay for 360 days, that's when the government will begin to garnish your wages and withhold your tax refunds. Getting your wages garnished sounds scary, but what they don't tell you is that the amount they garnish is capped at a maximum of 15% of your post-tax paycheck. So on a 100K salary, 26% gets eaten by taxes, and the remaining $74,000 gets an additional $11,000 taken out. So what really happens when you can't pay? Well, your credit will be screwed up for life, so don't expect a car loan.
This guy shouldn't pay. Fuck it.
Are they really capped on wage garnishments at 15%? Is that true?
Mortgage anytime in your lifetime. And on top of the 25 or 30% your income gets taxed at, you'll get another 15% tax as a penalty for the rest of your life. You could live luxuriously in high-rise student living lofts with a couple roommates all the way through your bachelor's and master's. But by the time you're around 26, your lifestyle will be permanently over. Maybe the loans we took were the friends we made along the way.
Okay.
All right, well.
Lesson of the story, don't take out $1 million in student loan debt.
Or do it and just don't pay it back. Can you download that video?
No, I would never. What's the median debt for U.S. college students? Didn't you research this a while ago? If you have student loans, so this isn't even for all students, so the ones with student loans, I believe, it might have gone up over the last couple of years, but I believe the median debt is $26,000 is the median. But everybody pretends it's like the average is like $500,000 or whatever. Like this guy in chat, you can't get a decent job in America anymore without $500,000 plus in student loans. Like, Jesus. Do you think the ROI on degrees has gone up or gone down over time, including the debt? I don't know. My guess is it's probably hard to measure because it's probably separating out a bit based on what industry you go into. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if the tech-related degrees are kind of pulling away more and more from median earnings for other degrees just because of all the AI shit and everything now, would be my guess.
All right, gonna go try and dye my hair again. Be back
What
later.
happened?
What do you mean? The 20 degree or whatever one wasn't enough, so we're going again.
Damn, good luck. The problem, too, with the degrees pulling off for the tech people earning more is there's a ton of retards that exist, especially because you guys are all young and retarded, that say shit like this. Destiny, tech salaries have been gradually coming down since 2023. Yeah, after what? Being dramatically fucking overinflated for 4 or 5 years? Okay, chief. God, I love it. Every time there are tech layoffs, when you see me late to stream, check your fucking Wall Street Journal reports for the day. NVIDIA or whoever else just did big layoffs, I'm coming 20 million times. Every single time I see tech layoffs, oh, I'm fucking coming everywhere. Hell yeah, I love it. These fucking 23-year-old kids are like, I can't even find a job anymore without 250K total compensation. I feel like I'm fucking dying, man. I just got fucking laid off from my remote job at Amazon that I was moonlighting while also remote working for 3 other places. I don't even know what the fuck I'm gonna also, and these people aren't even poor. They don't even spend their money because they just stay at home all day and they fucking jerk off on Discord and play fucking RuneScape and League of Legends too. So they're not even like, they're like, the only reason why tech people even need a high total compensation is so that they can brag about it to other tech users in Discord. Like, that's the issue. Like, these people, if their pay drops, the big detriment to their life is the loss of bragging rights against other STEM losers, not even STEM, other tech computer people on fucking Twitter or Discord. Just kidding. The moment Clavicular overdosed on stream.
Holy me. Dude.
Oh my god, is that Chad Darius? Wait, what did he do? Hold on. Oh, there it is.
Holy me. Dude.
Does anybody know how old are these two guys?
How do you feel?
Okay, nobody knows. Gotcha.
When did you last take blue? You want natty? You want natty?
I feel like, no, I'm not like a, I don't know if I would say I'm an advanced drug user, but I've used drugs, okay? Some recreational drugs, okay? I don't know if I would say I'm an advanced drug user, but I feel like it's just a feeling, okay? So, take it with a grain of salt. When you get to the point where you have to start using recreational drugs to counter the effects of other recreational drugs you're taking, I feel like you've gone too far. Now, not an advanced druggie, okay? I'm just saying from a casual recreational drug perspective, I feel like when you get to the point where some drugs are fucking you so much, like, oh fuck, I gotta get something else. I feel like we're kind of Wolf of Wall Streeting a little bit is too far. It's a little bit too far, okay? When you have to start doing mental math on like how much cocaine did I do, how many addies do I need, and then if I have this many shots, I can do this many pills. Like when you have to start like figuring all that shit out, I think you've taken a wrong turn.
Is there a trash can around here? I'm 5. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Sorry. I'm trying my best to lock in, but I'm a little destroyed right now.
It's like 5 hour energy. I don't know what the fuck 5 hour energy is. Is it just caffeine? I don't know.
From Brazil.
Brazil.
I'm Brazil. I'm speaking English also, but what's your question?
You speak Portuguese?
Yeah.
Portuguese.
Holy shit, dude. I'm trying my best, but fucking destroyed right now. Alright, have a good rest of your day. Take care.
Oh, thank you.
Holy fuck. Oh my god.
You're Brazilian, bro. That was all you.
Yeah,
bro. That was all
dude.
you Brazilian.
Boo.
That was 10 out of 10. Stacy, Brazilian.
Okay.
You should get her number.
I need
You should get her
water?
number.
I also, just as a casual drug user, but I understand I'm a little unique here because I don't even like to go to parties or whatever. And I know some people do drugs and party. But I can get, even though I wouldn't do it myself, I can understand taking drugs to go party. I have no idea why you would take drugs and then go just like out like this. That's crazy to me. Why would you want to be fucked up in public like this? No, I just like, is this fun? This just seems wild. Unless you like are explicitly and specifically wanting the experience of like, I want to try and get fucked up and like walk around and do stuff or whatever. I don't know. That's.
Holy fuck. What's up, man? How are you? What's up, man? Holy fuck. What's it say? 100%. Get some pussy.
Dude, I'm trying to cold approach like you.
Alright.
Thank you.
Take care.
He says the drugs make him act neurotypical in public. Okay, that's kind of scary, but.
Nice to meet you. How are you, man? What's up, brother?
Thank you, bro. I appreciate
Oh my
you.
god. Alright, take care, bro.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Can you take it?
Can I take it? Sorry, I can't even. I'm absolutely gone. Holy fuck.
Oh shit. Thank
Holy
you.
shit. Take care. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm having a great time right now. Oh my god. Holy shit. Let me go sit somewhere. What's up, guys? Where's somewhere I can sit down for a second? Oh yeah, upstairs? Oh my god. Oh fucking hell. Oh my god, man. Holy fuck.
Does nobody fucking notice? Well, it's all public, so they're all probably feeling awkward anyway. It's also important to know the what do you call it? It wouldn't be half-life. I don't know, like your come up times and everything on drugs too, because you can take a thing and know if you're gonna get more fucked up or if you're kind of like coming down. Like it's important to know that stuff as well, especially if you're doing multiple drugs. And then there are some drugs that like mix and do weird things in the body. Like I think doesn't like cocaine and alcohol create another really potent thing in the bloodstream? Like be careful for all of that shit too. Onset, peak, and duration. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I'm having a good time. Holy Oh my god, yeah. No, I'm having a good time.
Is his stance that he doesn't care about his body or that he can handle it? My guess is going to be like most young men. He's just not thinking long-term about his health, especially if you're in your kind of like, I mean, if he's like a looks maxer and he's trying to optimize for the way that he looks and the way he socially functions right now. I think it's pretty rare that those people are thinking like, what's my life going to look like after 50 or 60, you know, or even like my 30s or whatever else, because you can endure a lot of short-term abuse when it comes to drugs. Like it's pretty rare. Unless you're big on the downer shit and you get into your fentanyl stuff, it's pretty rare that it's going to actually kill you or fuck you up like permanently or hardcore as a young person. So people go a little bit hard on it.
Holy fuck. Yeah, let me go sit somewhere. Holy fuck. Let's go sit down right here. Oh yeah?
Damn. Also, if I'm having like a bad time, although I just don't, I've never done, well, besides alcohol, I don't do downers. I can't imagine like going into like a loud fucking bar with lights and music. That would drive me crazy. I would need to be outside or away the fuck from everything. But I can't even imagine what's going on in this guy's head right now.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy fuck.
He's talking to two Matt in his head. Jesus.
How fucked are you?
What?
How fucked up are you?
Dude, I'm gone.
Like some water, ice water.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, I was late
Drink a little water here. Drink a little water.
Holy fuck.
Bro, imagine having the worst trip in your life and someone's there to film it. True. That would be really horrible, right? Destiny, the guy in the middle is 25. Oh, gotcha.
Holy me. Dude.
Did they say what he took? I don't know if we have a full catalog of what he's had so far.
How do you feel?
Destiny, that, and he knows a lot of what I'd call amateur pharmacology. There's a mind virus with drug enthusiasts where if they learn a critical mass of proper chemical names for drugs and neurotransmitters, they think they see the Matrix. Oh, maybe. People maybe who've just taken, they learn the chemicals and maybe, yeah, I don't know. You can overestimate your confidence on things. But other people, I don't know, whatever. Listen, careful. Drugs can be bad for you. Why do you like Clavicular? I don't know if I'd say I like Clavicular, but I usually like people, or I think that people with their own thought processes are interesting. I think he's kind of his own person. But I mean, he's got an interesting life. You have to consider this guy went from being, you know, from 14 to 19, like taking a cocktail of drugs to pursue some ultra exaggerated version of the thing that he finds really important that if you're older, you're going to see as not being necessarily as important. And then he's doing this to the detriment of his future self. And then all of it is being recorded and blown up socially. I mean, it's an interesting journey at the very least, right?
When did you last take blue?
Have you ever watched Final Fantasy Advent Children? These guys look like if Z's was Sephiroth and they were all Z's fragments. Okay.
You want natty? You want natty?
Like that, in my opinion, that's crazy. I think it would be more like, do you want some water? do you need a drink of water? And then depending on what you took, do we need to get some fucking Narcan or call an ambulance? Like, Jesus, that's wild in my opinion. God damn.
You want an addy?
But I don't know how all these recreational drugs interact with each other. So maybe that is like a standard. I have no idea. He's fine now, right? Yeah, I think he's recovering or whatever, or he's out of the hospital. I don't think he's in the hospital anymore. L, is this the guy? L backseat gestures. I hadn't seen him in this state before, and he went from speaking to being fairly unresponsive in mere seconds. Within a minute, we all realized the situation, turned the stream off, picked him up, and rushed him to the hospital. I haven't received an update, but that's likely a good thing, and the acute respiratory depression window should already be over with. And you guys should realize that stimulants can attenuate respiratory depression in some cases, but I didn't push for it once I realized he was unresponsive. Like, if you really, really, really know your shit, then maybe this is true and you can start mixing shit. But the only thing I'd be careful of is that, like, I'll take anything I say with a grain of salt. Just be careful on everything. Like, I feel like there are a lot of effects that drugs can have where, like, the effect can look like this, where it's like where it's like, oh, if you take like a drug at like a certain dose, it can have like this feeling. But like past that, or combined with anything else, it can like fuck you up. So again, I don't have any personal experience with fentanyl, but like I've heard for opiates that like a very, very, very small dose of an opiate can actually have you feeling like a little bit like buzzed and like energized, and you actually like are more social or whatever, and then you take a little bit more and now you're like, which is actually, it's the true of alcohol, right? I think if you drink a little bit, you know, it's a CNS depressant and all that. But if you have like a shot or two, I don't think you're like fading away. You got like a buzz. You feel good. You're a little bit more social. Then that makes you more energized. But then if you take too much, you can like crash hardcore. So I don't know how amphetamines or whatever else would interact with anything else going on, or if it could compound and cause a whole bunch of other problems. I don't know why I'm saying this a million times. Be careful trying to treat fucking health issues with the cocktail of recreational drugs that you have on you is probably never a good idea. That'd be my guess. Based. Holy shit. Is that a MAGA person in chat? Bro, get this guy to the White House stat. HumanZoo888 on YouTube said, Addy is short for water with an additive like liquid IV or something. That's what I call a good friend. God damn. Clavicular's friend Androgenic reveals the pentastack looks maxers he used to stream. Adderall, DXM, ketamine, BDO, and pregabalin. Pregabalin? I've only done one of these. Jesus.
What's pentastack? So right now, pentastack is Adderall, DXM, ketamine, BDO.
No, not
which is prodrug
BDO.
of GHB,
It's 5-hour energy.
and pregab. Thank you.
What does it taste like, Ann?
Do you really feel all of these together? Like, I candy flipped once in my life, which I thought was cool. I don't know if I would ever do it again, though, because I like doing LSD in a video game, and I really like doing MDMA in a video game. Doing them together was really intense, and it was a unique, fun experience, I guess, but I can't imagine doing like 3, 4, 5 drugs at once. Do you really feel like you're getting a unique effect combining all of these things? I don't know. That's... maybe? Jesus, that's crazy to me. You're just an L-boomer jester. You don't know shit, rookie. True. Based. King. TikTok streamer beats the crap out of a random guy who interrupted the stream. Oh my god. Do you remember the small time period where there were like NPC TikTok streamers? Do those guys still exist? Hold on. Got it. Jesus.
Motherfucker touching my motherfucking jaw though.
Brother.
What you really are? Like, I'm really
Why are you
feeling like
coming
it
up
was-
to me,
I'm really feeling like it was you though.
Brother,
I'm really feeling like it was
just back
you
the
though.
fuck off,
I'm
One of the Spider-Man NPC guys literally killed himself 2 weeks ago. Is that true?
really feeling like it was you though. Like,
Brother.
what's up, bro? Like, you ain't even know me, bro. I was really on some school. You ain't even know me, bro. I was really on some school.
Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck? What? Dude, is this real? Holy shit. This guy's like a fucking half-foot shorter than this dude too. What the
You
fuck?
ain't even know me, bro. I was really on some...
I wonder if is the black dude drunk? He sounds kind of weird.
Like, you ain't even know me, bro.
God damn. He's on a pentastack as well, I guess. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm seeing...
I'm sorry, it's not funny. Did you see Sneeko get fucked up? Wait, what? Sneeko got beaten up? Wait, really? One of the most famous streamers on the internet got into a fight yesterday? No, Fishbomb, can you link? I haven't heard about this at all. Link where? Johnny Somali found guilty of all charges as South Korea sentenced a streamer to prison with labor. What does it mean when they say that? Because it sounds like fucking like breaking rocks or whatever. Or does it just mean you work like a job? Printing license plates. Is that really done by people now? In his penultimate court appearance, Somali upset the judge by claiming the law was unfair because another Korean streamer, Bong Bong, shared the same deepfake videos he had and wasn't facing consequences for it. The prosecution, meanwhile, recommended 3 years in prison with hard labor for the American, causing Somali's mother to file a petition asking for leniency. Like, what does hard labor or prison mean? That seems crazy. Is there a video on this covered by somebody who's not the legal mindset guy who's obsessed with Johnny? Somali will reportedly be given going to a specialized labor prison where his phone will be confiscated and he will receive offender status.
By the way, everyone said this guy was gonna get like 50 fucking years in prison, and he got fucking 6 months.
Damn. I mean, it's still pretty bad,
streamers
but
are up.
Oh,
He's gonna do
yeah,
that shit
really?
again, isn't he? I feel like people are like hyping up like how hard Asian countries go.
Maybe. Well, also, I think the main person that covers Somali's prison stuff is the legal mindset guy, and there's a lot of reasons for him to be super unhinged. One is because I think that legal mindset guy is slightly schizo, or is like bipolar or something. 2, Johnny Somali's black. 3, Johnny Somali's a very fucking hateable person. 4, legal mindset is a sex tourist who goes to these countries to pick up women that can't speak the language and shit. So to have like another person coming to some of these countries to like fuck shit up. Although I don't know if you would typically do this in like Korea though. But I think people that like go on the whole sex tourism racket, they love Asian countries because they constantly talk about how crime free and clean and nice they are. So when somebody comes and they fuck it up, they're like seen as like extra aggressive and it's an extra egregious action. So that legal mindset guy has been like obsessively covering like all of this guy's shit. Like I think he actually went to the courthouse yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever, whenever this came out. Oh, he's even quoted in this article. Somali told the judge, I have family back home. I need a chance to change my life as a young person. How old is Johnny Somali? It was so stupid of him. He kept fucking with the court process and the judge so much. Like he very clearly was treating it all like a joke. I'm surprised the judge didn't go a little bit harder because it's, or at least everything I was reading was Somali was like either skipping court hearings or showing up late or arguing in court. I don't know. He's 25.
Yeah, I mean, like the way that everyone was talking about it, it like seemed like he was gonna like they were gonna throw the book at him, that he was gonna get like hardcore fucked. But then, I mean, it doesn't seem that bad. Okay, you guys in fucking chat are like, oh, Askers and all this shit, dude. I remember like reading all these fucking threads about how Johnny Somali, he's gonna get like 50 fucking years in prison. You can never disrespect, you know, Japan or whatever the fuck. And he's just got off easy as fuck. You fucking Euro chatters, you're just so mad that the most fucking disrespectful fucking American could do the most egregious fucking shit in public in your country, and he would get off easy.
I'm getting a red one. 1 sec.
You guys are talking about the fucking labor like he's gonna be fucking mining fucking lithium. Like he's not doing shit, dude. He's gonna be like fucking picking up trash or something. It's gonna be the easiest fucking shit ever. Okay, by the way, Chad, I'm 100% gonna stream that fucking that court thing. So if I get a federal crime for that, I guess I'll be Johnny Somali. It's actually just crazy, like, how many of you guys in chat are just, like, so fucking mad that I have perms. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. I'll just hop in, and I'll fucking say some shit, and there's nothing you can fucking do. Him getting All-Star?
Uh-oh. Are you fighting
And
with
that
chat?
guy fucking scored 40 points yesterday, and he won his fucking game to go to the playoffs, so...
Who did?
The fucking Israeli basketball guy.
Oh, shit.
Jenny Advija, whatever the fuck.
Everybody hates that dude.
Okay, I'll stop being annoying though.
And put your
104. Bro, okay, so not only did X think he's some fucking Einstein genius, and then he gets a fucking 104.
What are these? What? Who designed these web interfaces? Well, you have to have FPS fucking reflexes to go from the speaker thing to get up to the volume thing without a resetting. Who does this shit? Stop trolling me.
4, which is like 4 points above average, you know, on the actual IQ test. Not only that, he fucking failed the real IQ test, which is choosing the right fucking test, bro. Like, bro, these are the best ones, core or whatever, this, that. He did one that's like fucking C, decent, absolute dog shit somehow. Like, he didn't even do the right one.
Wait, is this guy an XQC fan? Did anybody hear XQC's... That absolute dog shit. That sounded like an XQCism. He's a VIP. Oh, okay. I heard it right there.
Fucking C, decent, absolute dog shit somehow. Like, he didn't even do
Absolute
the right
dog
one,
shit. That's an XQCism. I feel it. I don't know why. I just feel it.
I think this test is bad, guys.
Uh-oh.
I think it's bad.
No!
103. Bro. That's under the juicer. Wait. Guys, this is the bad test, though. This is a bad test. Guys.
You know what we just watched? Do you know what we just watched live?
Thank you very much.
XQC. 104 IQ. Dear leader looks bad. Not on my watch. That streamer we just watched. 103 IQ. Just to make him look good. That's a true fan. That's a loyal fan right there. No fucking way. Wait, how many people have not seen this video? I refer to this all the time. Did you guys just think I made it up? People just forget? Wait, did people think I was making this up? Yes, Trump had a little trip moment on these stairs, but it was nothing and nobody talked about it. Even though when it happened to Biden, people were like, this is proof that he's about to die. And then Rubio fake trips afterwards to make him look better. It's the sycophantic obsession.
The smart section was like a $2,000 camera, things like that. Because at that point, anything past it's just completely wasted because OBS just... You won't notice it, right? Through streaming. And then the broke section was obviously just, you know, save as much money as possible. And the retarded section was not giving a fuck about anything. $8,000 or $10,000 camera. Just stupid. Completely stupid. I chose that section. He was actually gave me a lot of pushback, telling me that he's gonna get hate if I buy this and tell everyone. So I don't know. Finn was pushing really hard that this camera was gonna be really noticeable, and everyone would see how crisp and clean and how much better it'd be, and it's very much worth it. Really, I'm a pioneer. Best camera in the industry. That's what he said.
Wait, what did he get, like an FX6? What did he get? 11,000. I don't even know what that is. Oh fuck. Did he say the brand? I didn't hear it.
The smart section was like a $2,000 camera, things like that.
Fujifilm GFX 102. Okay. More than full frame. Eight FPS? Oh my god. Okay. Did you claim Theo's bounty? I messaged Theo last night to talk through some of this stuff, because now he's trying to find... This is a whole journey that you have to go down on your own. I gave my recommendations, but he says... For some reason, he says NDI won't work on Mac, which is honestly what I would recommend at this point for doing image transfer. I think NDI is the clear, obvious choice. It's what I use now. But he didn't want to do NDI because he said it just wouldn't work on Mac. But I don't know anything about Mac. I feel like that it should work, but I mean, he's a computer guy, so I would assume if it can, he would make it able to work. So I recommended all of my experiences, the Blackmagic cards. But he said he's tried this Blackmagic card, and he says that it doesn't work, but for reasons that it was like glitchy or something. I don't know. I feel like it should work. So I don't know what is happening there. So I'm not sure. Yeah. So he wants to try. He says he's buying a data path card, which, I mean, you can try, but my recommendation was that if you do like a data path card, if you have problems, you're going to be the only person on the internet who will. Nobody is going to be able to help you, because I don't even know a person who fucking has anything related to that company. So I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know. We'll see. Good luck. Do you know some of your retarded fans want to call into the upcoming hearing for your case? You probably tell them not to. I've already said it. You shouldn't. I don't know. Maybe this isn't a real thing. No, I mean, like, this is what I suggested. Yeah, just use the NDI tools program. But he said for some reason it was causing him issues. But I mean, I'm not... Listen, he's a computer guy. If he can't make it work, then I'm not going to try to coach him through it. But yeah, I feel like NDI tools would be the obvious go-to. But I don't know. Good luck. The actual answer is your lighting and background are probably always going to be the most important thing. Like like cameras are super amazing because of all the things that they let you do flexibility wise. So like looking like low light situations, or being able to capture like huge dynamic images, or there might be features related to like fucking cine lenses and focus pulling or some complex shit. But for a camera that's going to sit in the corner of your screen like this, like you're probably just not going to see too much of a difference between $1,000 camera and a $10,000 camera. Like what do you expect to see different? Like how much better theoretically could it even look? what are you looking for to look better, you know? Will I get banned for calling in? The Zoom thing is just a link to listen. It's not, you don't get to say anything. It's not like a fucking robot set up in the corner of the courthouse. It's just screaming TTS or whatever. Asmongold had to deal with a Sony a7 III overheating and shutting down midstream for 3 years. I use this camera all the time and it never overheated and shut down. What was he doing? Okay. I wonder if those guys were using batteries instead of the plug-in kit. I thought the A73 had a 30-minute max record time. Well, it's going to depend probably on the size of the card that you put in it, but you don't have, you're not recording, you're just streaming to your computer, so it doesn't matter. This is a Putin quote. I think Putin believes this. The fall of the USSR was the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. I really liked your speech, and it kept me sane.
A lot of liberals on this campus, I see, which is expected. No, I mean, I definitely, we're gonna get stuck. I definitely tuned it down, thinking that the audience would be more receptive to a less aggressive message. But
I think it was needed.
We gotta go to the green room.
Oh, we gotta go? Okay, all right, last one.
Actually, you have to
join DSA. Okay, all right.
Wait, how long did he stay for signing in pictures? You better stay for a while. What the fuck? I'm familiar with the camera, and the reason you get it is for a 102 megabyte sensor, or MB. Is that megabyte? Is that size, physical size of the sensor, with great video capabilities, but I have no idea how that would be useful for streaming. Well, like larger sensors are just able to capture like a lot more light dynamically for like you can have like brights and darks and just like capturing way more. But like in a studio, especially locked off in like a well-lit area, I don't know if there's much purpose. Oh, megapixels, sorry. I don't know if there's much purpose for having like a massively huge sensor. Like it's not like you're trying to capture so much information and so many different contrasting images or whatever in the same. Like I don't know why you would. You call it love bombing? I call it being good at early game. Jesus. What do we got?
When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. Thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax.
Pied-à-terre tax? The fuck is that?
The first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million. This pied-à-terre tax is specifically designed for the richest of the rich, those who store their wealth in New York City real estate, but who don't actually live here.
I feel like stuff like this is fine for messaging because I know it makes people feel good, but my guess is this is going to raise almost no revenue. But if it helps you get the rest of your agenda passed, then I guess that's fine.
But even so, they're able to reap the huge financial rewards of owning property in, dare I say, the greatest city in the world. And most of the time, these units are sitting empty, since again, they don't actually live here. This is a fundamentally unfair system that hurts working New Yorkers. Now, it's coming to an end. This tax will raise at least $500 million directly for the city. It'll help fund things like free childcare, cleaner streets.
How many of these units are there that are empty? New York City annual budget. What would I guess? Hold on, let me see if I can get within even an order of magnitude. If I had to guess what the New York City annual budget would be. My mind wanted to say 10 to 12 billion, but I feel like that's got to be too low even. It's New York fucking City. I feel like they might spend a fucking $1 billion on NYPD. I'm going to guess 100 billion? That seems crazy though, just for a city, but it's New York City. 100 billion though. That'd be crazy. I'm going to guess 50 billion. Fuck it. Let's see. New York City annual budget. Damn, is 120 billion. It's just a city, but it's New York City.
Safer neighborhoods. As mayor, I believe everyone has a role to play in contributing to our city, and some a little.
This article says at least 13,000 properties would fall under this tax. Mm-hmm. They said there are 13,000 apartments of the ultra wealthy that could be taxed. Like one at 220 Central Park South, bought by hedge fund guru Ken Griffin for $238 million. Mm-hmm. I don't think I have anything in principle against. I don't think I have anything against these types of taxes. I'd be surprised if we really would raise 500 million. But I don't know. I guess I don't know what the percentage rates are looking at. I feel like I would I feel like I would be mega triggered having unoccupied units in a city, though. I think that would trigger the fuck out of me. Actually, I actually hate it because I hate it when individuals do this, so I'll hate it when other people do it too. Using real estate as revenue, or using real estate as like investment things, I think is a bad idea. Fuck it. Actually, I changed my mind. This should be a much bigger tax. Fuck these people. Get them out of here. Get them the fuck out of here. I think if I was living in a place like this and there are fucking empty fucking units that are owned by somebody, I think it would just trigger the fuck out of me. I wonder what the, fuck. Do they post numbers? Like, what is this tax? Like, what would the tax be? Is it like a percentage on the total value of the place, or? $500 million is nothing for New York City, and it's going to make a lot of people mad about taxes and leave, which is going to be damaging the wrong one. Well, first of all, $500 million is a decent chunk of change, especially for a city budget. Now, their total budget is $100 billion or whatever, but still, I mean, like $500 million is $500 million. So you don't have to raise elsewhere. And this is only one thing they want to do. And it's like the nice thing, I guess, about this revenue generating tool is it affects a very, very small minority of the population. And it's probably impacting people who aren't going to miss it too much. So you don't have to raise your ordinary rates or whatever on your normal residents, which is probably nice. So. Because in my mind, what you're saying is that it might make some people mad and leave. I would consider that to be positive. Like, if you're not even living there, then fucking get out. Then fucking leave. Unless somebody who's going to actually live there, rent it out. Fair, but it's still probably better for tenants that real estate management is around as an industry. I have no problem with real estate management or any corporations buying homes to rent to people. I don't have any problems with that. It's people who literally buy a place and then don't use it. Like, I would be triggered if I was in Miami and I knew that I lived in this apartment and I was renting out that studio downstairs that was basically empty for 95% of the year. It's like, motherfucker. Fuck you, Destiny. And it'll put downward pressure on, not that much probably, but a little bit of downward pressure on rents too.
Little bit more than others. Happy tax day, New York.
Oh, fauxmoi. It's so crazy to me, the caricature of like a conservative that exists in so many left-leaning spaces. Like, people have no idea. Dudes who make $20K a year in shambles. Like, the MAGA populist people are going to be aligned with these populist people on economic policies, I think way more than they realize they are. I don't think you're going to find like MAGA people defending like idle landlords. It's fauxmoi. Okay. Hassan gets community noted. Fans remove note. Hassan also supplements participating in sex tourism. Got him. YouTube, Spotify updates. It's been a little over a month since we started removing VODs from YouTube. We knew this wouldn't be an easy transition, but I think we succeeded in finding a solid middle ground with the Destiny VOD archive on Spotify. Oh yeah, all of my VODs are on Spotify. Apparently they work pretty well over there too, so. Go to Spotify. As for older VODs, there are several unofficial repositories floating around on different sites, as well as some independent efforts to re-upload them to YouTube. Since those are unaffiliated with us, we don't have any updates to share on that front, but we support them wholeheartedly. Another big update, our main Spotify channel, separate to the VOD archive, mirrors YouTube uploads, will now also host Spotify exclusive content. Whoa! This includes videos with extra segments cut from main YouTube uploads, content that may be too risky for YouTube TOS, potential future content created specifically for Spotify. These exclusives will not be uploaded to YouTube. Whoa! Check me out on Nebula. Just kidding. To make sure you don't miss them, beyond following the Spotify channel, subreddit mods have kindly set up a bot that will automatically post to the Spotify exclusives as they go live, so you won't miss any. You probably noticed many changes impacting the main thumbnails, titles, frequency of uploads, etc. This is intentional. We're taking a data-driven approach to figure out what works, what doesn't, and what will help us grow toward and beyond 1 million subscribers rather than stagnate. That means experimenting and sometimes trying things that not everyone likes, but to be clear, we are not giving up on YouTube regardless of monetization status. Editors. We have assembled a team of editors over the past year-ish. I won't name anyone specifically, but of course they can comment if they feel so inclined. To prevent any bias or favoritism forming, please do not ask who edits what. Just know that everyone puts up their fair share of work across both the short-form and long-form areas, and we appreciate them all equally. Exactly equally. Every single one equally. Destiny, did you ever make it through theory? I've been interested to find out. Wait, what theory? While we've amicably parted ways, we want to be very clear, August is still highly valued by us, the channel, and some could say the community would not be where it is today without his hard work over the years. Please don't turn this into negativity, support the new editors without putting anyone else down. I do love August, and I will always love August. Unless he starts editing for Gisticle. Unaffiliated clipping channels. If you run a clipping channel and otherwise upload stream segments to YouTube, this part is for you. We want to maintain a friendly, cooperative relationship. Most of you have done a great job respecting the current rules and honoring takedown requests, and we genuinely want to thank you for that. With the introduction of Spotify exclusive, things are going to get a bit more complicated. Our intent is to expand the reach of the 3-day rule over to Spotify, but to do that, we need to establish better communication with clipping channels about when exclusives are scheduled to release. More coordination here should help avoid confusion and make things smoother for everyone involved. If you're a clipping channel and would like to be included in this effort, please reach out to contact@destiny.gg. Thank you. Wow. Destiny, people paying for YouTube get and use YouTube Music. Oh, get and use YouTube Music. So Spotify requires a paid subscription for access for the content that will be mucho inconvenient. Well, write an email to YouTube and tell them to remonetize me.
Your name to Palm Beach Pete? Yeah. You want to be any more obvious, Jeff? Nah, they let you pick any name when you get down there. And you landed on Palm Beach Pete? Yeah, you like it? No, I don't fucking like it. That's the most Scooby-Doo shit I've ever heard. Relax, relax. The fake ID is not for his age. It's in case someone questions who he is. What's your name? My name is Palm Beach Pete. Dude, this guy thinks we're stupid. So, Palm Beach Pete, how old are you? Old enough? Yeah, no shit. Let me see that ID. Seems legit to me. Wait, really? What do you mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean? There's a spider, look!
Okay. Can you please read what I wrote? It's the most important thing I've ever wrote in my entire life. Destiny, I've been thinking a lot about who's worse, Asmongold versus San, and to me it's not even close. Asmongold may be a subhuman rat, but he's a malleable rat. He can be trusted to change his opinion on things. San is dangerous. He has a goal to destroy America, while Asmongold has no goal. Asmongold is subhuman, but he's our subhuman. Even if you think Asmongold is evil, he's honest, and that makes him a foe worth fighting against, whereas San will snake around everything to stab you in the back. Okay. War Power's resolution got shut down today, with John Fetterman being the only Dem to vote with the Republicans. Nice. What a fucking loser. Based.
I want to make a prediction about you.
Revisit the 2-box problem. Oh, God. We'll see. Hold on.
Money into...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So the moment people recognize that this is a CIA operation, people won't put their money into blockchain. People won't put their money into Bitcoin. They'll be like, I mean, why would I do that? You have to ask yourself this question. Where are the blockchain servers located? Right? Because I imagine if you're able to control the hardware, you can also control the software. I don't care what they tell me about open source and all that. I want to know where the
That's a good question.
Databases are, where the servers are, physically. So the moment people recognize that this is...
I wonder if we got any pushback on this podcast.
I'm good.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry about me, boys. What happened? Nothing. I'm not gonna really get into it too much. Don't really want to talk about it, not gonna lie. Don't really want to talk about that. But I ain't gonna be doing any of that shit anymore. I rebooted. I saw on Twitter people were going nuts. In the hospital, like, you know, what are you gonna do, like, after you leave? And I was like, dude, I got the club grand opening. And they were like, oh, I don't think you should go. I think you should take it easy, rest. I was like, dude, you gotta be on the grind. So that's still happening. Still happening.
Well.
Europe is now
Wait. Did we watch this? Is this the same full interview? No. That was a call-in, right? Dude, this volume thing, what? Okay. You know what? Wait, what? I'm gonna click this. Link me the full interview.
The hot topic of the hour, a lot of breaking news.
P mark in.
When I ran for...
I don't know how... Okay, hold on.
I'm curious how you see the relationship between the White House and the DOJ. If the president comes to you and says, hey, I think you should look into X, Y, and Z person, do you see it as your role to do that?
Of course. If you came to me and said, hey.
Do you feel...
Okay. Oh! Why did he break it?
Milo, what are you broke my monitor? Don't you sass me, cat! Oh, 3 in the morning. Come on.
Jesus. Disgusting.
I have been. Hi, it's Sam.
Oh my God.
To not having a. He said, if you guys commit to not having a nuclear weapon, we are going to make Iran thrive. We're going to make it economically prosperous, and we're going to invite the Iranian people into the world economy in a way they haven't been in my entire life. And that's the kind of Trumpian grand bargain that the president has put on the table. Man, we're going to keep on negotiating and try to make it happen because it would be great for the world. It'd be great for our country. It'd be great for everybody.
Wow. What a crazy idea. So this is just the Obama nuclear deal, except even more concessions to Iran. Good one, Chief. Jesus.
I mean,
Poki slop.
I think she was saying Burning Man derogatory, but I've never been a Burning. I mean, I think she was saying Burning Man derogatory, but I've never been a Burning Man, so I don't know. But I think she was trying to say, like, you guys are kind of wiling out. And I think it just hurt me to hear specifically that reaction to someone speaking about their culture.
Oh my God. Oh, why is it that my culture as a young white gamer to scream the N-word at people, why can't I never demand respect for that? This is such a cringe, this is such a culturally retarded slop take. The idea that you have to be accepting of every single culture at every single point in time is retarded. It's just not, that's just stupid. That's not how multicultural societies work. You have to have some, like a very simple, shared upon set of values where like there's going to be a lot of room in a multicultural society for different people to act in different ways, but that doesn't mean that every single thing can be acceptable as long as it's part of your culture in every single environment. It's so stupid. Oh.
It just reminded me of, you know, when you're in middle school and you bring like your ethnic food to the cafeteria and people are smelling it and they're like, what is that? That smells weird.
I might have to end stream. I might have to end my life. I'm so sorry. Of all the experiences that have never happened before, this is the most experience that has never. I remember when I used to bring my ethnic food to school, and the.
And again, I think she was probably just frustrated. Like, I don't think this is reason to like assassinate her character or say she's a terrible person. I think it's maybe just a good, one, learning opportunity, and two, moment for us to maybe realize we should stop reacting to things that we don't recognize with such negativity. Just because you don't get it doesn't mean you need to.
Here's the thing.
Put it down in any way.
I could be wrong. Actually, like me more. I should have more context. From the thing that I saw, it sounded like a quiet moment of the concert. I don't know if the whole thing was quiet, like a fucking acoustic piano thing. And some person was shouting. Now, she happened to be shouting with the thing, but it didn't matter what the noise she was. It was just the fact that the person was. It sounded like they were screaming loudly and nobody else was. That's what I heard. I don't know if anybody would have given a fuck if it was like a loud section of whatever the fuck was going on. They were attention whoring.
Especially if it's something cultural.
Like, what? Everything is cultural. Oh my God. Okay.
I'm in the back of a car in San Francisco. There's no one at the wheel. Just a few years ago.
Hold on.
Absolut kesin has.
Wait, why is it Absolute Cinema? Because the guy is, because he's leaving, or? Is it just a... Okay. Cinema.
My name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Open the door. This is my neighborhood.
So retarded.
Open the fucking door. Now, or I will fucking end you. Do you understand me?
Fuck. Wait, there was a... What am I looking for? Somebody said there was another angle. Wait, who linked that other thing? Did I just get baited? Are you about to get banned? Fuck.
Do not ban.
Why? Well, now I'm definitely banning him.
Don't. Will you put my cam on real quick?
No. I believe you, though. You're dying it. Keep up the great work.
I know. But I gotta show you why I need another day.
Why do you... we believe you. How do you use this fuck website? Fuck! There. It was this guy. Fucking got him.
What did he do?
We just linked annoying shit while I'm trying to find another link. Hold on.
I think I heard someone.
Why would you start it right at the thing? Like one of the only times where like having like 20 seconds earlier would give more context. Is this really another angle? This looks like the same shit we've seen before. I don't care. All right. I'm good.
Entering Glizzy Overdrive.
Okay, no more links. I'm done.
590,000.
We already saw this. Shkreli, back to politics posting and lying here. Warren said Palantir paid 0 federal income tax, which is what Palantir reported. The vast majority of that income tax was foreign, so good for Korea, Japan, France, and Germany, I guess. Lying here too. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. I don't know. This Shkreli post also seems retarded too. When people say, unless I'm missing something, when people say federal income tax, I feel like that is almost exclusively referring to the posted rates on your income that have to do with your federal is your income. It's not payroll taxes. I always hear those referred to separately. That FICA or payroll taxes are not the same thing as like federal income tax. I always hear those referred to separately. Maybe in Shkreli circles or maybe in other places it's not the case, but I don't know. We can't see the shit you're talking about? Good! Imagine it, retard. Fight Trump and the Democrats. Revolutionary Communists of America. Fight Trump and the Democrats. Nice. Very good. Okay. Jesus. All right, what do we got? We got this. Good luck.
Ago, this
driverless cars are doing something worse than crashing. Oh wait, is this going to be the Waymo thing?
I'm in the back of a car in San Francisco.
Okay.
There's no one at the wheel.
What?
Just a few years ago.
Who's recording from the front seat then?
This was controversial. Now, it's everywhere in San Francisco. Being a driver used to be a decent job in America. But here in the Bay Area, over the next decade, it might not be one.
What?
Waymo has driven more than 100 million miles without a fatality.
Driverless cars don't drive drunk and they don't drive distracted.
Waymo says improving safety on the roads is the whole reason it exists.
Waymo is already in Phoenix, Austin, Los Angeles, Miami. But that's just the start. Millions of Americans drive for a living. What happens when the second richest company in the world wants to make them irrelevant?
It's going to be just a hole in the bottom of a bucket of a local economy. You know, just suddenly money just leaves the city in that Waymo.
Drivers saw a preview of this last decade, and they're still recovering.
He drank himself to death because he lost his pride. He lost his livelihood.
Oh no!
This isn't a story about whether self-driving.
Do you feel safe driving in a Waymo? I guess. Sure, why not? It's a fucking car.
Cars are safe.
What do you want me to say?
This is a story about what happens to society if they are. Who wins, who loses, and why none of this is as clean or inevitable as one company wants us to think.
Okay.
Yes or no? Does Waymo employ humans?
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Located remotely to help its vehicles. In what countries are these employees located?
The Philippines.
So I think that's like right about here. I wanted to hear directly from someone impacted firsthand by Waymo's launch, a driver.
It's right there.
Alejandra agreed to meet me in a Waymo. Unlock. There you go. We're headed to an office building where a ruling changed her life.
10 years ago, I wake up, get ready with my kids, drop in the school, work for 6 hours, coming back to pick up my kids, go home, cook, clean, and working for 2 more hours, and that's it. And I take Saturdays and Sundays off.
That life was built on a hidden subsidy. Rideshare companies had great apps. They also had venture capital, billions of it.
Billions.
That let Uber and Lyft lose money on every ride until the taxis were gone.
Normally, in the past, if I get a trip in the city for more than 20 minutes, probably they're paying me $30. But now they're paying me $8, $6, or $12.
After they cornered the market, Uber and Lyft have been squeezing wages down ever since. Now the over 1,000 Waymos in the area are pushing wages down to the bottom.
Right now I'm working 12 hours a day. It's a little bit sad because I don't have time for my kids.
In some ways, this has always been Silicon Valley's goal in the taxi industry. Human drivers were a placeholder, the cheapest way to hold the market until self-driving technology caught up.
Google's doing the driverless thing.
Yeah.
Tesla's doing the driverless thing. Apple's doing the driverless thing. So the question for a tech company is, do you want to be part of the future or do you want to resist the future?
A who's who of corporations chased it. Most quit. One pulled ahead.
Waymo.
Welcome, Waymo.
A subsidiary of Alphabet or Google. The parent company bet an estimated $30 billion on the technology.
So this is where it all went down, huh? Where it was all decided?
Yeah.
In 2023, the California Public Utilities Commission voted.
Remember that Elon said that Waymo would never make it because they take pictures and they don't use the superior technology that is going to get our wonderful Teslas to full self-drive next year, by the way. Next year, by the way.
On whether Waymo and a competitor could expand without drivers. People showed up.
Are you on the side of greedy tech companies and their profits and robots, or are you on the side of human beings? We urge you to vote no.
Others, often funded by the self-driving industry, had an answer.
Waymo and Cruise's technology, policies, and procedures have successfully demonstrated a commitment to passenger safety by meeting the Passenger Safety Plan minimum requirements.
The vote is 3-1. The item passed. The motion passes.
People who drive for a living lost. Alejandra lost. After the vote, Waymo expanded from a little over 10,000 trips a week to over 450,000. And in every city, the argument that won over regulators was the same.
It's actually been determined that the Waymo driver is 5 times safer than a human driver.
They say Waymo is involved in 5 times fewer.
11 times fewer serious injuries.
Is that actually, I feel like I thought the number would have been way better on that. No? That seems kind of crazy. I thought only 5 times? I feel like it would have been, okay.
collisions compared to human drivers.
Autonomous technologies never drive drunk. Autonomous technologies, they don't text while driving. They don't change the radio station.
All the concerns raised here are legitimate concerns.
That's Declan Cullen. He's a professor who spent a decade studying how technology platforms reshape society.
Wow.
You have danger versus safety, right? And when you get caught in that kind of choice, there's only one real answer.
It's not the first time a technology company has won that way. I asked Declan what Lyft and Uber did to expand so quickly.
The technologies were very much framed as apolitical.
What they like about it is complete flexibility, whether you're full-time or part-time.
I think that has really been the true innovation.
Oh, there's other human drivers to deal with. True.
These companies has been to change the way we think about the question of work more generally. And so if we think about the rollout of AVs, we'd have to really consider very basic questions of like, where they will operate, who owns them, who has oversight of them, how they'll be introduced.
Nowhere are those questions more live than New York, the city with the most taxi and rideshare drivers in the country.
For Americans that are concerned about job loss, about economic stability, we are on the front line of this fight today.
Bedavi Desai is the president of the New York City Taxi Worker Alliance.
I'm sorry, but I feel like this is just literally one of the stupidest fucking fights on the planet. Like, self-driving cars are just better for in every single conceivable way. If it can be cheaper for people taking rides, cheaper to operate the vehicles, more availability for people, safer, obviously less, like every single conceivable way, I feel like these self-driving cars are better. And the idea that we need to fuck over some sector of society because some people are gonna lose their jobs is just so fucking retarded. I don't know. Like, you just have to figure out how to move on to the next phase of whatever society's gonna be.
A corporation that wants to make its profits from taxi and for hire work cannot avoid New York City. This is the jewel. Drivers collectively serve close to 1 million people every single day.
The fight is not new. New York City built the taxi industry around a metal plate, medallions. They gave the industry structure. The city set the price, capped the number. They became worth enough that people built lives around them.
Buying a medallion is like buying your own little storefront. People could make themselves into upper middle class, have a house, send their kids to school.
Like his dad before, Kuber Sancho Perside is a New York City cab driver. Then Uber and Lyft arrived. You know the drill.
Oh, no.
Medallions became worthless. Some drivers were left with over $1 million of debt.
This is huge. I mean, what did you just do to the value of a medallion in New York City?
And so Uber drivers were earning below the poverty wage, and so were the yellow cab drivers. In 2018, we had 9 drivers take their life by suicide.
9 drivers.
Sounds like, never mind.
That's what made the news.
At Destiny, but that's the bad thing, right? They won't actually be cheaper because of end-shitification of everything. After they pump up the prices, you should wipe that concept of end-shitification from your mind if you're trying to understand anything about the economy. That's a retard word created by retards that hate fucking businesses and it's just a retard word. Like, is it like, do these things enter at lower price points because they're being subsidized by the companies and they're willing to eat losses or whatever, and then it gets shittier for a variety of reasons? Yeah, sure. But the idea that for some reason we're going to assume human drivers are always going to be more competitive than just like driverless cars, there's no reason to think that. You have to be completely brain broken to believe that that's going to be a thing that will carry on to perpetuity.
There's like drivers like my dad who just didn't commit suicide, but he drank himself to death because he lost his pride.
That was
drivers take the yellow cab suicide below the poverty wage, and so were the yellow cab drivers. In 2018, we had 9 drivers take their life by suicide.
9 drivers. That's what made the news.
There's like drivers like my dad who just didn't commit suicide, but he drank himself to death.
Was he an alcoholic before he lost his medallion, or did he become an alcoholic and die in a year or two? Like, I don't know, sorry.
Because he lost his pride.
That was less than 10 years ago. Now Waymo wants in, and their business may be able to do what Uber only dreamed about. Uber cut wages. Waymo cuts the worker.
What?
Transit has always been a local job, necessarily. This is the first time when it's possible to not have that be the case.
That has massive implications. For-hire driving is a multi-billion-dollar industry. In New York, around 100,000 people drive for a living. Across the country, it's over 1 million. That money moves through the system: rent, groceries, taxes, schools. There's a future where it doesn't.
It's going to be just a hole in the bottom of a bucket of a local economy. You know, just suddenly money just leaves the city in that Waymo.
We've seen this before. Watch the work leave overnight. They even gave it a name. Made it sound inevitable.
The era of globalization had begun.
Fucking globalization.
You know what those towns look like
God
now?
damn it. I hate it.
A recent MIT study found that workers in outsourced communities didn't just lose jobs. Their lifespans shortened.
They don't care if we think these services are good or bad.
You have to be brain broken to not see that it's just a basic monopolized and in-shitify plan. Why are you always so protective of these terrible actors who are just corruption-abusing rent seekers? That's got to be a troll message. This is literally medallions in New York City. That's like the definition of rent seeking, no? A job that's literally artificially protected by the state in order to ensure that only so many protected special people are allowed to drive other people for fares? Like, what do you...
They just want us to think that they're the future.
Buckle up, driverless vehicles are coming to New York City.
I was like, oh boy, they're gonna try to force it down our throats again.
They create an aura of inevitability. Uber had done the same.
Meanwhile, the self-driving car industry spent $2.3 million lobbying California regulators alone. At the California Public Utilities Commission, the line between regulator and industry disappeared.
I don't disagree with the point, but when that's the main argument for self-driving automation and consumers don't see the hidden, often silent benefits and just feel the jobs, etc. But that's not true. People don't feel the jobs. That's why there's such this huge like public push against it. Consumers feel like Uber and Waymo and Lyft are amazing because everybody's fucking using them. Everybody uses these things. So clearly that's not the case.
One Waymo lobbyist was a former CPUC commissioner. One current commissioner was previously employed by Cruise and refused to recuse himself. In New York State, Waymo alone spent over $3 million lobbying politicians.
If we are going to authorize autonomous vehicles in New York State, it has to be about safety.
The governor was set to follow.
Governor Hochul said just last month that autonomous vehicles would make New York's roads safer.
It was a Waymo bill. You know, it's not even an AV bill. It's a
BS bad take. Some jobs are protected because we as citizens determine there is value for society and people. Is there no jobs that we should protect in a name of vague progress? Driving people around is the socially protected job that you're talking about? Driving people around in a car? Come on.
Waymo bill. Carte blanche for one corporation.
Drivers organized. The political cost became real.
Governor Hochul is dropping a proposal that would have allowed commercial robo-taxi services outside the city.
They understand we don't have a fallback plan for what happens to working people. What happens to the drivers?
That was just one battle. We're in the wars. That war never finishes.
The next battle was March 31st, where Waymo's New York City testing permit was up for renewal. The mayor let it expire. But as cities push back, Waymo is already plotting a way around them.
I don't think you can lead globally if it's a framework that's governed by multiple jurisdictions. It's a way to slow down the adoption of this technology, not only in the US, but in other markets.
These companies have been very successful at bypassing legislation. So if a city passes legislation that limits or that proposes certain controls, they can move up a level.
This is part of the artificial intelligence industry's broader strategy.
President Trump signed an executive order restricting states from creating their own regulations for artificial intelligence.
This winter, the self-driving cars debate went federal. And when senators got Waymo's executives in a room, they found out every car has someone watching it. The question was where?
We have some in the U.S. and some abroad.
What percent are abroad?
Senator, I don't have that number for you.
In what countries are these employees located?
The Philippines.
That is completely unacceptable.
Offshoring our jobs just for that, just the convenience to...
Answer his question. He didn't say taxis should be protected. He asked if there were no jobs that should be because society needs them. The question doesn't make sense. What do you mean? This is the same job. It's driving a car around. That's the service. A robot could do it or a person could do it. Like, what jobs would require a human being? I mean, I don't know, like speaking jobs, I guess you probably want human beings talking to you, or I'm sure there are some service jobs where you'd want maybe like a human being interacting with you, but driving a car? No.
Pay them cheaply is just really sad.
This is not a conversation the industry wants to have, so they changed the subject.
Choice A means seizing the moment for American leadership on autonomous vehicles. Then there is choice B, under which we reject this opportunity. China becomes the global leader. Members of the committee, I implore you to choose choice A.
It's A, America dominates AVs, or it's B, China. And I think there's C, D, E, F, G.
I think it's more should be a hybrid system where we'll still be drivers in the cars, still drivers in the trucks, but we use the AI to help us drive better.
There are other ideas. A cut of the profits back to workers, a tax on every ride, driver-owned investment funds, local government as a concept would suggest locals get a voice in this.
A worker-centered rollout would look very different. It would be slower, it would be more deliberate, it would involve much more political decisions about how the technology works and who it works for. We could think about lots of different policy approaches that emphasize introducing these technologies to benefit not just the public at large, but to kind of help drivers transition to new kinds of work.
But the people deciding the future of this industry don't answer to drivers or cities or riders.
All of us are under the same existential threat of losing our jobs. What happens to us is going to happen to all the workers behind us, whether they are other low-wage workers, predominantly immigrant workforces, or white-collar workers. We've been on the front lines of the fight against the gig economy. We're now on the front lines of the fight against AI. This is an AI fight, but it's framed as a AV or autonomous vehicle fight. And I think part of that is messaging to separate us from the AI fight.
That's by design.
A private company has no other real end goal other than to create shareholder value. They're not really beholden to anybody, right, other than shareholders.
You don't have to kill both to win? Really? Oh, fuck. I'll restart and just kill this one then, because the fucking dinosaur dude, the fire shit is annoying. Holy shit.
iPhone. It's been compared to the iPhone. It's been compared to a Ponzi scheme. Either way, a lot of people are investing and talking about a new product. It's really a stock, specifically preferred stock, called Stretch, and it's sold by MicroStrategy. You may know them. They're the guys who have been buying up a lot of Bitcoin. You may know Michael Saylor from the memes about Bitcoin. He's like, you know, there is no second best but Bitcoin.
There is no second best. There's no second best crypto asset. There's a crypto asset. It's called Bitcoin, right?
Well, now it looks like he's changed his tune because his company is currently raising billions of dollars by offering something called Stretch. The company uses the proceeds from those sales to then go buy more Bitcoin, and they claim that this has been their fastest launch in history. They say it's growing their revenue faster than the iPhone.
So it took us 7 months to go from zero to $5 billion in cumulative revenue.
Wow.
And if you compare this historically to other products, the most successful products in the world, the Apple iPhone took about a year to get to $5 billion of cumulative revenue. So from a pure product perspective, you could argue that Stretch is the fastest growing product in the history of the world.
Wow. Now, setting aside the fact that Stretch is not really a product, it's a stock, those are still some mind-blowing numbers. So what does Stretch do? I'm gonna try to make it simple. You put in your money, they say they're going to yield about 11.5% a year. Now that is a variable interest rate, but it's basically double-digit returns, which is just mind-blowing. I mean, it's way more than anything you would get in your normal bank account, and that's got people curious. There's always a question with all of this.
Wait,
final
what?
Put in your money, knowing that Stretch is not really a product, it's a stock. Those are still some mind-blowing numbers. So what does Stretch do? I'm gonna
from to other pure product perspective, you could argue that Stretch is the fastest growing product in the history of the world.
Wow. Now, setting aside the fact that Stretch is not really a product, it's a stock, those are still some mind-blowing numbers. So what does Stretch do? I'm gonna try to make it simple. You put in your money, they say they're going to yield about 11.5% a year. Now that is a variable interest rate, but it's basically double-digit returns, which is just mind-blowing. I mean, it's way more than anything you would get in your normal bank account, and that's got people curious. There's always a question with all of this financial engineering, anytime you see it, you always wonder, what is the catch? And I like to describe it like a perpetual motion machine. You may have seen, you know, these videos of people, they invent a system that can come up with free energy. And there's always, you know, some weird base plate that's made out of wood or something that they won't let you inspect. And that's because there's always a battery hidden somewhere in the device, because no matter how many times people say they've cheated thermodynamics, actually they've just cheated you. They've hidden the actual system somewhere, and you don't really fully understand that when you're getting in. And that's really how I feel about all too good to be true yields in finance. There's always a battery hiding somewhere, or a risk that you're not really aware you're taking on. Like if you think back to the Terra Luna collapse, there was a stable coin, an algorithmic stable coin involved, which was supposedly pegged to $1 until it suddenly wasn't, and then everyone lost their money suddenly in a crash. But before that, it had yielded about 20% returns. People thought it couldn't fail. And so it goes for many of the most famous financial engineering projects throughout time. It's only obvious where the risk was in hindsight for a lot of people. But I'm making this video to tell you it's also obvious in foresight if you know where to look. And you just know that super high yields always carry a lot of risk. The only question is, where does that risk exist in any of these engineering projects? And by the way, I'm not just using that word financial engineering as some sort of, you know, gotcha. Like that's how Michael Saylor describes his own product.
Stretch is the simplest instrument we've ever created from the point of view of the investor, but it's the most ambitious piece of financial engineering from the point of view of the issuer.
And I think this is at the heart of...
I'm sorry, wait, what the fuck is it? You just give them your money and you expect to get 10% or 11% return? Is that... The fuck is this? I support this business. I think this is fine. I think idiots should be parted with their money, from their money as quickly as possible. Fuck it.
The mismatch. When most people hear about Stretch, their friends tell them about it, Michael Saylor is talking about it all the time, they're given a very simple view, a very too good to be true view, where Stretch is some money market-like instrument, where it's like a bank, where it's like a savings account, but it's paying you 11.5%. But you dig into the details, and that's not what it is. And the risks are not too different from the risks you have just buying Bitcoin, except the way those risks manifest in the financial engineering instrument are just very different. Instead of getting a very volatile product, you are tying your risk to Bitcoin, more specifically strategy, and their general ability to pay this yield in perpetuity forever. So this video, I will admit, is gonna be a long one, but maybe we should start by just taking a look at some of these honestly insane ads that they've been running about Stretch. Okay, so this is a tweet from the executive chairman of strategy, Michael Saylor. It says, "You weren't meant to live an uncomfortable life." And then this is the video.
Are you on vacation here?
I live here.
Oh, this is real.
I'm retired.
I know that girl.
I just don't think I'm meant to live an uncomfortable life.
True.
Wow, how did you make it?
I worked hard as an engineer to save money.
This is the... Anybody that says it's not real is banned, by the way. Sponsored.
Again. Then I put my savings into Stretch.
What is Stretch?
Stretch is a stock. Right now I get about 11% a year in dividends. Nice.
It's the Stretch, 11% monthly.
Strategy Inc. Series, a perpetual Stretch preferred stock. Is it just a bunch of people who are like, give me all your money so I can buy Bitcoin, and hopefully as the price goes up and up and up, I can pay out ridiculous returns while I get ridiculous returns on my Bitcoin until eventually the price crashes, and then I'm going to liquidate the company and exit, and you're all going to get fucked? There's a Ponzi scheme. Whatever.
Okay, I'm going to pause to let your brain absorb the abomination. That was an AI-generated retired engineer who invested their savings into MicroStrategy's Stretch. Now they're making 11% a year. I mean, do I even need to say it's too good to be true when it's literally a fake ad? Like, this person literally does not exist. But you can see the pitch is pretty simple. They're not explaining the risks. They're just showing you a girl on a beach claiming she's retired. And my point is, this is not a sophisticated pitch, and that's actually by design. Michael Saylor constantly harps about how simple the pitch for Stretch is.
Stretch is the simplest instrument we've ever created. Here's what I realize, right? The world doesn't want you to write 10,000 pages of history to explain what's going on. They don't have time to read. The world just wants the answer. What do I want? I want to put my money in a bank. I want them to pay me 10%. I don't want the government to tax it. Okay, how long was that conversation? That was like 12 seconds?
Right,
Wow.
so key to strategy is its simplicity, according to Michael Saylor. That's what the world wants, and specifically, he's pitching to retail investors. He's pitching to everyday investors. He says most of the buyers are everyday people.
In fact, 80% of Stretch is held by retail investors. And so it's meant to be a
That's how you know it's cooked.
retail product that's really easily accessible by anybody.
80% of this thing that's raising billions of dollars is being held by mom and pops, not institutional investors who understand the risks of preferred stocks, who understand that they can suspend dividends if they want, who understand that ultimately MicroStrategy has no obligation to pay you back the initial money you put in. That's fine. That's one thing. But we instead have this product that's being marketed by their own admission to regular people. They admit it's an ambitious piece of financial engineering, but when they talk about it, they're using words like bank. You know, their CEO is recommending it for low-income investors.
But what about people who are watching who maybe live paycheck to paycheck? They're lower income. Is this a product that would make sense for them?
Yeah, you know, this is another sort of aspect of this product that excites me, and I know having written Bitcoin for everyone, right? Like I'd like to say Stretch is for everyone. And I know this is important to you, is a product that is for people across all income levels.
But is it really for everyone? I mean, if you just have a rainy day fund, should you be investing what was in a money market, what was in a bank into Stretch, right? The way they talk about it, really, you'd be forgiven for believing that, yes, it's kind of the same. I mean, her question literally was people living paycheck to paycheck.
Paycheck to paycheck.
And he said, yes, you should invest in their preferred stock where the primary risk is tied to both Bitcoin, a known volatile product, and MicroStrategy.
I'd like to say Stretch is for everyone.
Here's Michael Saylor. Stretch delivers money market-like stability with market-leading risk-adjusted returns. Guys, they are comparing themselves very directly to a money market. Once again, here's the CEO.
Think about it as how you might get paid on a money market, or how, and I like the monthly payout because it almost looks like a paycheck.
So again, you can see why this is compelling to people, right? They're presenting it like such a simple thing. It's just like your savings account, right? But better, but just juiced returns. Now, what is the problem with that? Well, ultimately, Stretch is nothing like a savings account. It is a stock, meaning the company has no obligation to pay you that money back. Like you give them $100, they have no obligation to pay you back. And you actually find this in sort of the longer podcasts where Michael Saylor gets kind of asked about some of the risks of this strategy. And he uses the double speak of how they talk about this stuff to, on the one hand, make it seem like, oh, well, strategy really has no obligation to pay these people, so there's not much risk of a bankruptcy if they can't pay these obligations, while at the same time making it seem like they're definitely going to pay you the money.
When we sell STRC, we're selling equity. When you give me $1 million to buy a preferred equity with a variable dividend, if you read the securities document and you understand what that security is, you're entering into a perpetual swap. I am agreeing as the issuer to give you SOFR, the standard overnight funds rate, plus a credit spread determined by the company.
Oh.
And you are agreeing to give the company that capital forever.
Shrimple.
And so that, and you're not getting the money back. So,
oh wait, you don't even get back your initial investment? They just pay you out dividends based on, so if I give them $100, I'm guaranteed to get $11 per, It's per year, right? That's not monthly, right?
It's not an overnight loan. There is no collateral call. You have no redemption right. Yeah, you can't. It's not like you can go to the bank and say, "Give me the $1 million back tomorrow." In fact, you're not getting the money back ever.
Now that sounds a lot different than like what people imagine when they hear, bond, loan, money market, bank, right?
Would you like a bank account that pays you 11% that's tax deferred? STRC.
When Michael Saylor suddenly says, well, you have no redemption right.
You have no redemption right.
You actually can't get your money back.
In fact, you're not getting the money back ever.
You're giving it to us in perpetuity. Our only obligation is a dividend. A dividend, by the way, which they can suspend to avoid insolvency.
If the company couldn't pay the dividend without being insolvent, it would suspend the dividend for 12 weeks. By law, you can't pay a dividend on a preferred stock that would create an insolvency event for the issuer.
That all of a sudden changes the narrative. But again, that's going to take more time to explain. And Michael Saylor's whole strategy, ironically, is to go with a much simpler pitch, which is, hey, it's just like a money market, but better. It's money market light. And this kind of dual use of language, where there he's kind of defending how it's good for the company. Like, hey, we're not going to get liquidated if Bitcoin goes down because we technically owe these people nothing. We can suspend the dividend.
It is literally impossible to create an insolvency or to bankrupt an issuer of a preferred stock.
But on the other hand, like pitching it like a money market or pitching it like a bank, where in both of those cases, you are reasonable to expect to have your money back. But here, obviously, you don't. Now, why haven't people realized this? Why haven't people realized there could be a risk of this stock going down and them ultimately not getting their $100 back that they put in? Well, this is where we get to some of that financial engineering we were talking about. Part of the way Stretch mimics a bank account, mimics a savings account, is that they are trying to keep it as close to $100 in value at all times. You can see Michael Saylor posted, it's a 1 cent market closed at par, meaning the idea is there's almost no volatility in this stock. You can also see a longer duration here where it mostly hovers around $100. Now, how are they achieving this? Well, it's actually pretty simple. Basically, when it falls below $100, they just raise the dividend, start offering more money until enough people buy it to bring it at $100. And above $100, they issue more shares to make it fall to $100. So you're given this constant impression that this thing is worth $100. So you never fear the idea of this thing falling and losing your principal. Even if strategy won't cash you out, somebody else hopefully will buy your stock at the same amount you bought it for, and you just collect the dividends, right? That's the idea behind it.
This is the tale of Iron Manny.
The problem with it, well, currently, in order to keep it at par, Michael Saylor says they've raised the dividend rate.
You know this is a great product because Rakita Law endorses it. Wait, really?
5 times.
So what are they going to do if it doesn't trade at $100? They're going to raise the dividend rate. Have they done that? Yeah.
I think that almost, I'm about to make a super broad statement that I have no business making, but everything in finance, everything in investment, everything in gambling that looks too good to be true is usually, there's hidden somewhere a fatal flaw in the risk assessment. And the problem is that the risk assessment always feels way more unlikely than it actually is in practice. The gambler's fallacy is a I don't know if it's called a gambler's fallacy. No, it's not called a gambler's fallacy. But there's a betting strategy that's a good example of this, where if I bet once and I lose, then I'll double my bet next time. If I lose, I'll double it again until I win. And then doing that, I can basically make sure that I'm always winning money. Because if I lose, I just double my next bet to always recapture it. But the problem is people underestimate how quickly you can get into, the martingale strategy or whatever, martingale or whatever. People, one, there's table limits to prevent some stuff like this. And then two, people underestimate how quickly you can get into absurdly huge amounts of money to where you actually can't double it anymore. And once you eat that loss, you're done. You've wiped out fucking everything in your life because you've had to double up so many times. Like the exponential growth is just, you can't track it. And almost every weird finance thing that seems too good to be true is usually built upon deep down enough, some piece of risk that's not being properly evaluated or communicated, basically.
5 times.
So ultimately, Stretch will only stay at $100 and you will not risk losing your principal investment as long as there's another guy willing to buy it at $100. Now, again, they have that lever of increasing the dividend more and more and more to try to keep bringing new people in, but that only lasts as long as people see strategy as being well backed enough by Bitcoin. Which brings us back to what this all eventually is. What are your primary risks?
Did I miss it? Did they explain where the money comes from? How can they offer such high dividends? I'm half paying attention because fuck this. It sounds like what they do is you give me $100 and here's what I do. I'm going to give you an 11% return on that $100 forever. I take the $100 and I go ahead and I buy Bitcoin and I invest in it. If the Bitcoin is like massively overperforming such that it's overperforming the 11% returns that I promise you, then I continue to pay out your dividend. When it is underperforming, then I can decrease the cost of the shares of the business so that other people eventually buy in to give me more capital to either continue to pay out other people or to continue to put more money into the Bitcoin market to investors, something like this, something akin to this. But the issue is that if this market were to ever drop sufficiently and you don't get new investors, I think you would drop to insolvency like immediately, and then every year you'd just take everybody's money and run. Your shit would be fucked. You'd never be able to pay out people. You'd stop paying dividends. The original capital, the investor doesn't even own anymore, and you'd be out all your money. So the people that jump in early right now would be good. I mean, remember, for Ponzi schemes, the first people in usually do get paid out, but eventually there's going to be a whole bunch of people involved, and it's just fucked, I think. Yeah.
Well, it's Bitcoin, which is volatile, and its strategy itself and their own ability to pay these dividends and not suspend them. Because even though they say they can suspend them, the second they do, you can bet that Stretch is going to fall precipitously. And
I just don't understand. why the fuck you wouldn't just buy the Bitcoin yourself. Am I missing some part of that? Why not just buy it yourself? I don't know.
A lot of people are going to be running for the door, and a lot of people are going to lose money. Now, I want to be clear that I'm not forecasting doom on the horizon of Stretch. I am not even calling it a Ponzi scheme, although I think there are some comparisons you could make. In fact, I think they disclose a lot of the risks in the fine print. My entire problem is that they are leading people like a Pied Piper with this kind of ludicrous idea. Their pitch is of a money market and a bank, when that's just not what this is. And this is a snowball of yield that will accumulate for this company, which admittingly does have tons of Bitcoin. They have this massive treasury, but Bitcoin, it's very well known, does not yield anything. So eventually, Stretch will have to be funded by what exactly, right? They have a cash reserve, but that'll eventually run out. Bitcoin doesn't yield anything, so you'd have to sell it at some point, which would put a negative pressure on your entire treasury. Or they can try to keep issuing shares in perpetuity, but how are they going to do that? Well, maybe they just keep raising the yield of Stretch. Doesn't seem like that would work forever. You can pretty quickly...
MicroStrategy functions exactly like a leveraged Bitcoin tracker up and down. The only reason people buy it is because you can buy their stock without having to fuck with crypto exchanges, and you get exposure at a multiple of the actual Bitcoin action. I don't understand that part. Like, if somebody tells me, bro, you're going to get some crazy levered action on the Bitcoin prices, and I'm like, oh shit, really? Tell me about it. And they're like, yeah, 11% annual returns. I'm like, 11%? What? Where are the levers going? What's being leveraged? It sounds like I don't know if you would say the opposite of leverage. It sounds like what they're doing here is they're just trying to find out a way to smooth the volatility of the returns out. And the guesstimate that they've given is 11.5%, that they can, on average, yield more than that for at least a couple of years. And they're just like smoothing out your returns or something like that. But I might not be fully understanding. I'm not sure.
Realize that, hey, this is maybe not as sustainable as they're claiming it is. That is, of course, unless you believe in what Michael Saylor does. I mean, he says his expected return on Bitcoin is 30% a year.
We think Bitcoin's going up about 30% a year. So can I pay a dividend of 10%, 11%? Yeah, sure I can. That's like 1/3 of my expected ARR.
If you believe what Michael Saylor just said, one, you should just be investing in Bitcoin directly.
Yourself, yeah.
But yeah, they can pay that dividend in perpetuity, of course. If anything goes up 30% a year, they can pay 11% of that to pay some kind of, money market-like account. But that is not where most people are. It's definitely not where most of retail investors are. They aren't in a position where they can make those kind of bets, right? And had that all been properly disclosed up front, had Michael Saylor actually laid out the entire pitch, that's fine. I actually have no problem with people engaging in financial wizardry as long as they're disclosing what it is. But when you mislead people in the pitch, that's where I have my entire problem. So I think people just need to be aware. If you hear people compare Stretch to a bank, to a money market, to any kind of debt instrument where the person is actually obligated to pay you the amount back, please correct them. That is not what is going on here. And the financial engineering is actually to make it look like it's those things.
More so, the obligation to pay you back is fucking whatever, because companies can go under and you're just shit out of luck. The nice thing about, I don't know if this applies to money market deposit accounts, but the nice thing about like bonds and savings accounts is that they're FDIC insured. So the bank, even if the bank goes insolvent, the federal government will make you whole up to $250,000. Yeah, I'm not sure about money market deposit accounts, but yeah, but these companies, like you can have a debt obligation from a company that goes under and it's worth fuck all. I mean, people were selling the Mt. Gox claims for pennies on the dollar.
When it is very much, in fact, not. You still have the same risks you have with any stock. You have a concentrated risk to Bitcoin. Your money is not insured. You have no redemption rights, and you can only sell Stretch for what someone else is willing to pay for it. It is not suitable for people living paycheck to paycheck. I can't believe I have to say that, but it is absolutely not appropriate. If you know you need the money, please do not go take a flyer on anything linked to Bitcoin. That is just not the move if you know you're gonna need that money very soon. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that.
Kind of sounds like a hater though. I feel like he's trying to get in early on the Ponzi scheme, I bet he bought a whole bunch of this shit before putting a video out on it.
I mean, just in case it wasn't obvious, for the record, I advise people stay away from stuff like this. But, you know, at least if you're gonna do it with all the risks in mind. Take the AI girl on the beach in the bikini out of your head for a moment and just think about the old question. If I can't understand why something is too good to be true, there's probably a risk hidden somewhere.
I'm here with MKBHD.
Can you steal $10,000 from a locked iPhone? Fuck. 25 minutes. No way, right? We'll put that earlier. Who knows? Okay. I'm not sure if she's a liberal or leftist queen-ish person. HASLOP. Let's go.
Hi, it's Saturday, April 11th, 2026. You're tuned into a special Saturday edition of Why America? I'm your lawyer friend, Legion Miller. This week, Dr. Abdul El Sayed, a progressive candidate running to represent Michigan in the U.S. Senate, was joined by leftist Twitch streamer Hassan Piker at a campaign rally at Michigan State University. Despite the fact that Trump was literally threatening to genocide an entire country while stripping away crucial social safety nets to—
Oh! Did you guys see that we finally got some anti-genocide protesters out again? Did you guys see that? Does anybody remember where or how long ago? This was a few days ago, right? I think it went to, they were protesting outside. It was two Democrat politicians. Fuck. I'm not gonna be able to find it in the US. I think it was a few days ago. My kings.
to fund his pointless war
of aggression. Oh, it was Schumer in New York City, maybe, yeah.
In the Middle East. Despite, you know, all the horrors, the Democratic establishment was more incensed and up in arms about a leftist streamer stumping for a progressive candidate than they were about pretty much anything else this week.
What?
And hey, guess what? Prior to this week, I had never heard of Dr. Abdul El Sayed. Weird. It's almost like he's successfully campaigning for a seat in the Senate by aligning with people who will help publicize his race.
True. All publicity is good publicity. We all know that, right?
Maybe instead of running around like their hair's on fire and twisting themselves up in knots trying to cancel Hassan Piker, the Democratic establishment could take some fucking notes. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Today, we're breaking down what the fuck is going on with the Hassan Piker debate and who he is, if you're like, Legion, I've never fucking heard of this guy, and why this discussion matters deeply for the future of this country. This headline from CNN helped inform my reporting on this issue, and believe me, we are going to break down this panel discussion because it's a doozy. Hassan Piker tests the limits of the Democratic Party's big tent. Using the Ground News browser extension, I can get helpful background information on this publication in one quick glance.
Whoa.
To get the big picture, I can click click on full coverage, which will show me coverage of the same story from publications across the political spectrum. My partner on today's video, Ground News, is an app and website that offers tools to help you critically analyze the news you read, providing context to understand the full picture. You can follow along at ground.news/Legia. For every major news headline and headlines you may have missed, Ground News provides you with information and context, like who owns the publication and how factual it is, to help you determine for yourself what is trustworthy and how to interpret the news. I feel empowered by Ground News by getting well-rounded insight into each headline instead of relying on a single outlet that might have underlying biases and motivations that I'm not aware of. Ground News also ensures that I never miss a headline because of my own information bubble with its blind spot feature, by highlighting stories that are covered on one side of the political spectrum and not the other. Ground News is transparent about its methodology, how it assesses each story and publication, including how it uses 3 independent monitoring organizations to assess the bias rating for each publication. I genuinely think the world would be a better place if everyone had this much context about the news they read, because depending on where you or your family members get the news, you're going to get very different takes on the same story. And listen, I'm not the only one who loves Ground News. The Nobel Peace Center even called it an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. I'm always really impressed with Ground News and genuinely think they're a great resource. If you want to stay informed on US politics and more, subscribe through this QR code or my link below at ground.news/Legia for 40% off this unlimited access Vantage plan. It comes out to $5 a month for unlimited access to all the features I've mentioned. Thanks, Ground News.
Thank you.
Hasan Piker is a 34-year-old leftist content creator who mainly is known for his live streams on a live streaming website called Twitch.
Wow.
He got his start in the media world through his uncle Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, a left-leaning news organization. He live streams every day for 8 hours a day from his home in Los Angeles, mostly watching and commenting on the news to his over 3 million followers on Twitch, and then reposting clips of the live streams across other social media platforms.
Wow. These were the protests yesterday? Breaking. 300 plus New Yorkers have taken over the offices of Kirsten Gillibrand. Is it Gillibrand or Gillibrand? And Chuck Schumer, demanding no more weapons for Israel. Thank God. Yes.
Israel! Stop arming Israel!
Yes. My kings. Get those Democrats out of here. We need to get rid of Hakeem Jeffries, too. True.
His views have been described as far left, socialist, Marxist. He tends to espouse anti-imperialist, pro-worker, pro-Palestinian ideology. So, of course, he's been labeled a major threat.
We definitely chose some words and didn't choose other words there, but okay. True.
By the Democratic establishment. As recently laid out in a great opinion piece in The Guardian by Bhaskar Sankara, quote, Representative Brad Schneider branded Piker an unapologetic anti-Semite. Michigan's own Senator Alyssa Slotkin, a former Pentagon official, weighed in with her condemnation, as did Representative Haley Stevens, one of El Sayed's primary rivals. Another opponent, Mallory McMorrow, went so far as to liken Piker to Nick Fuentes, a white supremacist who has enthusiastically praised Adolf Hitler on camera. When Politico came calling, both Cory Booker and Ruben Gallego rushed to declare they would refuse an invitation to appear on Piker's stream. Again, at a time when we're fucking begging anyone in the Democratic establishment to do anything to stop the onslaught of horrific fucking atrocities being committed by our government, they are instead like, hey, we need to cancel this progressive Twitch streamer. This speaks volumes to 2 things. One,
no, dude, I can't. Fuck me. One, nobody's talking about canceling him. So I don't know where that came from. I guess she is just she's part of the lefty brain rot trust or whatever that has to carry these same talking points, which are effective. It's good. Again, this is exactly a mirror of what the MAGA people do. Nobody's trying to cancel him. They're just saying that this guy probably shouldn't be like seen as a Democratic Party supported person because of how extreme a lot of the stuff that he says is, right? His ideology.
Our government. They are instead like, hey, we...
Also, if you wanted the government to do anything about anything, you should have voted for more of them to be in office. But also, it's not like we have congressmen missing votes because they're running out to attack Hasan Piker as well. Like, this is such a weird, like, why are you doing this attack here? You should be focused on voting instead. It's like, are they missing votes in Congress? Are they skipping work to talk about Hasan? Like,
to cancel his progressive Twitch streamer. This speaks volumes to 2 things. One, the
also progressive, LOL. Like, nice.
To which our entire political and media establishment is bought out by Israel and AIPAC, the American...
True.
Israel Public Affairs Committee, which I'll get into, and 2, the power that modern political commentators on social media have in America today. Maybe I'm biased, but I think I'm right. First, the primary objections that people have to Hasan Piker seem to stem from some controversial things he...
Oh! Are we going to get a good faith engagement with the issues that people have with the things that Hasan says? Or are we about to get the most sweeping out of context slop we've ever seen in our entire lives? Whew. Let's go. Good luck. No pre-watching.
has said at various points throughout his career. Here's Dana Bash on CNN talking about it as though someone from AIPAC is holding a gun to her head just off screen.
Here's some of what he actually has said about the depravity of the October 7th terror attack, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Quote, "It doesn't matter if effing rapes happened on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect." Now, let that sink in. Hassan Piker is excusing sexual violence by Hamas terrorists.
That was not the best thing to choose, but...
He also claims Hamas is, quote, 1,000 times better than Israel.
That's a
Hamas is a
unhinged statement.
designated terror organization, not just by the U.S., but by the EU, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, just to name a few. And here's what Piker said about the horrors of September 11th, 2001.
Not the best thing to choose, but...
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying
This
it.
is
Like, we
unhinged.
fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We fucking did.
Now, Piker did
Where's
later
the Riz
call that
voice?
comment inappropriate and said he didn't mean Americans deserved to die.
Let that sink in. Dana Bash is comfortable with Israel genociding the entirety of Gaza as retribution for the crimes of a few Hamas terrorists.
Oh, that's what I got from that. Oh, okay. That's what I understood her to be saying. Okay. Gotcha.
Crimes that Israelis also commit against Palestinians at staggering numbers. There is no question that Hamas engages in terrorist activities, and Hassan's flippant language around sexual violence is absolutely condemnable. But the global hypocrisy is also staggering, and something so much bigger than one person live streaming from his bedroom in Los Angeles. Hamas is condemned globally as a terrorist organization, and the atrocities its militants...
Are they? Really? Because I feel like most people are oddly silent about all of their activities, but okay.
carried out on October 7th, including alleged rapes, some of which have been debunked as untrue, I'll note.
Very good hedges there. I wonder why people don't get the impression that you have the same heat for Hamas, but good one. Okay.
Have been pointed to as key evidence justifying this terrorist designation. Yet, at the same time, Israel... and the atrocities its militants carried out on October 7th, including alleged rapes, some of which have been debunked as untrue, I'll note, have been pointed to as key evidence justifying this terrorist designation.
Excuse me? You think it was rapes done on October 7th that make Hamas terrorists? Are you crazy? Why? What kind of a statement is that? That's such a crazy thing to say.
Yet, at the same time, Israel is a legitimate state that deserves to exist and be protected. This despite a UN report from last year that found, quote, Israel has increasingly employed sexual, reproductive, and other forms of gender-based violence against Palestinians as part of a broader effort to undermine their right to self-determination and carried out genocidal acts through the systematic destruction of sexual and reproductive healthcare facilities. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It is very important to pay attention to who is being called a terrorist and who isn't, and by whomst. Israel violently colonizes land that is already occupied, creates a genocidal apartheid state. Both sides commit atrocities and violence against each other. One is a designated terrorist organization and the other is a state that has the right to self-determination. But you are not allowed to point that out in this country because every single politician and means...
True! That is absolutely true. That is true. Roll the... Who's the lady? Where's the lady? Link me the video of the woman who's silenced and can't speak anywhere. Link me the video. Somebody will have it eventually.
Mainstream news organization is bought and sold by Israel and AIPAC. And so they lob the anti-Semitic and the other is a state that has the right to self-determination.
The president didn't exactly take precautions, did he?
Sorry, are you saying this was his fault?
Well, he barely wore a mask.
Didn't wear a mask. Are you saying because of the way he was dressed, he was asking for it? Because that, my friend, is victim blaming, and you should hang your head in shame. Bestseller, what about Hunter Biden?
Okay, this is not it. Okay, I don't care. Joke's past now.
But you are not allowed to point that out in this country because every single politician and mainstream news organization is bought and sold by Israel and AIPAC.
I love how we just never, ever get just like any serious engagement with any of these arguments ever. It's literally, all of it is thought terminating. All of it is fucking retarded. All of it is like, there's zero engagement with any of the actual arguments or any of the substance. It's always just like, Israel, AIPAC owns it all. Genocide, pro-genocide, apartheid. Like, okay.
And so they lob the anti-Semitic accusation around and fearmonger anyone who might step out of line and speak out against the well-documented atrocities.
Wow. Can you imagine that? Fearmongering over designations and then throwing anybody out that doesn't completely and totally agree with you? Who does that?
Committed by Israel. The Hassan Piker problem is that he's outside this web of control and yet has amassed a lot of political power in this country because no one watches or trusts
Wait, he's amassed a lot of political power? I thought you just said he was just a random streamer, though, in LA in his apartment. Notice how they're doing like the fasci thing of like, because they always used to claim fascism. So like my opponent is cast simultaneously as being an irrelevant nitwit who means nothing, but also the most powerful figure that can destroy everything at the same time. Like the fascis or whatever it is, everybody does this. And she's doing it right now.
Mainstream media anymore. Case in point, that CNN panel. I think it's also a testament to Hassan Piker's influence, the fact that he forced Dana Bash to contend with, on this CNN panel, the idea of Hamas as a terrorist org to begin with. For the longest time, we weren't even debating that. We weren't even debating Israel's legitimacy, at least not on the scale that we are now. And that has put a target on Hassan Piker's back, which I think is the age-old problem for famous leftist activists in this country. Actual avowed anti-Semites, white supremacists, neo-Nazis, skinheads, the KKK, far-right conspiracy theorists, they're running around successfully advocating for actual violence, and the people in the highest rungs of power are worried about a guy who's pro-worker and anti-imperialist who said a few problematic things about Israel and 9/11. They compare him to Nick Fuentes as though that's a fair comparison. One man is advocating for socialism and workers' rights and in favor of the marginalized and against billionaires. The other one...
It's just it's such shameless slop. I wonder if these people feel ashamed at night. Like, do you feel like a disgusting human who like is doing unapologetic slop PR for people with absolutely zero integrity as a human being? Like, oh my God, Jesus Christ.
One man is advocating for socialism and workers' rights and in favor of the marginalized and against billionaires. The other one openly denies that the Holocaust ever happened. Because the terrorists on the far right, the ones who actually carry out far more extremist violence than the left ever does, their terrorism is...
If you want a hot take, by the way, the October 7th denialism on the left is exactly the same type of anti-Semitic Holocaust denialism on the right. It is the exact same playbook. The idea between, when you talk about Nazis and you talk about Holocaust revisionism and whatever, they don't actually give a fuck about the Holocaust. In fact, a lot of them will even say, well, yeah, it was definitely a genocide. Like, I think the number is grossly exaggerated, but a lot of people were being genocided. The reason why anti-Semitic people bring up the Holocaust as not being real, it doesn't matter that the Holocaust isn't real. What matters is that Jewish people in positions of power have convinced you that it is so real and so important that it inhibits our ability to talk about anything else, okay? We can't do anything about the Jews because they can always point to the Holocaust. That's the exact same playbook right now that lefties are using with October 7th. Oh my God, like a third of the people killed were military people. Like the Hannibal Directive, they killed their own people. Israel did, and we can't even talk about that. And like the rapes and everything else were exaggerated. Jews are manufacturing consent from Western society by abusing and utilizing October 7th in order to maintain control over our politicians and our media. It's the exact same trope. Like, it's so annoying. Not to say that, like, there aren't people that exaggerate October 7th, or there aren't people that, you know, run crazy with it. Like, you can call these people out, you can criticize them. I think you should. But, like, this is the exact same neo-Nazi-esque argument. It's so cringe.
Directed towards minorities. A person like Hassan Piker, someone who advocates for working people, for minorities, against the American imperialist experiment, he is genuinely a terrorist in the eyes of the 1%. To them, his ideas bring them terror. And that's...
Yeah, they do, because he's an open supporter of Hezbollah and fucking Hamas and the Houthis and Iran and North Korea. Yeah, not because he advocates with socialism. He advocates with socialism. Everybody's so scared of him because he advocates. Nobody's scared of that because it's not coming anytime soon because you fucking retards don't even try to get people elected. This is why, like, who do you think socialism is more scary to on average, the left or the right? Why is it that only Democrats talk about Hassan Piker and nobody on the right seems to give a fuck, except for when they can use him to attack other Democrats? How often do you see Republicans going for Hassan? It's almost like he represents zero threat whatsoever to the Republicans.
The only kind of terror our establishment cares about, the terror of the 1%, because people like Hassan are advocating for them to be wiped off the face of the earth. To the 1%, taxes and regulations are their own personal genocide. Their existence as
Oh my God.
Billionaires can't withstand the types of ideas that a person like Hassan Piker advocates for. So that is what those in power are going to find most threatening. And
Yet it's all anti-Semitic attacks against Hassan, huh? Kind of weird, huh?
Attempt to shut down, and they always have. And I think Hassan Piker and the debate we're having over him, as fucking annoying as all of this is, I think it's good for America. Now let me be clear about my own stance on Hassan. Does Hassan Piker...
Here we go. It's gonna be, does he make some edgy jokes? Yeah, for sure. And because of her, I think she does like feminist content or whatever, and she might even go as far as to say some of the things he says are problematic or anti-feminist or misogynistic. She might go that far, but that's it. Let's see if we get, well, I won't discredit her, because she has done videos in the past that I think are decently nuanced, even if I don't agree with them. Okay, let's see if she actually critically engages with any actual criticism of Hasan. Let's see. Let's see.
Present his ideas in a tactful, palatable way? Absolutely not. I find Hasan Piker to be incredibly off-putting most of the time. He reminds me of the guys I majored in poli-sci with in college who would talk over me at parties. I don't like the way he speaks to his audience. I don't agree with the brazen, insensitive way he talks about these issues. And I think live streaming lends itself really well to running your mouth.
And it's the live streamer's paradox. True.
Saying shit you later regret. That being said, Hasan has watched numerous of my videos on his live stream and only had nice things to say, and I appreciate that. And I think, for better or for worse, whether you like his content or not, Hasan Piker is meeting the people of America where they're at in a way nothing else on the left has managed to do. And of course, I don't mean all the people in America, I mean young men in America. The demographic everyone was most wringing their hands over during the 2024 election. The demographic we're all still wringing our hands over. I, like many people, recently watched Louis Theroux's new documentary, Inside the Manosphere. If you haven't seen it, journalist and documentarian Louis Theroux interviews various men who create content and who are part of the Manosphere, a loosely connected cohort of content creators who talk about being red-pilled in the Matrix, how to be real men, and how to be an alpha male, how to get women, how to look max, how to look as hot as possible. And I learned in the documentary also how to make money while you sleep by joining their Signal chat and downloading the stock trading apps they get commissions from by convincing the—
True. There actually are so many analogies you can draw to Donald Trump. She gives the same defense of Hasan that that Trumples give of Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump tweets out, "I am going to end the civilization today." Meanwhile, MAGA, yeah, sometimes, he can be a little bit edgy, and, I don't really like that part of him, but, what are you going to do? Like, it's the same fucking defense.
Their followers to join. The promise is that if you follow these men, they'll teach you how to be rich and handsome and get women. It speaks to this moment where the American dream is dead. It's harder than ever to provide for yourself, let alone a whole family. Men are isolated and lonely. Women no longer need them, and so they're turning to someone for guidance, for inspiration.
Like, does Hasan message at all to young men? Does he even do any of that? Hasan doesn't talk about social issues. It's all class-based politics and then fuck America and fuck the West. Like, where are all of the Manosphere Hasan Piker segments on his fucking stream? He didn't even engage with the space.
To tell them how to get what they want, to explain to them why they feel so shitty. And the Manosphere offers them the antidote. Many of these content creators live stream from their mansions in Ibiza or Miami, and a common—
Like what Hasan does?
Form of content is them walking down the streets hitting on women, or pulling off more and more shocking stunts to get views and likes and virality. And if you watch Hasan Piker's content, and then you watch this Inside the Manosphere documentary, there are shades of the Manosphere in Hasan Piker's content. And before you think that I'm trying to cancel Hasan Piker, let me explain myself. Hasan Piker is brazen and often says things that have really high shock value, much like men of the Manosphere content creation universe who rely on doing drastic or shocking shit to get views and clicks.
This is like the most shallow. I don't know, man. I'm good.
Both attract attention. One is harassing women on the street or getting into physical altercations, while the other is calling into question America's imperialist warmongering by saying we deserved 9/11.
Wow.
Hasan Piker often takes his live streams on the road, followed by a cameraman and accompanied by his entourage. He's usually wearing a lot of jewelry and expensive-looking clothes. The same happens in the Manosphere. One group is wandering around the streets of Miami hitting on women. The other is exploring communist China or the blockade on Cuba. Both are creating content for the same generation of men. One is perpetuating toxic tropes of masculinity and the patriarchy and reinforcing the glorification of the military-industrial complex and sending more and more men down the capitalist pipeline. If you just work hard enough, you can be like me, and you should value money and power above everything else. The other, Hasan Piker, is uplifting marginalized voices, breaking down ethno-religious supremacist ideologies.
Wait, ethno-religious supremacist ideologies? What's the other one besides the Jews? I'm sorry, what was the second one there? I heard an S at the— what other religious ethno-supremacist ideologies does Hasan talk about?
Speaking out forcefully against the billionaire class and questioning the imperialist nature of the United States as a whole in a way that speaks to young men and meets them where they're at. You might not be comfortable with the way in which men under 40 consume content, the content that they like, the tactics used to communicate with them, with the world as it is right now. That's okay. This content isn't for you. But the reality is that this is the world. This is the world the internet has created, for better or for worse. And I would sure as shit prefer young men to be questioning the geopolitical world order with Hasan Piker than learning how to hit on women on the Miami waterfront. You know what I mean? And this speaks to a larger issue with the Democratic Party, one that Naomi Klein lays out really well in her book Doppelganger, and that is that Democrats have a tendency to bury their heads in the sand and ignore the way things are, the real genuine issues people have with the system, instead of figuring out how to fit them within their larger tent. And Republicans and far-right conspiracy theorists are able to step in and fill that void. For example, anti-vaxxing and objections to COVID-era mandates, at least in part, come from a place of truth. It is not irrational or unfounded to question the pharmaceutical industry in this country, an industry that has profited off our death and off keeping us sick. Instead of acknowledging—
Why do every single industry is like that? Like, The real estate industry, the hotel industry that profits off of our wanting to not sleep outside and to be unhoused and homeless and freezing, or the food industry that profits off of our starvation, or the clothing industry that profits off of us freezing or dying of sunburn, or the fucking video game industry that profits off of our boredom. Like all healthcare profits off of human sickness. Like, what? It's healthcare. It's supposed to help you when you're sick.
That, and that there are regulatory issues, and that there's good reasons why people might distrust big pharma, the establishment left wrote anti-vaxxers off as nut jobs and continued to cozy up to pharmaceutical
because they are nut jobs. What do you? Oh my god.
Lobbyists, giving the far right an opportunity to swoop in and win over anti-vaxxers by acknowledging the truth that sent them down that pipeline to begin with. You're right. There is something fishy about how pharmaceutical companies operate in this country. That wins over trust. That then becomes easy to exploit with lies and conspiracies. The same is true of young men and the manosphere. The manosphere is capitalizing on something that is true. Young men in this country are not okay. The economy is rigged against all of us. The patriarchy hurts everyone and makes them feel horrible about themselves because they can't be providers anymore. And the manosphere acknowledges that truth and then sends them down the toxic pipeline. You're right. Life is really hard. You are being exploited. That wins over trust that then becomes easy to exploit with lies and conspiracies. The manosphere tells them the way to win back your agency is through stocks and emotionally abusing women. Hasan Piker tells them that actually the billionaire class is the reason why your life sucks. Young men are seeking this shit out online, whether we like it or not.
I like how she gave the manosphere, which by the way, they're all victims. I like how at least she gave them like some kind of agency, like what can you do to fix your problem? But Hasan tells you it's the billionaires and then nothing. But
the manosphere tells them the way to win back your agency is through stocks and emotionally abusing women.
Like at least the manosphere give you some advice. Okay, abuse women, buy stocks. Got it. Going. On my way to the gym. Let's do it.
Piker tells them that actually the billionaire class is the reason why your life sucks.
Oh.
Young men are seeking this shit out online, whether we like it or not. And they're not seeking it out from mainstream media. They're not seeking it out from even someone like me, a leftist, yes, but someone who's a lot more measured and doesn't do or say things that go particularly viral and is also a woman in her 30s. So sorry, but I'm not particularly intriguing to 20-year-old men, and I'm really okay with that. That's just the reality of the situation. And I don't know about you, but I'd far prefer a world where they jump onto the leftist Hasan Piker train than the manosphere death spiral. I think that's a net positive for America. And yet, the establishment Democrats, the legacy media, would rather shoot themselves in the foot than acknowledge that they need Hasan Piker in their tent. They would rather throw their weight behind attempting to cancel him than attempting to understand what it is about him that speaks to a base of people that they have been clamoring to win over, young men. They all of a sudden demand purity, to never associate with anyone who's ever said anything objectionable, while openly and vociferously supporting Israel, an apartheid state actively committing genocide while the world watches. Instead of attempting to figure out how to actually fit the entire left wing of this country in their tent, which is their burden in our fucked up two-party system, which would require acknowledging differences, having hard conversations, strategizing, open-mindedness, coalition building. They are once again alienating the entire left of their base, because this isn't just off-putting to Hasan Piker fans, it's off-putting to anyone outside left of center who wants to see the Democrats attempt to mend this party, take back power, and make the types of progressive changes that need to happen to ensure a Donald Trump figure never happens again in this country. And that requires addressing the truths that Donald Trump and the right have been willing to exploit, that billionaires are amassing wealth and leaving us to fight over the scraps, that life in America is about surviving and not thriving for the vast majority of Americans. Trump promised solutions to that and of course delivered nothing, but Democrats could actually step in and increase taxes on the wealthy, provide affordable healthcare and childcare if they were willing to embrace progressive ideals and the people that come along with it. But they're not. Just like in Germany in the lead up to World War II, in America we are seeing the quote-unquote opposition party choose money over morals, cling to their elite friends, align themselves closer with the fascists than with the people.
This is her blaming, in case you missed that, she's not talking about the Nazis here, she's blaming the Social Democrats in Germany, just so you're aware of what's happening, of course.
Money over morals, cling to their elite friends, align themselves closer with the fascists than with the people, while just playing lip service to the concerns of the masses and doing nothing about anything, and then throwing us all under the bus in order to keep their power. So the discussion over Hasan Piker is about so much more than what we do with this leftist guy who live streams all day. It is a microcosm of how fucking broken this country is, that we cannot even fathom how to include actual leftist progressive ideas that would actually help the masses into our national political conversation. That we equate leftist progressivism as just as extreme and therefore bad as far-right extremism, as though they're equally at the same distance ends of the political spectrum. Despite the fact that in many countries in Europe, there are people who espouse very similar values to Hasan Piker, who hold seats in parliament, whose democratic socialist parties are seen as center-left.
This is the number one, this is the about as brain dead. Anytime a Nazi comes up to you, these are the same statements, by the way. When Nazis come up to you and they're like, we need to defend our race like they do in Europe. And it's like, what do you mean by that? And it's like, well, in Europe, like white people, you know, stick together, you know, the white European people stick together. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? White European. This is like funnily enough, this is an American concept. Okay. This concept of just a wholly white unified people. This is a very American. It's fucking retarded. Whenever you get these Nazi sloppers that say this is the lefty equivalent of that, is when you get these lefties that come up to you and they're like, Bernie Sanders in any country in Europe would be a centrist, by the way. Bernie Sanders would be center left. All of the European countries, they actually have huge socialist parties that have lots of seats. No, that's bullshit. That's not true. Bernie Sanders would be far left in every single European country. This is not true. This is bullshit. This is a fucking lie from people that don't know anything about any European government or anything about any European country or anything about anything other than the slopper shit that they force feed their audience.
Like who and what we deem to be terrorists is dictated by bias and power dynamics. What we deem to be extremist political ideology in this country is also seriously biased and skewed. To characterize someone like Hasan Piker as extremist in the same way that someone like Nick Fuentes is extremist is an irresponsible, willful mischaracterization that is motivated by the same pro-capitalist, pro-billionaire bullshit that has gotten us into this situation to begin with. And the Democratic establishment is doing nothing but further alienating people when it attempts to cancel Hasan Piker and any progressive candidate who dares go.
Who's canceling him?
Near him. And of course, there's also fretting about what about the centrists? What about the independents? It's true. There is a huge swath of this country that isn't particularly interested in quote unquote progressive policies that do find Hasan Piker to be too extreme and may themselves be alienated by his ideas and past statements.
Fuck 'em.
What do we do about them? As with a lot of issues with the Democratic Party, this comes down to a messaging and strategy problem, something the Democrats notoriously fucking suck at. Of course, you don't bring Hasan Piker into every single room. He is a particular person who speaks to a particular demographic. You gotta know your audience, and you have to mold your message accordingly. And this is something that I think Bernie Sanders has mastered. You don't label shit progressive or far left or politically extreme. You just actually listen to people and what they want, and you provide them with solutions that make them excited about you as a candidate. And the solution tends to be get money out of politics and raise taxes on the 1% to help fund the government. Those are negatively labeled as progressive ideas, but they shouldn't be. Leveling the playing field for people so that billionaires can't rig the entire game isn't a progressive idea. It's pro-democracy. It just seems that there's zero creativity in these washed up, dusty Democratic strategists out there, that they just cannot come up with a single...
Zero creativity. Meanwhile, the messaging on their side, hate the billionaires, hate the capitalists, hate America, hate the big corporations for 15 years. Nothing. They've got nothing. No political power, no policy, no nothing.
Way to get people excited about voting for Democrats. The only reason we're excited to show up and vote for Democrats in the midterms in November is because we're desperate for something less awful than this. The only reason I was excited to vote for Kamala Harris in 2024 was because she wasn't Trump and seemed less likely to completely fuck up the entire country and world order during her presidency. Can you imagine a Democratic candidate actually presenting you with ideas that you could get excited about because the ideas themselves are good? I mean, that's what happened in New York City. I said this last episode. Zoran Mamdani didn't harp on about how bad his opponents were. He presented a really exciting vision for what New...
You're talking about a guy who's just the mayor of a city versus people running for the most generalized federal office in the country, a president of the United States.
New York City could be. And yes, he even appeared on Hasan Piker's live stream. And what do you know? It didn't alienate everyone who doesn't love Hasan Piker.
First of all, this is very early when he was running. Also, secondly, he had to disavow it. What are you talking about?
It was one tactic of many that he used to actually talk to New Yorkers and understand who they listen to and what they care about and meet them where they were at. He didn't just talk to Hasan Piker. He talked to a lot of people. What's wild and crazy about being a politician is you actually have to communicate with and find compromise with people you don't agree with 100% of the time.
But meanwhile, you guys will literally cancel or excommunicate every single person who's not in lockstep with the most insane position on Israel-Palestine. Jesus.
That's actually a necessary piece of politicking. Zoran Mamdani did it while also seeming likable, approachable, and reasonable. And the Democratic Party demonized him for that too. Because again, they would rather cancel the candidate with the progressive ideas in order to align themselves with elite interests every single time. Which is why most Democrat Party candidates are fucking creeps who seem so completely disconnected from actual real life. They're not put in place for us. They're put—
True. Unlike Plattner, who's like a real relatable, down-to-earth guy with the fucking Nazi tattoos that he just didn't know what they were for 15, 20 years, okay?
In place by the elite interests who want to control the narrative and keep their power. So when someone like Hasan Piker comes along who cannot be controlled and in fact seems to revel in shaking things up and pissing people off, and then a candidate like Dr. Abdul El-Sayed actually dares to bring Hasan into the fold and treat him like the influential political actor he is, the Democratic establishment has to swoop in and nip that in the bud before it gets so out of control that people start actually learning about, understanding, and wanting these extremist progressive ideals. Until we vote these elitist creeps out of office and find better alternatives, this is what we're stuck with in this country. And the way things are going, it is people like Hasan Piker who are going to have to do the actual political work of convincing people that progressive ideas actually aren't that extreme after all. If you'd like to support my work, consider joining on YouTube, Substack, or Patreon to get access to all these episodes completely ad-free. And if you like my Reagan Ruined Everything t-shirt, you can get one for yourself at LegionMillerMerch.com. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons Christopher Cohen, Evan Friedley, Mark, Sarah Shelby, Dennis Smith, Art, David, Latrasia Lucas, Thomas Johnson, and Tay. Your generosity makes this channel what it is, so thank you. And if you like this episode, you'll like my episode from yesterday about how to remove a Mad King from office. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye!
Any other sloppers in the house? Jesus Christ. My slopper in chief.
The hot topic of the hour, a lot of breaking news from President Trump. He told me the blockade of Iranian ports is now fully implemented. He told me the conflict is close to being over. I sat down with the commander-in-chief for an exclusive interview at the White House yesterday, where he told me all about that, plus the current state of the economy, his expectations for the price of oil, and the reconciliation package to come. Take a look. Mr. President, thank you for sitting down with us. We appreciate it. You've had a real reaction to the blockade. Are you happy with the reaction since you put this blockade in place in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's been pretty amazing, actually. I thought that was going to happen. They reacted to this even, I think, we've obliterated them. And this almost seems to be more of a reaction than we had before. So we'll see. I mean, look, it only matters the end result. And we're doing very well. We started off with Venezuela. We showed everybody how good. I rebuilt and built the military in my first term. I didn't know I was going to be using it this much, but we have the greatest military in the world, not even a contest. And think of it, they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, everything's been wiped out, they have no anti-aircraft equipment, they have no radar, they have no leaders.
Asking that one guy, what? Who cares? When the fuck were we afraid of the Iranian Navy? Like, when were Americans thinking about it? Like, it's such a cringe, stupid, like, oh God, like.
The leaders they have now, it's a new regime, okay? And we find them pretty reasonable, to be honest with you. By comparison, pretty reasonable. It really is a new regime. And I think we're doing very well, but it only matters what the end result is, and maybe it'll happen fairly soon. Who knows?
And you told me on Sunday that you think they will ultimately consent and say they're not going to continue building a nuclear weapon. How will you verify?
Well, first of all, if they don't, we're not making a deal, okay? So there's no deal. This whole thing is really about no nuclear. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if they're going to have a nuclear weapon, we'll be living with them for a little while, but I don't know how much longer they can survive. I don't know how much longer they can go, because they've been hit very hard. And as an example, we could take out every one of their bridges in 1 hour. We could take out every one of their power plants, electric power plants, in 1 hour.
Wow.
We don't want to do that, because someday you're going to have to rebuild, and it takes you 10 years to rebuild a bridge. Even if you're Trump, it takes a long time, and power plants are just as bad. So we'll see what happens.
Did you get any pushback, like from the Chinese or the Saudis, about blocking the Strait of Hormuz?
No, I had none.
Let me move on to domestic issues, sir. What are your top priorities now for the economy for the rest of the year?
To be honest, we are doing so well. You look at this. I hit the 50,000 Dow mark, which everyone said
was
couldn't
impossible.
Happen in 4
They couldn't
years.
have it. Yeah, and I didn't. Yeah,
I hit the
same talking points.
7,000.
Are we going to get this country was a dead country, and now it's the hottest place on earth. Everybody wants to invest here.
S&P mark in less than 1 year, which was a number, as you know, you reported it. They said if at the end of 4 years you hit those numbers, I did it at the end of a year. And I said, now we have to do a little bit of a turn, a detour, to a place called Iran, and we have to stop them from ever having a nuclear weapon. And if you told me that in the midst of it, we would have a stock market that's almost as good as it was 2 months ago, just about, very close, and that we'd have oil, that we'd be selling oil, that oil would be at 92 or whatever it is right now, instead of 200, because a lot of people said, oh, it'll be 200. This is in the midst of everything. Now, I think we're doing very well, and maybe people assume we're going to win this thing pretty soon. We've beaten them militarily, totally.
Totally.
The only thing they have is the Gulf, and I think now, or the Strait, as they call it, and I think now, I don't know how they hold out.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the backdrop has changed. I know it's been only a month or so, but oil prices are up 50%. The stock market had a tough first quarter.
By the way, you're
now,
right.
Stocks are
you're
still
right, but
up.
they're not up. I thought, I mean, honestly,
You thought it was gonna be
I thought
worse.
there'd be much, and I was willing to do that, to stop
Oh.
a nuclear weapon to be used against this country or the Middle East, anybody in the Middle East. They were going to take out the Middle East. To stop that, it was certainly worthwhile, being much higher than it is right now. If you told me that we were going to be at only 92 a barrel, $92 a barrel, I would have been very surprised.
All right,
And
so
you know what? I'm very happy. And it's going to come dropping down very big as soon as it's over. And I think it can be over very soon.
So
if they're
overall-
smart, it will end soon.
overall, the impact on the economy, do you expect a hit to growth? Do you expect a spike in inflation?
Well, look, there's a hit because, you know, we go through it for whatever it is, 6 weeks. There's going to be a hit, but it's going to recover, I think, fully. Somehow they misquoted me. I think oil will be down to the levels it was. You know, they said, I expect oil to be high at the midterms. I don't expect that. I think that we will be somewhere around where we were, maybe even lower. This is going to, when this is over, I think the stock market is going to boom. It's already booming. Again, nobody thought we could be at 50,000 during my 4 terms on the Dow or 7,000 on the S&P. And we hit numbers that nobody thought possible.
You've been talking about a reconciliation program with the Republicans. Can you
Are these green items supposed to disappear from my inventory once I do the quest? Or does this mean I haven't done the quest yet? The fuck?
articulate to our audience why a reconciliation package is important and why you want to see it on your desk by June?
Because we can't get any Democrat votes. With reconciliation, we can get things passed.
Haven't done them. Oh.
The good thing is the great big beautiful bill, that was 4 years wrapped into one. Now we're doing some additional things. But, you know, the great big beautiful bill, I think it's the biggest, the best piece of legislation.
Ever.
It should be called the great big beautiful tax cut bill, because you have no tax on tips, and look how that's working out. No tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We have people, and you see it. I see it on your show. Watch your show. Your show's great. We have people that are making $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. They had no idea it was coming, and it's turning out to be even better than we anticipated for people.
But there are rules around reconciliation that it requires deficit reduction, right? How will you ensure that you've got a decrease in spending?
Well, we have to go by the rules, and we're going for those rules. And if we didn't go by the rules, we couldn't even put it in. We wouldn't be able to submit it. And nobody believes that more than me. The one thing I really felt strongly about was the military. We built this great military that we have right now, and everybody acknowledges it, whether it's China or Russia. We have the greatest military in the world, and I built that in 4 years, my first term. It's a great, including adding Space Force. You know, a lot of the things that you see that work so well is because of Space Force. It was a great, it was a great thing that we added when we went for Space Force.
So what can you put in the reconciliation bill?
Good job.
Other than funding Customs and Border Patrol and ICE. Anything else?
Well, we're doing mostly that. This is mostly about that because the Democrats don't want to do it. Then we're putting some things.
They don't want
as
to do
we go
anything,
along.
guys.
But
They're
you know,
haters.
you've heard the expression. We want to keep it sort of slim because we want to make sure that I have the safest border in the history of our country. Nobody came in. I'm not even sure I can believe that. But the Democrats do the numbers. It's really, you know, the agency that does that is, they tend to be on the Democrat side, to put it mildly. In the last 9 months, not one person came across the border illegally. Now compare that to 25 million people coming across by Sleepy Joe.
I was there. I went to the border 6 times.
I didn't see a single Why? What, are you just bored? Not even one.
I saw it. I understand what you're saying.
They came in by the millions, hundreds of thousands a week, just pouring it, totally unchecked, and you know the country.
Hundreds of thousands a week. Hundreds of thousands a week.
I know the leaders of most of these countries. They're very smart. They're street smart. Some are highly educated, some are, but they're very street smart. They don't send their good people to us. When they do a caravan, 25, 30,000 people in a caravan, you don't have their good. You have people that, frankly, even if they're not criminals per se, they don't want to work, or they want welfare, or they send.
Oh, so now even the non-criminals are bad. Okay.
All these people to our country. What the Democrats have done to us should never be forgotten.
Can you put the Save America Act in the reconciliation
I'd love
plan?
to do it, and we'll certainly look at it. But I mean, there's nothing easy, and it has to be called Save America, as you just did. A lot of people like to call it the Save Act. Nobody knows. It's Save America. It's voter ID. It's you have to be a citizen to vote.
Proof of citizenship.
Ideally, mail-in voting. You knock the hell out of it. You
Can you make it a budgetary item?
It's good for the military. You know, the military's away. They have to be able to use it, etc. Somebody that's sick, somebody that's away, you can't. And you do mail-in voting. But mail-in voting cut back so that it's fair.
It's tax day. What do you want to make sure people understand about the changes that you put in the tax code in the big, beautiful bill?
Just don't fucking pay it, guys.
And how significant are these refunds that people are getting?
Okay, well, the refunds are really significant, and it makes it less complicated to do your tax return, much less complicated. But the people, I mean, I think you're seeing this. You're reporting, everybody's reporting, because now it's gone into effect. And people are getting refunds of $5,000, $8,000, $11,000 that they had no idea they were getting. It's turned out to be better, as good or better than I said it would be.
Is that going to be enough to offset the increase in gasoline prices?
It will be, because gasoline's coming down very soon and very big.
So you think gas prices will be lower before the midterm elections?
I think they'll be much lower before
lower.
midterm, much lower, yes.
Okay. Now, you've suggested...
I mean, that's on the assumption that we stop a country that cannot have a nuclear weapon from... If you give Iran a nuclear weapon, what? You want to see bad stock markets? You won't have a country. The world will be blown up. You can't do it. You cannot do it. So on the assumption we have that settled, hopefully long before that, and maybe almost immediately. Could be very soon.
Hell yeah.
But when that's settled, gas prices are going to go down tremendously, and gas prices, cost per barrel, fill up your car, per gallon, any way you look at it, numbers are going to go down. Electricity is going to go down. You know, it fuels sort of everything, not just cars. It fuels the economy. If you get that down, one of the reasons I was so successful in my first term is I was able to keep gasoline prices down. I was able to keep energy down. Now, look, if I decided not to go into Iran, which would have been a terrible thing, for 47 years, no president had the guts to do it, and they should have done it. And I know at least one, and I think all of them that are living, are sitting back watching this and say, we should have done it. This should have been done long before me. It would have been much easier to do. This should have been done long before me.
True.
Mr. President, let me
What
ask
Obama did.
What did Obama do?
Iran nuclear deal. That was the worst deal ever made.
True.
That gave them a path to a nuclear weapon, a short-term path to a nuclear weapon. I terminated it. It was the greatest thing I did. They would have had a nuclear weapon 4 years ago. Then we hit them with the B-2 bombers 8 months ago. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month, maybe 2 weeks. And they would have used it on Israel and the Middle East.
My God.
And they would have used it on us too. And not just Israel, by the way. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, countries that were shocked when they got hit. You know, these countries were not expected to be hit because they were going after those countries. They were going over to take over the Middle East, and we stopped them.
Okay.
You keep saying was. Is this...
Wait, is this part two, or?
You keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over.
Oh, and Fetterman, nice. Ugh. Okay. whatever. Johnny Somali.
It's possible, but things are still somehow getting worse for the disrespectful IRL streamer who's been trapped in South Korea for over a year, simply because he couldn't act right and thought he was above the law. And now it's become extremely obvious that his legal strategy completely failed. Obviously, there's a lot that's happened since we last covered him, but his last trial day was essentially February of 2026. Now, on April 15th, comes his sentencing. So Johnny still is currently facing 8 charges, 6 of which he's already pleaded guilty to, and he's currently fighting the last 2 charges, which are the deepfake charges. Because the dude is still facing 12.5 years in South Korean prison and has essentially been the largest moron ever while fighting this case. I mean, let's be real. If there was a big idiot contest, this dude would absolutely win, because who in their right mind says this to the judge that has his freedom in his hands?
Shout out to President Yoon, the judge, prosecutor, y'all can suck my... Tell them what the charges is.
Carrying a fish and causing anxiety.
Causing anxiety by carrying a fish. Tell the judge you can suck my... I'll bring the fish to your mother's house. I don't care.
So with that in mind, this absolute genius decided it was a great idea to fight a charge that he live streamed himself doing. Because after streaming with the South Korean streamer Bongbong, he decided to brag and show off his new Korean girlfriend. How did he do this? Well, he showed an AI-generated video of him and Bongbong making out on his stream. This is extremely illegal in South Korea, hence why he's currently facing 8 years in prison.
You know what, actually? I do have... No, I'm just kidding.
For just that one charge. And unfortunately for him, he's facing 2 separate deepfake charges. But the maximum penalty that you can get from all of these charges is combined 12.5 years in prison. And as an American, that is a crazy amount of time for what he did. But this guy can't help himself but remove any chance of leniency from the judge by threatening the judge and his family.
Shout out to President Yoon, the judge, prosecutor, y'all can suck my...
By showing up to court praising their northern neighbor.
Is there anything you want to say? Do you admit the charges? Don't you want to apologize?
I love North.
Hey, send this clip to the president of Korea. Send this clip. I'm talking to you, the president of Korea. You can suck my... I respect Kim Jong-un more than you, Lee Jae-myung, little...
And continuing to be an absolute moron in public, all while his trial is still going on.
Korea number 1, yes! Korea, Korea, Korea! Oh, police? No. I'm Vigo, American.
And obviously, we've been covering his antics for almost 3 years now, and I've gone to 4 of his court dates in Seoul. But I didn't go to this one in February because Bongbong was actually supposed to show up to the last one that I was in Seoul before the February trial. But instead, she decided to fly to Australia.
I'm talking to a lawyer, but they didn't answer. Lawyer said that I don't have to, but just in case I will go to airport. I don't know. Oh, it's so annoying. I think I don't have to, isn't it? Yeah, I need to pay the fine. If I don't know I have to pay the fine or not. There's a paper, like absence paper. I can send the absence paper, they said. The fine is 5,000 Australian dollar maximum, I think. Oh, I don't think I have to pay that much for that. That's too much.
And she's the lead witness. So I wasn't going to bet on this woman showing up because if she didn't show up again, there would be nothing new to cover. And I'm going to be real. It's not cheap to fly a team member and myself to Korea. I mean, we're kind of doing it for the love of the game at this point because it would be a whole lot more profitable for me to sit at home and make a commentary video. But honestly, that is not the most entertaining outcome because this is such a good story. It's a full-on train wreck that I can't even help myself from not watching. And I mean, let's be real. If I'm not focused on covering it, a whole lot of people won't even know what's happening. And it's kind of funny because it almost seems like Johnny
Somali has so many anti-fan haters, but
actually missed me from this session in February because he kept on complaining to the other streamers to get the shot of him coming into the courtroom because no one else would, I guess. And this is because most people have honestly just lost interest in the case. They just want to see what the outcome is. So my understanding is there was little to no press there on the February court date. Hence why we never got the video of him getting out of a police car and entering the courthouse. But Bongbong, the star witness, she decided to go live before the stream. So as I was sitting home and I realized she went live, I went, oh, she's actually showing up the trial. And she did so alongside of Slightly Homeless. They weren't streaming together, they were just streaming at the same time in 2 separate parts of town. And you might recognize Slightly Homeless because he was the guy who Johnny essentially stalked and chased down the street with his date at that time.
I'm giving you content, right? You want to run content in my city?
Leave me alone.
I thought you want to run content.
Leave me alone.
Let's make content.
Go away.
Go away.
And I don't think Slightly Homeless is really on a side here. I just feel like he's at the courthouse because he's already in Korea, and that's probably the most interesting thing in his niche happening in Seoul that day. But regardless, he was kind of there to cover it, but he somehow managed to not cover anything whatsoever because he just kind of stood there on the street, bothered about not being able to live stream inside of the courthouse. And obviously, Johnny was really trying to get him to stand at the courthouse steps and live stream him going into court because, you know, Johnny wanted his big moment. And of course, he didn't do that, and Johnny didn't get the shot he wanted, and there was no journalists there, so no one saw that happening.
I'm telling you, they told me I can't, dude. And I will get you going in. Johnny wants me to be a cellmate. I know, right? I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. Just roll your window down when you're coming by if you want me to get a good shot.
I don't know who's gonna be there. Oh, fuck. Fuck. No. I left my house to too late. No, I think I'm gonna be late for the court. I just go to court and just tell what happened to me. That's it. I'm very curious about what's gonna happen later.
There seems to be no hype behind this trial. I mean, absolutely nobody's here.
I met him twice, once in Thailand, once in Seoul, always on stream. And we're not like in that relationship. We maybe used to be a friend or something. Then he exposed me on the public with like over 1,000 people that I'm his girlfriend, and we sex to Korean people, and I got a lot of bad, I was kind of canceled from the society because of that, you know what I mean? Cancelled. I was cancelled from Korean people. Like a lot of people.
No,
you know what I mean?
all
like,
Korean people.
A lot of people start attacking my YouTube channel, and actually, like a lot of Korean people threatening me. The Korean people, a lot of Korean people who eventually like ends up their life for being attacked by public.
But essentially, what do we know from the February trial going into his sentencing? Well, despite it having been almost 4 months, Johnny Somali's first deepfake charge, the one with Youngman that was supposed to be dropped, has not been dropped. So no official agreement has been entered into the record in either case. So considering it's already been 4 months, one can only assume that that charge is there to stay. And we got some confirmation on this as well, because on February 3rd, 2026, Hank submitted a request for clarification on the scope of the agreement to the court in the Youngman trial. And this to date is the only official court action that has taken place in either trial regarding this agreement. So this is definitely an indication that Johnny is worried about if this agreement is being held up by the court. And if you don't remember, the background on that was on October 22nd, 2025, John...
Okay, I don't care about this too much. Okay. Fent break.
2 milligrams of fentanyl can kill you in a matter of minutes.
What the? I thought this was going to be a Kurtzkagat or whatever because of the animation style.
Just 2 milligrams of fentanyl can kill you in a matter of minutes. That's the same size as a few grains of sand. And worse, not all fentanyl is the same. At this very moment, masked men in homemade labs are cooking up newer and even more lethal versions of fentanyl, and those literal chemical weapons are headed straight to the USA. It is the...
Okay. Who? I don't trust this. I'm sorry. I got too many bad slop vibes from the first 10 seconds of that. All right. What was this? Is perfect prediction possible?
By the end of this video, you won't know what to think.
Uh-oh.
There's a paradox where you seem to have free will while also seeming not to have free will. Newcomb's paradox. You may have heard about it in the Veritasium video on the paradox. A curious game-like scenario that splits real people roughly 50-50 into contradicting but apparently equally valid strategies. One box.
Exactly.
You don't wanna...
no, not the box.
I'm like, trend. You got me? I am a one boxer. I will do it.
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
Nothing.
Okay.
The thing is, the Veritasium video and many other articles and papers on the paradox mostly ignore two of the questions I had when I first heard the paradox, fundamental questions about the actual science rather than just philosophy underpinning the paradox. First, is the basic premise even physically possible? And if so, why does it feel so paradoxical? The answers will take us through causal...
I saw John Eastman got disbarred, yes.
Calculus, quantum mechanics, chaos theory, and wondering if we in fact live in a simulation. First though, a recap of Newcomb's paradox. Imagine something, a being, a supercomputer, or an algorithm, that's extremely good at predicting people's behavior, and it's just made a prediction about you. In a room with two boxes, one is open and has $1,000 inside. The other is a closed jackpot box that might contain $1 million or might contain nothing. You are allowed to choose either just the jackpot box, worth either $0 or $1 million, or both boxes, together worth either $1,000 or $1 million plus $1,000. The catch is that the predictor being algorithm thingy is set up in a way that penalizes being greedy, and before you entered the room it only filled the jackpot with $1 million if it predicted you'll choose only the jackpot and not also the $1,000. If it predicted you were going to choose both the jackpot and the $1,000 boxes, then the being left the jackpot box empty. The set of possible outcomes is this. If the being predicts you'll take just the jackpot box and so puts $1 million in it, either you take just the jackpot box and get $1 million, or take both boxes and get $1 million.
Before we keep going, you're a one boxer, I hope, right?
I think that was my answer, yeah. Pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. If you're a two boxer, you need to be hit in the fucking head.
Whoa, in a video game.
Really?
Sure, just being safe.
I mean, two boxers are just like, there's something wrong with them. You know what it is? Two boxers, they're destined I mean, someone's got to work the fucking cashiers at McDonald's. What do you want me to say? Like, I guess, yeah, sure, fuck it.
Based.
Plus $1,000. And if the being predicts you'll take both boxes and puts nothing in the jackpot, either you take just the jackpot and get nothing, or take both and get $1,000. But remember, the being is very good at predicting. It's made this same prediction many times before, with many different people, and is almost always right. The supposed reason it's a paradox is this. There are convincing arguments that tell you to take just one box and to take two boxes. One boxers say that if you choose two boxes, the prediction being will have anticipated it, placed $0 in the jackpot box, and you'll end up with only $1,000. And their argument goes, if you choose just the jackpot box, the prediction being will have anticipated that and put $1 million into it. One boxers think you should choose just the jackpot box and take $1 million rather than $1,000. Two boxers say that once you're in the room and the game has begun, the being has already made its prediction and the money is already sitting there in the boxes. No matter what prediction the being made, whether it got it right or wrong, take two boxes and you'll walk away with $1,000 more than if you just took the jackpot box. Two boxers think you should choose both boxes since that'll always get you an extra $1,000. You can watch Veritasium's video for some of the usual discussion and arguments that surround the paradox, and maybe pause here to have a think about your own strategy. Lots of papers declared that these two analyses are more or less equally valid, and focus on arguing which one is worth adhering to. But there are scientific tools that allow us to tell if the setup is even possible, and if it is, whether you should one box or two box. Causal calculus is one such tool. Causal calculus looks at statistics, not just to infer correlations between things, it looks at statistics combined with knowledge of the real world to infer causality. Here's how. We know that the being's prediction and people's decisions are tightly correlated. This is clear because in the past, the being predicted everyone's decision almost every time. Causal calculus tells us that a strong correlation like this can't occur by chance, and it means causality-wise, either the being's prediction must cause your decision, or your decision must cause the being's prediction, or they both must have a shared common cause. The timeline of the setup, which is that the being predicts and then you decide, tells causal calculus that your decision can't directly cause the being's prediction, because that would require retrocausality, aka time travel. And the being's prediction can't directly cause your choice, because after deciding whether or not to put the money in the jackpot, the being is kept entirely isolated from you. Which leaves only one option. The being's prediction and your choice must have a shared common cause. Something both causes the being to place $1 million in the jackpot box and causes you to choose just one box, or it causes the being to place nothing in the box while causing you to choose both boxes. This simple causal calculus analysis tells you the best strategy is to take just one box, though it's also maybe not really your choice because something in the past, like maybe watching this video, convinced you it's the only way to get the jackpot, and the predictor knew that and therefore put the jackpot in the box. What makes Newcomb's paradox so bizarre and divisive is when you introduce another powerful tool of causal calculus, the power of intervention. Imagine a spectator sitting in the room with you who saw whether or not the predictor being put money into the jackpot box. From the spectator's perspective, it's an obvious choice. No matter what the predictor did, regardless of whether or not there's money in the jackpot box, there's still $1,000 in the other box, and the spectator will be thinking to themselves, I hope they take both boxes. To take it further, if the spectator intervened and took the two boxes for you, you would always benefit, because you'd always get an extra $1,000. Causal calculus represents intervention by deleting the causal relationship between the common cause, whatever it is, and the choice of boxes, which means that the box choice is no longer correlated with the prediction about what you would choose. The intervening spectator is now doing the choosing, and they're free to be as greedy as they want. This intervention argument has convinced adherents to causal calculus that the only rational decision is to choose two boxes, because they say once you're in the room, you are free to decide whatever you want. That's the whole point of free will. You can intervene in your own life. But the intervention argument shouldn't convince you to take two boxes, because that would assume that you are not you. The point is, if you've made up your mind, another person can intervene on your behalf, but you can't intervene on your own decision process. You are your own decision process, and the being would supposedly have predicted that correctly. At least according to the setup of the paradox. But that assumes the setup is even physically possible. We need to see what physics says about just how accurate a predictor being could even be in the real physical world. Is perfect or close to perfect accuracy even possible? We've shown that there must be a common cause that results in both the being's prediction and also in your choice. And the most
well, I feel like it's just, why are we watching this? This is just a retread of everything we've already gone over before. What? Boring. Veritasium and Marquee. Let's go.
And we're gonna try to steal $10,000 from his locked iPhone. I'm here with MKBHD, and we're gonna try to steal $10,000 from his locked iPhone.
Really hope it doesn't work. Really hope it doesn't work.
I'm gonna get you to put that phone down on top of this device.
Okay.
Just put it down there.
Just put it on
Like all right.
I feel like I'm a bit of a magician, but I'm like, I haven't changed anything, right?
Okay. Yeah.
It's still locked.
It's locked.
Okay.
Nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just a regular payment terminal. Nothing weird about that.
Seen these.
We'll start with a little like maybe 100. No, maybe $5. Let's start something like
five.
Let's start with five.
Sounds great. Yeah, $5.
Do you think that we can take like will we be able to get this out of your phone?
I hope not, but I kind of feel like you will. Let's see.
What do you think, Dan?
Well, I thought on iPhone you have to double click to authorize the payment. Is that not the case?
About to find out, Dan.
So now I'm gonna charge $5 on this device. Your phone's still locked, right?
Yep.
I haven't done anything.
Like a David Blaine.
It's like the nerdiest David Blaine.
Yeah.
Sweet. So let's try tap. We'll go.
What?
What just happened on my phone? Approved. Whoa. Approved. So okay, I heard something happen on my phone while you tapped this on this.
Yes. We got a little receipt for you.
Credit, verified on device, $5. So I'm gonna check my phone. Oh, I have a new $5 charge. And it's timestamped right now.
Holy
I don't like that
shit.
at all. So that's concerning. Oh, so my phone had to be on this thing.
Yes.
Did it have to be on this thing?
What the fuck is that thing?
Or like near it, I guess?
So the way, well, I could explain how it works, but maybe before that, $5, it's not very much.
Yeah.
Do we want to try upping it a bit?
I'm
gonna enter a slightly larger amount.
Careful. Careful with that. Careful. Careful. That's a lot of zeros. Careful with that. Oh my God. Okay.
Do you even think it's possible, firstly? $10,000.
I mean, the limit on the card is above that. I don't know if Apple Pay will let you do that.
Wait, I have a theory.
The question.
The real meme would be that usually your bank will flag suspicious transactions like that if you haven't done it before and if you're out of zip code. But what's your theory? What do you think is going to be?
My theory is that Apple, for some stupid reason, lets you do really small payments, like $5, without unlocking your phone for small bullshit. But if you try to go over it, it doesn't work. That's my theory.
I don't believe that. Do you know what this device thing is here in the middle?
It looks like an NFC reader.
I wonder if there's like some hack. I don't even know. This shouldn't be possible, but we'll see. Well, no, it can't be a hack or an open thing because they wouldn't be publishing this video, right? So who knows?
It has to be like Apple set something so that you can like use your Subway card without unlocking your phone or something, and it's like there's a $5 maximum charge, and above that it doesn't work.
Maybe.
Is also, are you used to spending this amount of money on this card? You know?
Not from my phone. This is like a big screen activity, like $10,000 purchase. I gotta be checking everything. So yeah, no, this would be unusual.
Let's see it. Let's see if it works. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. Okay. We're just all we gotta do again. Put your phone locked.
Phone
on this device.
Locked on that device.
Yes, exactly.
Man, we got the drama music and everything.
Okay, start the script again. Okay.
Holy. Oh, what? Hold on, wait. I don't know what the fuck this thing is. The thing. What is
Wait,
the
it's
thing?
a relay. Wait. It's a
What?
relay thing, right? So he has. Okay.
Okay.
I think I know what's happening here.
What's happening?
Okay. You know how people can like steal your car by like going near your door of your house with like a thing to like broadcast your key fob way farther? You know what I mean? Like normally your key fob would only work if you're within like 10 feet of your car. Yeah?
Okay.
So he's putting this dude's phone there, and the phone is emitting something that the other phone is then picking up and then somehow doing something with it, like retransmitting it with authorization.
Okay.
That's my guess. What's your guess? Huh? Why don't you try to sound smart?
Are we supposed to know what that one device is?
Well, that one device, that's his. Okay, on the right.
Okay.
Well,
hold on.
Exactly. And okay, we're gonna start the script again. Okay.
All right, look, pause. So we have 4 things here. We have Marquez phone on the right.
Yeah.
Sitting on top of basically like a RFID reader or an NFC reader or something, plugged into a computer with a really fucked up power cord, by the way. Get a new fucking charger, bro. And I assume a terminal, okay, right? You see the square terminals on the left-hand side and the guy's attacker phone. So the computer is rebroadcasting the RFID or the NFC from Marquez's phone to this dude's phone.
Oh my God. It can't possibly be this, but this is my guess. But this can't possibly be. It can't possibly be this, but this is my guess.
Okay. Apple Pay. Tap to pay. Yes, that is it.
Yes.
Does Apple have that? Can you do tap to pay?
Yeah, that's what it is, yeah.
Oh, so he's making this phone think it's tapping when it's not, maybe. Maybe?
My guess is, but it can't be this. This would be so stupid. So when you go to tap in order to authorize a payment from whatever the Apple Pay thing is, Apple's security software is doing a check to see if you've unlocked your phone first in order to authorize the payment. And the attacker phone is being authorized because the guy is typing in the code or looking at the face thing. So it's saying, okay, good, you've bypassed this security thing, so now you can make the payment. However, the payment broadcast request or whatever that's being broadcasted from that phone is actually being routed through the primary phone, the victim's phone, but the bypass is being done on the security of the attacker phone, but then the payment credentials and everything are being passed along through the original iPhone. But that would be such a stupid fucking
oversight.
Like imagine if you have a Windows operating system on your computer and I can't hack into it. So then what I do is I install another Windows operating system on top, and then I log into my OS, and suddenly I'm logged into your OS like through a chain of log, like something dumb like that. But that would be so stupid. So it can't possibly. But I don't know. We'll see.
No, just green approved.
Print that up. Oh, we did that. That is crazy.
So
this video's a part 2. There's a part 1 where they show the tech. Well,
we're
not watching. We don't need that one. We're experts. We're old.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that back.
Yeah,
for sure. I'm gonna need that back. But also, did that just? Yeah. Wow. It worked.
$10,000.
All right, I believe you. I definitely believe you. How do we get this back? We do like a little Venmo or like PayPal?
You know, do we give it back though?
Reverse the transaction? I don't even know. Do I call my?
Yes, it's abusing the auth from the attacker phone to use the Apple Pay from the victim phone. The issue is that it seems you need to already physically access the victim phone, so it's not that scary, maybe. Well, but the issue is that anytime you scan a victim's phone, you could theoretically authorize a much larger secondary transaction somewhere else and print a fake receipt and just hope they don't check their email or whatever in the meantime, right? Theoretically.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Also, this would just be, I'm sure, this would just be a really stupid authorization vulnerability in general. Like almost,
I'm gonna,
oh, go ahead.
If this is like bullshit and like a fake transaction, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Like,
No,
just
that would be
it didn't
dumb.
go through.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh, or yeah, actually, I'm so sorry. That's stupid. You could just steal somebody's iPhone. This would give you access to whatever payment thing they're connected to on the phone itself, which would also be really bad.
This if you want to get it framed.
Yeah, a receipt of the damage. I never unlocked my phone. I never put in the password. I never did what I would normally do to verify a transaction on my phone.
Yes.
It just happened to be on top of that.
So how did we do it? Well, we teamed up with two cybersecurity experts, Professors Ioana Borenu and Tom Chofia, and we went to visit them at the University of Surrey, where they ran us through a unique hack that they developed to bypass a phone's lock screen and then to drain funds from inside its mobile wallet.
Without unlocking my phone is the real magic part. That's crazy.
And the craziest thing of all is that this hack was made public back in 2021. So people have known that it's possible to take money from locked phones in this way for 5 years.
So what kind of amounts does this?
The only limit is how much someone has in their bank account.
Yet the loophole still hasn't been fixed. So how does it work? Well, whenever you use tap to pay, your phone and the reader exchange information about the transaction. But they send this information through the air via a shared magnetic field. So we can intercept the communication and alter it. All we need to do is to insert our own devices in between the phone and the reader. First, we tap Marquez's phone against this. It's an NFC device called a Proxmark. To Marquez's phone, the Proxmark looks like a typical card reader, so it happily sends over its transaction data. That Proxmark then sends that data straight to our laptop, where we run a Python script to modify it.
So these types of like man-in-the-middle attacks are, there should be, unless I'm missing something, shouldn't these all be really easily defeated by encryption somehow? Like generally this like get in the middle of a thing and then intercept the data stream and modify the data stream, this type of stuff, these are like 1990s or 2000s attacks on things. Like unless there's for some reason this type of tap or magnetic thing or whatever, like the digital data just doesn't get encrypted or something.
Next, the laptop sends the data to our burner phone, which I tap on the actual card reader. To the reader, my phone looks just like Marquez.
Because I also don't understand how it defeats the, well, we'll see, I guess.
So both Marquez's phone and the card reader think they're talking directly to each other, when in fact, all their communication goes through our series of devices. This is a classic man-in-the-middle attack.
Now, getting in the middle to intercept the data is actually the easy part. The hard part is what you need to do to that data to trick the phone and the reader into authorizing the transaction.
Yeah, that's the interesting part.
See, to actually steal money using this attack, you have to get past 3 layers of defense on both systems. And to do that, we have to tell 3 lies. 2 to the phone and 1 to the reader. So the first layer of defense is the simplest. The phone is locked. And in an ordinary transaction, you have to unlock your phone to pay. But this is no ordinary transaction.
So, you know, if you ever go to the subway, there's a feature that Apple's created where, you know, when you walk through, they don't want...
What? Nothing. I think I said something like this. Go ahead.
Oh. Transaction, you have to unlock your phone to pay. But this is no ordinary transaction.
So, you know, if you ever go to the subway, there's a feature that Apple's created where, you know, when you walk through, they don't want a bunch of people lining up and, you know, having to unlock their face and, you know, maybe they're wearing a coat and glasses and stuff.
Express transit mode.
Apple introduced Express Transit mode in 2019.
What? Okay. Okay, fuck. This was the second thing I was going to guess, but this would be even more stupid. It's not possible that for certain types, the question was going to be, is there a green list of certain like device IDs that don't require you to unlock your face or unlock the phone in order to pay? But that would be so stupid that you could just have one of these green listed devices and then charge an infinite amount of money. That would just be so dumb. There's no shot. That would be so stupid.
Yeah. Let you make
not green list, I'm sorry, whitelist.
Transactions without having to unlock your phone. The way this works is that the payment terminals on the subway or on the bus broadcast a message that identifies them as a transit terminal. Then when you tap your phone to pay, it looks for whatever card is in the transit slot of its mobile wallet, and it pays without needing to unlock.
This is super convenient, but we can...
I didn't even know this. Fuck, well now I feel like a retard, because every time I'm in Europe, I'm always unlocking my phone before I tap my phone to pay.
Also abuse it.
We found out how this worked by going to the London Underground with our laptops and our equipment and actually scanning the signals and seeing what the gate was saying to the phone. And that's how we discovered this code the gates send, which unlocked the phone.
We use the Proxmark to broadcast that same code, which fools Marquez's phone into thinking that it's a transit reader. So when we tap Marquez's phone against the Proxmark, it's now expecting to receive another message with the details about the transit transaction. Here's what that message would typically look like in binary code.
Wow, thanks.
Each of these bits carries important information about the transaction. Now, the important part of this message for us is this bit. An authentic transit transaction would have a 1 right here. This tells the phone that the reader may be offline, like if it's underground on the subway, in which case the phone would need to send an extra layer of authentication. So when Marquez's phone receives the transaction request from what it thinks is a transit reader, it's going to be expecting that value to be set to 1. But in reality, the device sending the request is our retail reader. And this reader is online, which means that that bit is currently set to 0. Therefore, to trick the phone into accepting the transaction, we intercept the message from the reader, pass it through our computer, and we change that 0 to a 1. So by the time the message gets to Marquez's phone, it looks like a transit transaction.
As this communicates through our computer, we're convincing the phone that it is in fact talking to a transit terminal.
But now there's a second line of defense we need to break.
With this first lie, we bypass the need to unlock the phone, and we can now trick it into making small payments of a few dollars, the kind you'd expect on the subway. But if we suddenly went and asked the phone for $10,000, well, its guard would go way back up. After all, it's pretty unusual for a transit reader to ask for such a large amount of money.
Fuck, I need to pay attention to this video.
To a transit terminal.
Bypass transaction.
The message gets to Marquez's phone, it looks like a transit.
It can't be that simple. That can't possibly be the case. There's just no way. I don't know. Maybe, okay.
Convincing the phone that it is in fact talking to a transit terminal.
But now there's a second line of defense we need to break.
With this first lie, we bypass the need to unlock the phone, and we can now trick it into making small payments of a few dollars, the kind you'd expect on the subway. But if we suddenly went and asked the phone for $10,000, well, its guard would go way back up. After all, it's pretty unusual for a transit reader to ask for such a large amount of money. So this activates a second layer of defense, customer verification. On contactless payments like this, there are 2 categories of transaction. We got high value and low value. Any transaction that's classified as high value requires additional verification from the customer.
For example, in the UK, most banks require a PIN or fingerprint or facial recognition for any transaction over £100. So for us to get this $10,000 payment through without customer verification, we need to trick the phone into thinking that $10,000 is in fact a low value transaction.
There's no way.
And that's actually surprisingly simple.
That's because to determine whether the transaction is high value, Marquez's phone doesn't actually look at the numerical value of $10,000.
It hashes it into either a 1 or a 0. No, I don't know.
It just looks at another single bit of information.
No! This can't be. No! Can't possibly be the case. It can't be this stupid. This is...
Dude, I thought they were going to do something cool. Be like, we tell the phone that we're taking 500,000 Indian rupees, and then we change it to dollar signs.
Oh, because there's actually a microservice that runs for a currency converter checker, and we use a buffer overflow to insert our own URL into there that verifies with another server on the currency conversion, and that's how we trigger. Yeah, it can't be this stupid.
In the transaction data. A 1 here means high value, and 0 means low. The reason for this is that the boundary between high and low value varies from country to country. And of course, different countries operate in different currencies. So a simple label allows the flexibility to deal with these variations, and it allows the limits to be changed without the banks needing to issue new cards. So all we need to do is intercept the message from the reader, flip that bit to a 0, and then the phone will believe that this transaction is low value, even though it's for $10,000. Then, when the phone receives our request for a $10,000 transaction, it doesn't ask for customer verification. It just goes ahead and authorizes the transaction.
Now, you might be asking, why is this data so easy to tamper with? And we'll get to that in just a minute. But we have one final security check to overcome. See, with these first 2 lies, we bypassed unlocking the phone and then tricked it into making a high-value transaction without asking for verification. So the phone is fully convinced and it's ready to make the payment. But we still need to convince the reader that the transaction's valid.
And this is where our third lie comes in. When Marquez's phone replies, it says it's approved the $10,000 transaction, but it also says that it hasn't asked for customer verification. No PIN, no fingerprint, no facial recognition. But if the reader sees this, it'll reject the transaction, because it knows that the $10,000 payment it originally asked for is high value. It should therefore require customer verification. So now we need to trick the reader into thinking that the customer has verified the payment. So we intercept the response from Marquez's phone.
Oh my God. Did you see the time on the phone? It's leaked. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Customer has verified.
I feel like I'm watching a shitty hacker movie. Now we make the third number. It's expecting a 1, and we're gonna put a 0.
The payment. So we intercept the response from Marquez's phone and look for the bit of information that says customer verification hasn't been done. Then we change it to say that the payment has been verified by flipping this 0 to a 1.
This attack, compared to that, you heard about the, I always say SSL, but it's not SSL. Some certificate attack. It was a certificate attack that was going to compromise like fucking every like Linux system or whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
I think SSH, yeah, sorry. That was like a really sophisticated actor that was compromising several projects where like in order to make this vulnerability work, they had to like compromise like another library, and then that library was going to be called on the code.
You're talking about like the Jiang Li shit,
Yeah.
whatever the fuck that guy's name was. Like for 8 years, he was
yeah,
helping maintain a product.
This was like a huge attack that would have like involved like multiple projects of like to call in like extra like it was very impressive, very sophisticated. This is retarded. I don't know. This.
Oh, yeah. Jia Tian, not Jiang Li.
Now the reader's happy. It forwards the information onto the bank, and the bank authorizes the payment. After all, it sees a transaction that's been verified by the customer on their device.
Green, approved.
That is crazy.
Verified on device? Yeah, verified.
You didn't verify it.
Right.
So why isn't all this information encrypted?
That would make it impossible to secretly tamper with. Well, the way the phone and reader communicate has to be compatible with thousands of different devices, which would be impossible to update all in one go.
Oh, true, because RSA and all the other encryption methods are like just invented in the year 2022 or whatever. What? I don't understand this.
So for that reason, the information we've looked at so far is just sent across unencrypted. Even still, phones, readers, and banks all have checks in place to make sure an attack like this can't happen. And normally it can't. Except if you happen to use a specific type of phone and a specific type of card. Because when you combine them in this particular scenario, they create a loophole.
So our hack relied on a specific phone and credit card combination. And we also use a sophisticated method developed by cybersecurity experts. But hackers or scammers online, well, they don't need to be that smart. Often they can
because they can just brute because they just have millions of things to know. Okay, I feel like this is going to be the most interesting part of the hack. Let's
just buy and
the ad.
What?
The advertisement's gonna be the most interesting part of the hack.
Oh yes. No, whatever. If they had to use like a certain combination of two things because they happen to have two like rare vulnerabilities that on their own don't do much, but then when combined or something, maybe I don't know.
Information to target you. When I started working at Veritasium, I was on a work trip to go meet Derek.
He's giving us a good video.
And I got an email from somebody was saying he was Derek, asking for my phone number. That made a ton of sense. I was leaving the airport, so I just responded by sending my phone number. I immediately was like, wait, let me look at that. I checked the email, not Derek. Of course, for the next few months, I was just getting scam call after scam call. That's one way they can get you. I felt like an idiot, but it's not just scam calls like that. I've also had that feeling after news of a major data breach. I've wondered whether me using some website has led to my personal information being exposed somewhere without me even knowing about it. But you can protect your personal info with today's sponsor, Incogni. See, whenever scammers purchase your email, phone number, and even your home address from data brokers, Incogni automates the grueling process of requesting that these data brokers delete your information. Okay, so I've had this since June 2025. And since then, we've had 94 different removal requests. And I really like how you can track the progress in this dashboard here. They've estimated that that saved me 70 hours and 30 minutes of my own time if I were to reach out to these people myself. And with Incogni's new custom removal feature in their unlimited plans, you can point to any specific site where your information is visible. And then one of their privacy agents will take care of the rest. So to take your data off the market today, go to incogni.com/Veritasium.
That's not good.
And then use code Veritasium for 60% off. You can click the link below, or you can scan this QR code to claim that 60% off and get your personal data off the market. I want to thank Incogni for sponsoring this video about taking money from Marques Brownlee. And now, let's get back to that thing.
We have this in Redact.
So which combination of card and phone make this hack possible? Firstly, the phone has to be an iPhone. As we saw earlier, when an iPhone is
well, that's
deciding
pretty
whether
broad.
to ask for customer verification, it
So,
doesn't
like,
look at
everyone.
the numerical value of the transaction. It only looks at the high value or low value label provided by the reader.
But other phones don't work that way.
For example, when a Samsung phone goes into transit mode, it doesn't rely on this low value label from the reader. It looks at the actual numerical value of the transaction, and it only
And the
accepts a
currency
payment of $0. Then it relies on the transport provider to count up all the times you've used the subway, and then to send you a bill at the end of the day. So if a Samsung phone saw a transit terminal trying to charge you $10,000 for a single tap, it would immediately reject it.
But it's not just Apple's transit mode that makes this hack possible. You've got to have one specific type of card in the transit slot.
It was truly a design feature that was introduced by the way you mixed Apple and Visa.
And the reason that this works with a Visa card, but wouldn't with, say, a MasterCard, comes down to the different processes they use to verify transactions.
So what is it about Visa's verification process that makes this hack possible?
In a previous video, we saw that any card transaction relies on a secret cryptographic key shared by the card and the bank. When you tap the card or phone onto a reader, the reader sends across a long string of transaction details. The card then applies its secret key to garble that message into a unique code for the transaction. The card sends this to the reader, which the reader forwards onto the bank, along with the raw transaction details. The bank then applies its own secret key to the raw data as well, and if the output matches the one from the card, the bank authorizes the transaction. This is called symmetric cryptography, since the card and the bank use the same secret key. And this step is required in all transactions, no matter whether you have a Visa, a MasterCard, or something else. But there's actually another layer of security, which MasterCard uses in all of its transactions, but in this particular case, Visa doesn't. This layer of security is not between the card and the bank, but between the card and the reader. And it's at this step where MasterCard thwarts our attack. The second step relies on asymmetric cryptography, so-called because it uses two different keys. A private key for the card and a public key for the reader. It starts with the reader sending across the transaction details to the card, just like before. The card then uses its private key to garble that message into another long string of digits. This is the card's digital signature for the transaction.
Wait, Visa doesn't do this?
Yeah, I just don't understand why. I feel like this is like standard. Isn't asymmetric
It's
encryption?
PGP.
Yeah, isn't this like literally every single thing, like all, like isn't this HTTPS as well? Like isn't this like this asymmetric encryption thing, how you communicate with literally every single, I don't even know if there is HTTP like websites anymore that aren't encrypted. That's why I feel so weird that tap to pay, like, because when you're talking about financial stuff, this is the most heavily, should be most heavily protected, guarded type of information. I don't know, it's just crazy. I don't understand.
The signature back to the reader, along with the public key, which the reader then uses to verify that the signature came from that specific card for this specific transaction.
To illustrate how this works, let's consider a simple example.
The private key and public key both have two components. N is a shared number, in this case, let's say 55. D is the card's private number, let's say 7. And E is the public number, let's say 3. Now, when the reader sends across the raw transaction data, it represents it as one long number. But for simplicity, we'll use a much smaller one, let's say 2.
Thanks.
To sign
We're
for the
retarded, thank
transaction,
you.
the card or the phone raises the transaction number, in this case 2, to the power of its private number. So we get 128. And then divides this by the shared number, 128 over 55, which leaves a remainder of 18. And this is the card's signature, 18, which it sends on to the reader. Now, the reader needs to know whether the transaction is valid. So it takes the card's signature and raises it to the power of the public number. Then it takes the remainder when you divide by the shared number, 55. And you get 2. This matches the original transaction data the reader sent to the card. The reason this works is that the private and public numbers are specifically chosen, so that when combined with the shared number, the public key effectively reverses the operation of the private key. And this allows the reader to verify that the card's signature is valid, without ever having seen its private number.
What? Encryption? That's crazy.
This is based on a type of cryptography called RSA. In reality, the numbers involved are much larger.
But that makes it incredibly secure, because that makes it virtually impossible to reverse engineer the card's private key. And it also means that even a 1-digit change in the transaction data will produce a different result when the reader checks the phone's signature, in which case the reader won't approve the transaction.
This is a problem because we've modified the data. The reader's expecting a signature for a high-value retail transaction. But we intercepted the communication, so the phone's signature is actually for low-value transit transaction. This wouldn't pass the asymmetric signature check. But while MasterCard always requires this asymmetric verification, which would spot our hack, Visa doesn't. They only require this signature in certain situations, like when the reader's offline. For example, when you're underground with no signal, there's no way for the reader to communicate with the bank for that first layer of symmetric cryptography, at least not until it comes back online. So during our attack, we make sure the reader is online the whole time. That way, it doesn't bother using the asymmetric layer of security, which contains the signature that would unravel our lies. But the funny thing is, we've tricked the phone into thinking it's interacting with the transit reader. And transit transactions are one of those times where Visa does require the asymmetric signature, since the reader could be underground on the subway, and therefore offline. So the phone actually does send across its signature to the reader, but the reader doesn't check it, because in reality, the reader's online. So instead, it just relies on that first layer of security with the bank. Even though, if it did check the phone's signature, it would have all the evidence it needed to stop the hack.
So yeah, there you go.
Makes sense that it's that sophisticated, because it shouldn't be that easy, but that still seemed way too easy.
And Marquez was not the only victim. I thought it was only fair that I first try it out on myself.
Approved. Yeah, here. Your souvenir from the UK, from Tom and me.
Oh, what a lovely receipt for this theft.
And then I got another victim with a bit of a bigger budget.
Our channel has a CFO basically who lives very nearby. What we're doing is we're setting it to be your transit card. Okay. So that means that if you're in London, you have to use the tube. Yeah. It'll take money from this card. Something just happened. Yep. How you feel about that?
Oh my goodness me. Oh my God.
There you go.
We were just gonna meet for a drink. That's what, that was the agreement.
In the real world, say you had your phone in your pocket.
Yeah.
I would walk by you doing this.
Dude, all of those fucking boomers that were getting triggered on those videos were actually just really... What?
They had a reason to be
Yeah,
upset.
they were just really sophisticated engineers who knew the risks and were getting upset because they knew they could have been having their money taken. Oh my God.
And Tom would have this in the shop and pay.
The easiest way for this to actually be a crime would be a stolen iPhone.
Sure.
And then someone goes and spends thousands of pounds.
So you could buy a car with this.
Yeah. Gee, I thought this was going to be like some obscure, like you need like an Ask Jeeves card from 2012 and like an iPhone 8, and they're like, you need a specific card and phone combo. You need an iPhone and a Visa. Okay, so like, what do you think that is? Like 70% of all fucking phone users in America? Like, or what is the iPhone market share? It's still really high, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't want to be a brokey with an Android.
Or MasterCard. Got him.
Well, MasterCard has some good cards.
Oh, Dan's mad. Called out.
Visa is the most brokey of them. Well, besides like Discover, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow. I guess from your perspective, you've revealed all this information publicly, and you're telling us. We're walking in through it in great detail. How do we stop people from using this can we stop people? Like, whose responsibility is it to stop this?
Oh, whose responsibility is it is an interesting question.
Yeah.
But you can stop it by turning transit mode off.
Or not turn it off, but not have a Visa card in transit mode on an Apple.
Yes.
And you do need to be careful, because as soon as you have a suitable card in your Apple Wallet, Express Transit Mode is turned on by default.
This hack was first made public way back in 2021, after the professors had informed Apple and Visa privately. And to get to the bottom of why it's still possible, we reached out to Apple, and they didn't agree to an interview. But here's what they said.
This is a concern with the Visa system, but Visa does not believe this kind of fraud is likely to take place in the real world. Visa has made it clear that their cardholders are protected by Visa's zero liability policy. This is exactly the same as their position when the hack was first made public back in 2021.
So it seems like Apple are basically saying, well, this is a Visa problem. So we went and asked Visa what they thought.
I think this specific vulnerability is likely within a controlled setting, very unlikely from a scaled real world setting. And then kind of the last point is from a consumer perspective, is that in the cases where this is successful, they have the ability to dispute this transaction and get their refund returned to them.
I think that's fair. You're saying it's not entirely scalable, and then even if it does happen, we'll give you your money back. Like that's a great stance.
No,
I still
it's not.
think though,
It's shit. You know why it's shit? It's shit because fucking iPhone thieves now have a reason to fucking steal your goddamn iPhone more than they did before.
Yep.
It doesn't matter that the person gets their fucking money back. The dude is like, I'm gonna steal fucking iPhones, and you give me a reason to. Fuck you, Visa.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. You're saying it's not entirely scalable, and then even if it does happen, we'll give you your money back. Like that's a great stance. I still think though, a lot of people, and I think our audience would really want to hear that you're actually making the technical changes to stop this from ever happening again.
Is when you think about it from a scale perspective, and whether the net.
You know what this is? It's a Hassan Piker interview.
No,
it's a Hassan Piker interview.
Kind of, but no,
Yes.
this is corpo speak. Whenever somebody corpo says scale, what they're saying is could we fix it? Yes. However, the cost to fix this particular thing is going to be less than the liability we just pay out for it, so fuck it. That's what that means. From anytime the word scale is brought up, yeah, fuck it. We'd pay.
Also, it's relying on fucking me or you realizing, like, did I pay $10 for something?
Yeah, so now I've got to fucking call the robot and do my to get my money back from Visa and get a new card and all this other bullshit or whatever. Ugh.
Level defenses that we have are effective in making sure that this type of vulnerability is isolated. We believe it is effective, because if it wasn't, you would hear a lot more data about how this is an issue, and it simply isn't. The point that I'm making is that you're never going to be able to.
This is like I don't know. This is just one of the funniest, like, from all the fucking shit that fucking Cake would drill into my head, and like just people I've known in the past that worked in these environments where like security is important. If something is like vulnerable at some point in time, then you just consider the entire thing compromised, you scrap it and you restart. You would never like have some kind of like your password was here or something was leaked here or whatever, but like nobody probably saw it, so it's okay. So we're just going to keep going like nothing ever happened. Like this idea of like, I don't think and I think also like a big issue is not only one should this be like solved. Ideally, like they should be working on a solution they haven't already, because if this did become a big problem, what are you going to do? Shut down all of these payments until they figure it out? I think another scary thing is who's to say that there isn't going to be some other type of attack that's going to work in conjunction with this one? Like oftentimes when these big 0 days are found that like let you compromise systems and take over a ton of money or whatever fuck shit, like usually it's like multiple different attacks that can be stacked on top of one another. So like who's to say that somebody couldn't figure out some other vulnerability in one of these systems and then use this attack on top of that? Like fucking with the way that these systems work, who's to say that the fucking your pacemaker doesn't get shut down if there's a 0 in some digit because now cards are doing this over unencrypted RFC fucking transmission? Like that's just it's crazy to have like an open vulnerability like this in existence that can be defeated pretty easily. Like this is defeated pretty easily. Like seems like we could buy the equipment and figure out how to do this tonight. And it's not like a very rare set of users. Like if this was like, this is for people that have Linux systems from 1987 that are on a certain processor architecture or whatever. It's like it's not that. It's a really common like set of circumstances.
Explain to me why the fuck would they even rely on, hey, can you set a 1 if this is a lot of money? How about you just fucking look at the number that's getting sent, retard? Okay? I don't need you to be like 1, it's a high value. How about it's $10,000 US? Is that over your fucking threshold, dipshit?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, that is so stupid. Unbelievably stupid that the iPhone's like, oh, okay, sure. And they didn't explain that.
I don't get it.
Completely eradicate any specific type of fraud because it's going to exist, right?
Yes.
What I'm saying is that we have the right detections in place to ensure that this type of fraud is not endemic.
Like, I can't imagine the engineers that were called to work on this were like, all right, guys, we've got a vulnerability. It impacts about 50% of users. We need you guys to create something that can detect when this vulnerability is being exploited so that we can fucking compensate the users that are negatively impacted by it. This sounds like the dumbest thing in the world. There's no shot that this is a real answer. I can't believe this. How old is this video? 7 hours ago. This just sounds crazy to me.
Detections in place to ensure that this type of fraud is not endemic.
Would it not be even better to just say this type of fraud is not possible? Why not just say it's not probable?
He doesn't want to say it, but it's because he feels like the cost of whatever that they're going to lose in revenue of either having a type of encryption that cuts out a certain amount of players from the market that aren't able to do these transactions. It's going to be too costly. So they rather have...
Or we prefer our customers to have the ease of use to do X, Y, Z.
Well, but ease of use doesn't even matter here because it sounds like MasterCard and other people have figured out the asymmetric...
I'm waiting for the Hassan answer, so...
just totally get rid of it by implementing an actual technical change.
If you think about for every $100 of spend that occurs on card payments, 10 cents of that is lost to fraud. So every $100, it's 10 cents. If you look at in-person transactions, which is what kind of this topic is really much more related to, that number goes down to 2 cents for every $100 of fraud that's being made.
Wow,
So I've been thinking about this hack, and
He's just saying that like it's not that many people that are impacted, which to some extent like I get, but for something like this, it's just very clearly like, you can't prevent every single type of fraud. You know, like that is true. But for something that's just a procedural vulnerability that I don't, it's not immediately obvious to me why it would be impossible to do. Sure, yeah, that too. Yeah, I don't know.
Like 10 years ago, like we saw the very first rumblings of the people doing the relay attacks to steal cars, right? Like they would come near your door with a retransmitter, with the keyless access and steal your fucking car. Now that shit happens all the time. So like it's gonna be more common if you don't fucking fix it, right?
Well, I think most keys are somewhat encrypted right now, right? Like you can't just have a random key or rebroadcast a random thing to unlock a car door. No.
You can, yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, the only ones that can prevent it are the ones that like turn off if there's no movement. Anything else, it works fine.
Huh.
It reminds me a lot about people who are afraid of flying.
Is this enshittificate? No, I don't know how you guys want to work this in here. Yes, every single thing that happens that's bad for security is enshittification. True. Yes, everything bad is enshittification.
Statistically, you're a lot more likely to crash on the drive to the airport than you are in the air. So I do understand Visa's argument generally. Compared to other kinds of fraud, this is just a drop in the ocean. But airlines don't accept a small number of crashes each year as an inevitable cost of doing business. No, anytime there's a crash, they analyze it meticulously. Then they do everything in their power to make sure that it's never gonna happen again. Visa.
Well, that's not really true, right? Like airplanes can crash. And they don't make them so that they never crash, but it's like the odds of it happening should be low enough that the number basically is approaching zero. But
says that they'll get you your money back, and that's great. But you've still got to notice the charge, dispute it, and then wait. Imagine waking up each year as an inevitable cost, but airlines don't accept a small number of crashes each year as an inevitable cost of doing business.
I mean, you do accept that the small number is just probably less than one or whatever. What do you mean? You can't make, to make it, you could always add more security or more stuff. It could be, we could have 5 pilots per plane instead of 2, or you could, whatever.
No, anytime there's a crash, they analyze it meticulously. Then they do everything in their power to make sure that it's never gonna happen again. Visa says that they'll get you your money back, and that's great. But you've still got to notice the charge, dispute it, and then wait. Imagine waking up to see $10,000 gone from your account. That's money for rent, insurance, car payment, or a medical bill. Even if the refund does come, the stress before is going to be very real. So for me, the question is whether just saying they're going to refund it after the fact is good enough. Or when a system touches the lives of so
I will say from personal experience, I think twice in my life though, I think credit card companies do not give a fuck about fraud. Like I said earlier, unless the process has changed, like you have to go through the whole process or whatever, but it does feel like you can just, because I've done this before where I called and I'm like, I think somebody defrauded me or used my card for something. And the person's like, oh, what are the fraudulent transactions? It was like $600. I was like, it was these. And I'm like, okay, we refunded it. We canceled the card. We sent you another one. It's like, oh, okay. I don't know if it's still that easy today or whatever, but they like super don't give a fuck. There is no police investigation. They don't try to figure out who did it. They just refund you the money, like whatever. Now, if it was for really high dollar amounts, I don't know if that'd be the case, but.
So many people, should we expect better?
Jeez. Sheesh. 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 Now that's what I call sheesh. What are you guys doing today, Dan?
Right now, I'm looking at fucking Glommer's logs. I'm gonna find everything about this motherfucker, stalk him, and sleep in this motherfucker's bed. He's the engineer in something.
Oh shit!
The lead engineer on something. I don't know. I'm gonna find this motherfucker.
Wait, how do you know? What's he saying? Is he attacking you in chat?
I don't know. I'm tired of this shit.
Get him.
Sometimes a chatter's got to pay. That's all I'm gonna say.
Damn.
This motherfucker chose wrong.
What was he antagonizing you over?
It doesn't matter.
Well, I'm just curious. I can't ask a fucking question.
He's just a bad person. Bad things happen to bad people, unfortunately. Or fortunately. Really, it's how you look at life.
Okay. So does that mean you guys didn't talk about anything today?
Oh, you're talking about me and Mr. Mann.
Yeah.
No, we talked about stuff. We talked about stuff. Big stuff, you know.
Oh, and shitifications when Dan joins voice chat. Damn.
Yeah, I'm proud to say that I really haven't had to kill any rebels or...
Okay. I love the meme voice, guys.
Okay.
See, these guys knew. They knew.
Do you have the time on you by any chance?
135, mate.
Thank you.
What are you doing there?
I just needed.
What are you fucking doing there?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was at this moment that he knew. He
Thank you. I just took $100. That's it. 100. That's it. I just need somebody. Get some.
They knew.
9:15. What did you just do?
I didn't do anything. I need the tire inflator for my car.
What the fuck are you doing to my phone?
I didn't do anything, sir.
I need security.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey,
I'm
security.
sorry. No.
Excuse me, what are
No.
you doing? What are you doing?
Let me see.
No, it's okay. That's fine. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
504. Trying to get my information or what?
Let me.
No. You don't do that.
Thank you.
Don't get my phone.
What do you mean?
You don't put your phone near my phone.
What do you mean? I just.
You asked me the time. I told you the time. You don't come and try to put your phone near my phone.
What do you mean? I'm just getting a little.
You don't need to do that. Don't do that.
Why?
You don't put your phone near my phone. I told you the time. You do not stick your phone near my phone.
Now that's what I call memes.
Obama.
Hilarious.
Okay.
Whoa!
Good morning. Sweet pea. It's okay. We're gonna go slow, okay? Okay. Okay. You're okay.
Okay.
Does this feel good? Sweet baby, you've just been so scared for so long, huh? I know you're a sweet girl. You're safe here. Okay. I'm gonna go get you breakfast, okay, lovey? She ate a little of her.
Why do my cat just run away after?
Try a different food. Hey, babe, I have some breakfast for you, okay? Sniff it on my hand. Okay, that's okay. Hi. Taking a nap on the floor? Oh, sweet pea. You don't need to be scared of me. Friends, remember? I even touched her breakfast. What's going on, babes? Are you just too stressed out? While I was cleaning her litter, she went over to the cat tree. I want to see if she's interested in playing at all. Well, she does not seem interested, at least in this toy.
Damn, that cat's like, fuck you.
What about a churu? She hasn't eaten all day, so I know she's got to be hungry. You spilled some on the tree. I'm really sorry. I'm really not trying to stress you out. Okay, try names again. Do you like Julia, Cassie, Ember? Caroline. Every time I say something, she licks her lips. I'm okay. What if it's on my finger? It's okay. Finished her treat, but I know that she doesn't want anything to do with me, so I'm just gonna sit in here for a little while longer. I'm sitting on the ground and I look up and I just see her cute little beans. Hi, sleepy girl. I just love seeing her comfortable so much. Yesterday's video, we came to the consensus we should just remove the box because it just reminds her of the shelter, and frankly, hasn't gone back in it. She either lays here or she lays right there. I don't want to try to pet her anymore.
Okay, we're good. Uh-oh. What the fuck has Ben been up to recently?
Elon is basically just a Bernie Sanders leftist who does not like the censorious impulses of the left and engages in all the same conspiracy theories and, of course, is good friends with Candace Owens and all of the rest of it.
Ooh, personal.
And that's the guy that the vice president thinks that everybody should listen to. Now, listen, maybe the
he recommended a podcast that wasn't mine?
vice president thinks he has to kiss Theo Vaughn's half-retarded ass in order to keep him in the coalition. And that's his political calculation. I think it's a bad political calculation. There is no politician who is fully capable of just picking up a prior president's coalition and then just carrying it forward. It didn't work for Hillary Clinton with Barack Obama. It's not going to work for J.D. Vance with Donald Trump. Just because Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan back Trump doesn't mean that they're going to get behind Donald Trump. They're going to get behind J.D. Vance. The reality is that the vice president's current coalitional strategy, I think, is deeply flawed. It is hard for me to see how he doesn't shrink President Trump's coalition across the board. But that's a political calculation. Maybe his is better than mine. It is certainly not a moral calculation.
Oh.
And Theo Vaughn is basically just a Bernie Sanders.
He mad. Oh. Cutie Cinderella meme?
Can I say something brave? I don't know. Okay, I'm going to say something brave.
Okay. You are the bravest.
I am brave, but I've also gotten to the point where I'm like, you know what? Like, I know there's no such thing as nuance on the internet. However, I'm a human and I believe in nuance. And so I'm happy to like have these thoughts. But I actually think when your friends make a mistake, it's okay to hear them out. And also it's okay to
you want to understand their side, right? Like what happened?
I had a friend that was so in love with this girl, went on a work trip, cheated on her, came back devastated, told her, obviously they broke up, right? And I saw this guy go through hell and back grieving what he did, right?
Hell and back.
That person is still someone who I'm like, I consider a friend. Like I don't think I could, like, just because he made a mistake, I don't think he needs to be condemned forever. I do think, like, it was a lot of, like, hey, you shouldn't date for a really long time. You should do therapy. You should figure out why this mistake.
Are we, listen, not to support, the Cheaters Coalition, but are we really saying, like, if you cheat, you need to go to therapy for it? Okay, maybe, I guess. I don't know.
Why did it happen? Yeah, why did it happen? You know, and, like, I think and this is obviously level of friendship. I had known this person for years, right? I've known them for years. So it's like, I don't know. I just think there's so many different levels to relationships.
Guy committed relationship genocide.
Like, you know, maybe you barely know someone and they make a mistake and you're like, fuck them. Or maybe you've been friends with someone for years and like you.
Oh my God, that's the new question to ask these people. Be like, did Saikuno commit relationship genocide? And then see what they say. And then you have them. Because then they have to choose a side, Steve, one way or the other. Do not leave it hanging for me, or I will fucking crush you when you need my assistance.
Need to be their support system because they fucked up their.
Oh man, Martin Shkreli's mad as fuck, fighting with the community notes. Oh no. Dear community notes, I am writing you a wrong. 1. Payroll tax goes to the federal government. 2. A company that has accrued NOLs does not owe tax. The implication that they are dodging something is confiscatory. Confiscatory? Oh, wait. I don't see the community note, though. Uh-oh.
You got it removed.
Here was the protest against the genocide.
You're going to jail. You heard me, right?
Protesting outside of Senator Schumer's office, by the way.
And when you do that, this is private property. Do you understand that? You ripped it and wanted to go into it. Why would you do that?
Sir, my son is in there.
I don't care who's in there. That was totally disrespectful. Rip something. This is property of the building. And you're on private property right now. Everybody here is on private property.
Fight like hell for the living. Stop the bombs and the killing. Fight like hell for the living. Stop the bombs and the killing. Fight like hell for the living. Stop the bombs and the killing. And the killing. Fight like hell for the living. Stop the bombs and the killing. Fight like hell for the living. Stop the bombs and the Fight. Free Palestine! Block the bombs on Iran! Block the bombs on Iran! Block the bombs on Lebanon!
Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Meanwhile, our vice president, what's he got going on?
So if you want to complain about what happened in Gaza, so if you want, sir, to complain about what happened in Gaza, why don't you complain about Joe Biden and the last administration? We're the administration that solved that problem. And by the way, not only was our administration like the administration that solved the problem, but the president. Excuse me, sir. Right now, you see more humanitarian aid coming into Gaza than it has any time in the past 5 years, because we have taken that situation seriously. And that's one of the things that I'm proud of about our administration, is whether it's there or Thailand and Cambodia, we have consistently tried as much as we can to solve these problems, not just complain about them like the guy who just ran away angry.
Wow. Well,
you like the expression Uncle Tav?
It's okay. I don't think anybody would understand the reference though, but
that's what makes it good. I give you permission to use it.
Don't they just call them capos?
Yeah, but that sounds like Italian.
It does actually.
An Uncle Tav is way cooler expression. And you got to be in the know to know.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
What does that mean?
If I ever see an opportunity to use it, I'll use it.
Will you? Will you actually use it? Because you use like shrimp-a-laz, but
Well,
will you call someone an Uncle Tav?
I mean, if something is shrimp-a-laz and it's shrimp-a-laz, what are you going to do?
I don't know if you have what it takes to call a man an Uncle Tav.
Fuck, you're right.
I don't know how they would. I don't know how I'd react. How a Jewish man reacts when you call them an Uncle Tav.
Good question. What would they do?
I don't know.
Do you think you'll hit him on that and it'll blow up and then... What? Okay.
How goes that TTS setup?
They're working on it. How goes your mom? Got him. GG Israel. Tulsi Gabbard doing shit.
Breaking just moments ago, MS Now has just confirmed Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard referred the whistleblower whose complaint led to the first impeachment of President Trump and the Inspector General who deemed their complaint credible for possible criminal prosecution by the Trump Justice Department.
Okay. I see. We love... Tulsi Gabbard was the one who was obsessed with Snowden and stuff, right? Okay.
On this vote, the yeas are 40, the nays 59. The motion is not agreed to. Okay.
We didn't stop Israel again. God damn it.
On this vote, the yeas are 40, the nays 59. The motion is...
How do they keep getting away with it?
That's almost a 2/3, isn't it? 40-59?
3/5.
Yeah, 3/5. Close. That is kind of weird, though, to be like, hey, let's not sell shit to Israel. It's like pretty, it's like a little BDS-y. A little bit.
Sure, but I mean, all the people that support that probably are pro-BDS, so...
I mean, that's like 80% of Democratic leaders you think support BDS or just arms sales?
Oh, no, for the arms sales. I'm sorry, I meant like of the people that like super fucking push for it, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I was just... It's a little higher than you would expect from lawmakers. From the public, sure, of course.
Shrimp alive, you know? God damn it. Loker, can you liberty Israel keeps doing stuff close to the Blessed proposition? Well, you listen, you know. Feel what you want to feel. And let it burn bright, okay? Fuck that one. I will link this for the 4th time today. Then I'm going to click it this
Clear that
way.
he's learned all the wrong lessons. Not only did he cause the housing crisis in London, not only did he cause the worst inflation in the G7 when he was the bank governor over there, he advised Justin Trudeau to print money here, causing inflation. And since arriving in Canada, he's given us the worst food price inflation in the G7, the worst investment in the G7, the worst house...
Hold up. Is that Mamdami? Maybe?
Housing costs in the G7, the worst household debt in the G7. So why doesn't he learn his lesson from all the failed economic experiments that only benefit insiders with tax havens like him and get rid of all the taxes on gas for all of the year?
Clappa.
Prime Minister. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Mr. Speaker, I feel like I'm in the presence of students. And on an exam, I don't think you would pass the exam with those answers. Mr. Speaker, as the IMF confirmed yesterday, Canada will have the second fastest growth in the G7 this year. As the IMF confirmed yesterday, we have the best fiscal position in the G7. Point final. As we have confirmed, we have the highest foreign direct investment per capita in the world. Hear, hear.
Here. Here. Wow. That dude is freaking epic. What do you guys have going on tomorrow?
Same thing every day.
Really? What, until we die, Dan? That's it? That's life?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Like Pinky in the Brain shit, you know?
Yeah.
You just keep going. Until at the end of the day, you're sleeping in fucking Glommer's bed. And he looks over and he looks at you and he realizes he fucked up. Shouldn't have sent that chat message. But it's too late.
Damn.
It's too late at that point.
Really not a fan of Mr. Glommers in chat now, huh?
I'm not.
Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance. Oh.
This game.
Bro, this shit is old as fuck. Too loud. Can't change the volume. Stay mad. Rage for patriarchy.
By the way,
yeah.
Why was it that the Biden administration did not reveal any Epstein files?
Because it was an ongoing investigation. That's why.
They had 4 years.
It's a simple answer to that question.
4 years? You didn't reveal a single file?
Simple answer to that question. It was an ongoing investigation. That's my understanding.
They
Piers,
couldn't reveal a single.
Like, yes, Piers. That's how investigations work. You don't typically reveal stuff from an ongoing investigation. I know you guys have all forgotten that since this administration is fucking crazy, but believe it or not, shrimple as, you don't usually reveal stuff about ongoing active investigations.
Relitigate Joe Biden's administration. Again, Piers, it was an ongoing investigation into Ghislaine Maxwell's
6 years ago, didn't he?
So I don't want to relitigate Joe Biden's administration. I want to respond to what's happening right now. You're not going to let anybody talk? Were you not, like, did you not get held enough as a child? Now, back to the TDS. It's not TDS to call out the fact that Donald Trump has betrayed his voters. Donald Trump has repeatedly betrayed his base. He has gone back on his promises. He said no new foreign wars. He said he would release the Epstein files, that there would be justice for the survivors. He said that he would lower prices. He said that gas prices would come down. He said he would bring back manufacturing. He said he would bring back jobs. None of those things have happened. It's not Trump derangement syndrome for Marjorie Taylor Greene or me, for that matter, to point out the fact that he is betraying his voters and he is not serving the interests of the American people. He is not putting America first. He's entangled in foreign wars. He's much more interested in getting himself a Nobel Peace Prize or a FIFA Peace Prize or whatever it is that he's seeking. And I think that it's incumbent upon all of us to have these conversations honestly about what is happening right now. We're entangled.
Let me ask
7 weeks into this war.
If you're going to be honest, then stop obfuscating away from the fact that you haven't answered to why it is that Biden didn't.
It's so boring. Andrew is such a all these people are so transparently boring. It's always, I'm internally critiquing you, or I'm attacking Biden. It's never a defense of Trump. These guys will never, ever, 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 ever defend Trump on the substance. They cannot do it. They know that it is a morally bankrupt position to do so. Cringe.
You haven't answered
the question.
Hang on, Joe.
We're not talking about Joe Biden. Who's the president right now? No.
You haven't answered
You
the
didn't
question,
answer the
Joe.
question as to why Marjorie Taylor Greene.
You can snap
You
your
didn't answer.
fingers and
Andrew,
girl boss,
is your name
but
Andrew?
you need to let me finish, lady.
Okay,
Calm down.
you did not answer
So
the question as to why Marjorie Taylor Greene said he broke their relationship over the Epstein files. Don't tell me to calm down. Dude, smoke your cigarette. Do not tell me to calm down. Why did Marjorie Taylor Greene say he ended their relationship because she wouldn't take... Do not tell me to calm down. Dude, you sit there and smoke your cigarette. You're not answering the question about why Marjorie Taylor Greene said he screamed at her.
Chill out, lady.
Dude,
it's
you
my turn
need
to talk, lady.
calm down. You've talked a lot.
Just
You interrupted the other gentleman.
Just relax.
Now, you need to
I'm
answer the
asking you
question
about
as to why
why it
Marjorie
is.
Taylor Greene. We're
No,
not
lady, it's
talking
my
about
turn
Joe
to ask
Biden.
the question.
Who
not
is the
your turn.
president, dude?
This would be
No, it's
my
not your
turn
show,
to ask the
asshole.
question.
The
It's
show
not
is
yours
Piers
either,
Morgan's
bitch.
show.
It's not yours either, bitch. So
It's
what are
not
you
your
talking about?
show. The first question
It's
that was
not
put
yours
before this
either.
panel was
It's
why
not
did
yours either.
Marjorie
You can't
Taylor
girl
Greene
boss your
say
way
that
into
Donald
it.
Trump
Go boss,
called her a
do the girl
traitor
boss thing again.
over the Epstein files?
It's freaking
Andrew,
epic when
why
he
won't
owns
you
her on
answer
that
that
one.
question?
Why
Who's the
didn't
president
Biden
right now?
release anything on the Epstein files? That was the
Who
question you
is the
obfuscated away
president
from.
right now?
I'm pointing
Who's
out
the
your
president right now?
hypocrisy. Do you know what hypocrisy?
Hypocrisy. It's an internal critique. It's an internal critique. Internal critique.
The president right now.
All right, given it is my show.
Are you okay?
Given it is my show.
Who's the president right now?
He posted this clip thinking he's the one that looks really good here. That's crazy. Andrew told me as soon as he got done filming this that the low IQ retards who are stuck in the dialectical trap of thinking you have to pick either Israel or Iran, that you must support either Islam or Zionism, were going to lose their minds over this and get it wrong. Judging by the comments, he was right. But as usual, you're going to find out that Andrew knows what he's talking about, and you guys were having a knee-jerk reaction to what you thought he said and not what he actually means. What the fuck did he even say? What? Did she retweet the right clip? Okay. Queen. Okay. Did I do my dailies at the start today? Oh, we haven't. Hold on. This is going to be a 50-50. I can tell.
Was Helen Keller?
Okay. Please stop lagging, browser, please. Thank you. Tassel, crown, gown, hassle, flip. Grind, castle, facile? Facile? I don't know. I don't remember how this is. Trial, cap, trite, horse, shallow, miter? Chore and diploma. Things associated with graduation. It's going to be a bait. Oh, it's not. Okay. Stop, delete. Okay. Jesus, stop liking. Okay. Things that go on your head. Crown. No. I feel like this is like a priest cap or something. I feel like I've seen this in like a fucking RPG. This is trite. It's a chore. It's a hassle. It's a grind. Fuck. Shallow. Flip. Trial? Trite. It's a hassle. It's a chore. It's a grind. It's trite. That doesn't make sense. It's a trial? Things that are arduous? I don't know. What the fuck? Tedious undertaking. Okay, whatever. Trial? Okay. Things associated with fucking whatever the fuck. I don't know. Shapes of chess pieces. Yeah, I was thinking like English, or like kings in medieval times, but okay, that works too. Oversimplistic. Miter's a hat in FFT? Yeah, that sounds right. Fuck! I'm always flat. I'm just gonna go sharper every time. I just can't. I just have to be sharper than I think every time. My ears are broke. This first one fucked me.
Do you think bipartisanship is still possible? And in what ways would you be willing to work with Republicans?
Oh, very much so. This is actually kind of funny that people bring it because it seems so fractured. But look, Thomas Massey is a Republican. And I think he and I are completely aligned when it comes to the Epstein files.
Wow.
Ron Paul, who I disagree with on a lot of things, but when it comes to foreign policy and war making, Ron Paul and I are very much aligned. I am happy to work with absolutely anyone in the Senate or the House who is willing to work on legislation or build power to help working people in this country. I'm not a partisan. The establishment element of the Democratic Party there's no love lost between myself and Chuck Schumer. So the last thing I am is a partisan. With on a lot
mixing up Rand Paul and Ron Paul, but who cares? All right. New Fetterman? Oh yeah, we'll see. All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. Be careful. Don't let your iPhone Visa combo get hijacked. Be careful.